welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. If this is your first time here or if this is your 100th time here, we are doing what we are always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2000 on chess.com. Currently, we are rated 1840. I started this entire series at 1834, and this is game number 40. That is a lot of fours going on. E4. One more 4 to add to the party. Now let's make sure we got E4, E5. Let me fix this thing over here. The audio is good. Everything's good. Are you guys ready to watch me absolutely demolish this guy with the bishops opening? E4, E5, bishop, C4, my favorite opening in all of chess. We're hoping he brings the bishop or he brings the knight and the bishop. If he plays this, you know what? We're going to see how prepped up is he against this knight sacrifice. He doesn't want to do it, so what we do is we defend the center, and we're going to have to trade this pawn when he pushes it. The downside of that is we don't have time to push this. Okay, he's not playing the moves that I'm thinking he's going to play. That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. If you play A5, I play A4. That's all I know. That is all I know. When that happens, you just copy him. So it's looking like we're going to be castling kingside. So I'm going to bring this knight. We still got to just develop our pieces. Capturing this knight makes absolutely no sense. And this knight is a little bit... I mean, he's going to reroute to some delectable squares, but he's just electing to push some pawns forward. So we're going to just stick with the game plan of getting my pieces developed. Like, really nothing exciting has happened yet. That's a tad bit annoying, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. That makes me think that I want to step up here. The only problem with that is if I ever try and reroute something to get rid of this knight, this C2 pawn is sort of being attacked. You know what? I'm going to step back with my knight. I know that's a weird move, but he made a weird knight move into my position. I'm making a weird knight move to get his knight out of my position. We're not letting this knight just hang out outposted on this square. If he goes back, I'm going to just go back. And if he comes back, we'll go back. And I'll take the draw because I get 1 elo. Okay, so queen's off the board. This stupid... I don't want to capture because it brings the knight, for one. But I don't really want to allow him to capture and just get this pawn back for free. And a long time ago, I wanted to push b3, but I didn't want to trap my bishop on the outside of this pawn chain. My bishop was out here on these two squares. If you remember, c4 and c5, d5. Trying to remember my coordinates. I suck at coordinates. Now hear me out. Oh. I'm potentially just thinking, like, what if we just defend? I need to defend, do I not? You capture and I take back with tempo. This becomes an idea. This is sort of an idea. Pushing forward doesn't really work. This doesn't really work. We push. You take. I take. You bring this. I attack the queen. I don't know. We jump forward like so. No, because then you just take. I might just start pushing this pawn. If I push this and lock this in, I'm up 3 pawns. Like, I can lose some pawns here. I'm fairly certain. Like, I might just push. Say you grab. I push. You can't block. This bishop's a god. So I don't want to play too slow, but we're going to play this first. Sort of. I feel like that just had to be a good move. These are my passed pawns. I got to put my pieces behind it. And my bishop is conveniently looking over to this side of the board where the stuff needs to go. And so if he's not careful, I'm going to, like, push, push, push. Push, 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 push. I don't know if it necessarily needs to go like that, but it could. And now if he does take back like this. Okay, so he's going for the bishop. Let's do this. Where if he takes, I take with the pawn. I could probably even... There's a case to be made for taking it with the queen. But let's just keep it simple. We're going to launch this and launch this. Like, we have 3 connected passed pawns. What does that do? I don't know, but I think we have to start pushing this one. This is my closest to being a passed pawn. We're going to push it. Don't let me get mated. I should maybe play something like this. Literally don't care about these 2 pawns. I'm up 4 pawns. So if we can just trade off some stuff. Like, I'm just going to push these pawns and get them as advanced as I possibly can. This is also a move. This is also a move. Like, we're going to turn the game. I got 1 minute and 52 seconds. We are turning this game into me pushing past pawns. What did that do? Push, push. He's threatening this, but I don't know if I care about that. Something is going to have to happen over here. I'd like to have another pawn to escort him. All we have to be worried about is this. Nothing is attacking this pawn temporarily, but I'm cool with him grabbing at least one of them. I don't want him grabbing this one with check. Pushing this. You can't bail out. I push. You take. I take. Okay, yeah, he had to play that. Did he not? Okay, this is the new idea. That is the new idea. Bringing rooks is also yet another idea. I shouldn't have maybe put my queen in front of this pawn, but at least he's playing without a rook now. Like, that rook is more or less not doing anything cool. And I'm ready to sacrifice my queen, where he takes and I make a new queen. You take here. Yeah, you have to defend against this. Playing this would work. But then I might just step over and start pushing these babies. Also, this is a thing. I do need to be playing a lot faster, though. I don't want to lose this on the clock. Root for me, boys. This is going to be my first dub in like 4 games. I deserve this so bad if I get it. And I should, if I don't screw this up. I should be happy even having one pawn. I think this is the move that needs to be played. I'm going to lose some pawns here. I'm going to lose some pawns. Like, this is hanging. No, it's not. The queen is hanging. You got to take, right? But that separates my passed pawn potential. Got 1 minute on the clock. He doesn't really want to trade his stuff. Defended. You got to go for this, right? You got to want to grab this pawn. Getting ready to push this next. Okay. For sure we trade this. Potentially we just give a check first. I don't know if we needed to do that. Slide back, attacking the queen. And this super spooky diagonal. And we're going to just start pushing this pawn. 54 seconds. I can do this. 100% I can do this. I could just step back and start pushing stuff. But my king is weak on this diagonal. That's the only thing that I gotta be worried about. And I am attacking the rook. That is one other thing to note here. We push this pawn. I also have checks now. That is useful to note. Chess is so stressful, boys. 47 seconds. You are not grabbing my pawns and you're not mating me in the corner over here. I'm pushing this. We are also attacking the queens. We're going to push this. That's covered. I'll trade the queens, bro. God damn it. Fudge. Now I'm only up a pawn, dude. And I maybe just hung mate. I can flag him, actually. No! Dude, it was never meant to be. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, I know you were rooting for me. Or at least I hope you were. How do I throw a freaking endgame and I hang mate in one, dude? I just didn't want the rep. Dude, chess is infuriating. And here we are in the analysis, and I cannot believe at how bad I am at chess. Like, just plain and simple, I can't believe how bad I am at chess. I had a +5 position for like 30 moves in a row, and the reason I hung mate in one is because I was afraid of a draw that wasn't even existent. Like, I'll show you guys what I was talking, like what I'm thinking, what I was thinking in that end position. I thought he had some sort of a repetition. I could block it 2 different ways, so it didn't make any sense why I was afraid of like whatever I was afraid of. And so this whole opening, you can call it accurate, not accurate, whatever you say. It's an equal position after move 12. So there we go. We have successfully gotten out of the opening. None of that was super important. We trade off the bishops, and we do get this pawn, the best line. We grab this pawn, best line. Grab this pawn, not the best line, second best line. Grab this pawn, and dude, I'm just up a plethora, an absolute army of pawns. And I know my camera's lagging. That's because the engine is Stockfish is running full blast. Okay, we trade off the bishop. I have a +5 position. Oh man, maybe I gotta turn this thing off. You guys can't see it, but you see that? +4. It was +5 after I traded the bishop, but I still like trading the bishop. It makes things simpler. We'll resize this a little bit. We trade. We slide back with the queen. We get attacked. We step over, forcing a queen, or like threatening a queen trade. Defend a pawn. trade the pawn, you trade, taking back with the queen. I said there was a case to be played for taking it with the queen. It's actually 1 point better of material to take with the queen because I need the computer now. Okay, it just likes this endgame better. Okay, I didn't. I took with the pawn. I guess that exposes my king more. I like having this pawn here was definitely kind of useful. If I would have taken with the queen, I wouldn't have hung checkmate and won. So now that I'm thinking about this, this is my marshmallows protecting my king. Okay, we take back. We push the pawn. We push the pawn. We push the pawn. Threaten a queen trade. Cool. He steps up. Push another pawn because I just didn't want to hang this one. But yes, I'm going to lose this pawn, but we get rid of a pair of rooks in the meantime. So we trade this off. Give a check for really no reason. We step back, defending against this scary diagonal square. This is my back rank problems. He steps over, and I push a pawn. Now, at some point, I felt like I needed to be pushing these 2 pawns together. I could have just simply invested in this one, and we probably would have been all right. I'm up 2 pawns, and it's these 2. So as long as I don't lose both of them, we're chilling. So there's some scary ideas here. So the whole reason that I give this check is to step back like this. So I give a check to step back to block my second rank. All right, I don't want to deal with problems there. We step back, blocking the second rank, supporting the pawns. He steps up. In this position, why did I not push this pawn? This is the one that is going to become the queen. This is my past, like the stronger passed pawn. And he's only got a queen and only got a rook. So even if the queen and rook are here, we're chilling. He's never actually taking the pawn. So all I have to do is push this pawn. And the only formation that stops him really is like you got to put something here or here. Push the wrong pawn. It's still completely winning. He steps in. I step up to push this. He defends against it. I did not see it. I, for some reason, thought when I pushed, he had to take with the queen, and I would take like this, and he would take like this, and this pawn would run. He takes with the rook. So now I'm hit with tilt. I lost one of my pawns. Now I'm only up a pawn. I'm hardly even winning this endgame anymore. But I'm still actually very much winning this endgame because this passed pawn is just too strong. So at some point, I'm going to give it up and grab more pawns, and we'll go into like some sort of endgame where I'm able to have a second passed pawn. Like I'll give this up, but I'll grab this, and this is the new passed pawn. Potentially. We step over. He gets on my second rank. I block. He gives this check. I block because the reason I didn't want to step up is because I saw this check. I saw this check was covered, but I saw this check all the way along here. And I was like, oh, wait. What if I block here, check? I can't push this pawn because of the rook's here. I don't know. I just got scared. So he steps up. And I hang mate and 1 with 30 seconds on the clock. And so the whole reason after this that I didn't play this move, because I was scared of check, up, check. I was scared of that. I can block like this. I can block like this. There's 2 different ways to block it. Both of them are fine. And then I lose the game of chess. So officially, my elo is lower than what it was 40 games ago. I'm at 1831. I started the whole thing at 1834. I'm right back where I started. Just now I have 40 more games of experience. And I've definitely like won. Maybe it's slipping down to like, I guess it has to have been half, right? I went up and now I'm down. So I had a really strong first half of this series. Like I won like 10 games and only lost like 2. So that was the start. But since then it's been like 65-35. Like I'm losing 65% of the time, winning 35% of the time. Please subscribe. If you like that video, I got other ones coming up. There's games where I actually win. You should go watch game number 24. That's a banger game. Please subscribe. I'm going to go to bed. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, I am rated 1876, and I will be playing a random opponent on chess.com. I previously played a game and lost quite horrendously in a one-move checkmate, and so I will not be doing that again. This is, I believe, the French or whatever, but I'm going to teach all of you something right here. This opening, I don't know it 100%, so what we're going to do is my custom setup, which you can play against nearly anything. I mean, I guess we got to just push this pawn. You don't see that move very often, but it doesn't change the game plan. What we're doing is putting the bishops here and putting the knights here, putting the queen here. All right, so I guess we got to play this. Dude is really just playing some strange moves out of the opening. Like, we can trade these rooks. Doesn't really change too much about the position, other than now we will be castling, we'll be castling queenside because this side has an open file. that can kind of easily be accessible. So we've got the same amount of time. I'm going to try my very best to play faster because struggling on the clock is something that I've done basically every single game. It's hard to say which knight to bring first. I suppose we'll bring this one. I guess actually bringing the other knight would have made more sense because I will be castling that way. And I could go ahead and take the center completely. Take the center completely. Make a push like this. If you take, I take. That weakens this pawn. Let's not spend any more time and just develop a knight. Like, that's the move that probably needs to be played. We don't really want to see his queen arriving here. So something we can do is just bring our queen out. I think that's what we're going to do. It gives us the possibility of castling this way, and he's going to have to play this move at some point. And our structure is completely weird, but I'm quite all right with that because I would rather play a game where I don't understand the structure very well rather than going into some sort of line where I'm just going to get smoked out of with opening prep. Now, stepping up like this with this check seems decent. I also have this kind of push. Like, I got this. You have to take. I can also jump in with my knight. I'm not 100% sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. I like the idea of claiming the open file. So let's just make a silent move, get off the back rank. Like, we're going for something over here. And we get the open file. He can just castle now. I'm a little bit hesitant about the way this guy is playing. Sometimes people that cheat, what they do is they make a bunch of moves that, like, are not good moves. Like, so, like, everything that he played was so strange out of the opening. And so I'm a little bit worried about... There's a possibility that he's a cheater. Do we pin the knight? I'm thinking about, like, the rule of the least active piece. I have this. So if the knight ever moves, I can get the pawn. I can't step up really any meaningful way. And if I step onto this diagonal, the bishop's coming. Again, I'm kind of just, like, taking forever to play a move. Pushing forward. That allows this. Okay, we're just going to play a knight move. I don't know what to play. And I'm down a minute on the clock. Oh, my God. Not what you want to see. Where does this knight belong? Oh, boy. And I need to win this game. I absolutely need to win this game because I'm 1876. I'm supposed to be. So taking kind of just like is the same issue. Is there any other move? This seems stupid. Which one's better? This one? Playing this move. If bro over here is going to play quickly, then I'm going to have to play quickly as well. This pawn is hanging. Then sort of back rank ideas. If the knight ever moves. Okay, I can grab this. Immediately we go up a pawn, right? Don't see a reason not to do it. He can get this, but I slide out of there. I can also shut down this diagonal. Where... Oh, wait a minute. Okay. We can also get this diagonal with force on the queen. Grab another pawn. We grab another pawn, then what happens? You attack me again, I slide back. I would give up this pawn. Don't love that. We can just slide here. And if you attack, okay, grab this, you slide in, I go here. Boom, boom. Slide in. If you take, I'm getting this check. All right, grabbing another pawn. Looks like we're going into an endgame. That's scary. You attack my knight. That is definitely a little bit scary. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. I don't see a reason not to do it. Like, I can claim this diagonal. But this just defends the knight and gets ideas of like sacrificing against the queen. Trying to play as fast as our opponent here. Boy, I got some sandals on my feet and I'm trying to take them off. I don't need to wear sandals to win this game of chess. I'm up 2 pawns. My queen is way offsides. I would be very happy to get my queen, like, boom. You want to allow this, bro? Apply pressure. Shut the diagonal. That allows the knight. Okay, we're just going to shut the diagonal. That bishop sucks. Okay, so he does go for this. But I step in, right? What are the other options? I can play this, but that does less. If I play this and he captures, then I give a check. Probably you got to block somehow. I can attack your queen this way. All right, we're going for this. At the very least, I can give up a pawn and maybe trade the queens. Like, he can get this. Oh, I can't even slide in like this. Oh, man. The whole idea was to give this check. This pawn is feebly defended by this knight. My bishop is also only defended by this knight. If I step here, he'll take with the rook. I'll take the rook. He'll take here. Then I take your bishop. I think we force a big trade like this. I'm up a pawn. What else do I got? Can I bring this guy somehow? Ooh, getting a knight here is just delicious. Beautiful, delicious idea. I'm not really sure what to play here. We step back and attack the rook. Let's do that. If the rook isn't on this square, then I do have this move. And this pawn is defended by the knight. He could just abandon. No, he couldn't. It's defended by the bishops. Oh, these minor pieces are really hanging on to each other. Like, my heavy pieces are doing heavy stuff, and my light pieces are doing light defensive, all defending each other. And we got to be a little bit cautious of, like, this knight getting in. We'd have to take. But then he can open stuff up. 4 minutes against 7 minutes. Need to be playing quicker. I'm almost certain that this move is coming next. I play this. Say you play this. I mean, dude, I'm just getting you with check. So you have to trade. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I'm playing this move. He could attack. I think this is like a knockout. If you step back, I mean, I still just trade. Okay. And if I step in, take, 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 but then I take this, pinning the knight. Okay, we're playing this move. There's no back rank checkmate or anything. This knight is super off placed on the wrong side of the board. I think that I'm doing all right. I'm still up a pawn too, so even if I like just simplify everything, I do like my position. I need to win this game, boys. I need to win this game. And by the way, did you guys know Starburst makes water, like healthy water? And he's contemplating right now. He has to give up the queen for the bishop and the rook. But unfortunately, I just take again. And like, say he gets in, dude, I can just take the knight. You block. Still. I mean, I can take with the pawn. I can just grab the knight for free, but give him counterplay. Or I can take here, he takes, then I take. I think this is going to be simpler. He gives up the rook. He can't grab this because I grabbed the bishop. No. Is that not true? We grab the bishop. You slide in and attack everything. I step up and defend. You step in. I can block. With the king. King defense against the queen. I got 3 minor pieces against this attacking queen. Plus a king. And if he really ever relinquishes, and I did that for like to have a simpler game. I got 2 minutes. If I play this move, then your queen has to stay along this diagonal, or else I'm just gonna mate you. And once I play a move like this, or even closer, maybe like this is a quite scary move. Maybe this so that I'm defending. I'm not really sure what's better. More active or more defending? I don't know, but this is going to be one of my next moves, that's for sure. Dude's got 5 minutes. If the queen... There's this check. Where I have to block and then he wins this, threatening this. Oh my god. I want to retreat. I want to retreat. Can I step up? Take here. Check. I step back. Dude, I think king forward. I'm playing it. Maybe just taking made sense, but I think my king needs to like be hiding a little more. This check was absolutely terrifying, and I just don't want to allow that. I would much rather this, and then any check in the world, and I just step back. This is defended by the knight. This guy defends that guy. He can grab this, sort of. But I'm just big threatening this. You have to step along this diagonal. Which you can only do like this. Maybe I get a little wiggle attack. But dude, you can't take my knight. You can't take my knight. This is mate. You have to defend. Okay. Good job. What about this? I'm going here to get this check. Defended by a couple different things. Let's attack the queen. I can also do something like this. Not a horrible idea. This dark square needs to be defended by the queen. I might play this to then play this to get in. What did that do? What did that do? Jumping in with the knight. First of all, I have this. These guys are defending. My back rank is defended. He could try... I think I'm really pinning him down here. And what I might play next is sacrifice the knight. Where if I sacrifice the knight, if you take with the king, I'm coming in with this check. Or if you trade the queens, I just win. I think I'm still going to play this. With 1 minute on the clock. Like, he could try and run, but then I am just going to take with check, like, all over the place. Like, if he goes any of these squares, and this just comes with a check, and I force the queen trade. As long as I don't lose on time, I'm doing quite all right. Take here. You can, like, harass some stuff, but, dude, I'm just going to checkmate you. At least I think. Defended feebly. My heart is beating so fast, dude. Okay. We take here. If he trades, he loses. If he doesn't trade, that's mate. He can't run with the king, so this is mate, so he has to trade. We're going to pre-move it. He could just resign, actually, but he might as well try and flag me. He doesn't know if I'm good or bad at bullet. And I hate to be a chess player like this, but if this trade takes place, I'm bringing my king. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse or not. I'm boom, 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 take, 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 and then pushing this pawn. Like, I'm not trying to be fancy or anything. I just want to win by any means because I need my goddamn elo. Let's look at this for a second. I mean, the queens are looking at each other. You can't run anywhere with the king. This is just mate, right? Cool. All right, that's what I thought. He had to trade. So my calculation was somewhat reasonable. Probably not the most accurate game, and definitely that beginning was just threw me for a loop. What 1850 chess player plays, like, he played like, what did he play? He threw his H-pawn at me and then threw his G-pawn at me. That was a weird opening. We're going to check it with the computer and just see how accurate all that was. He wants to rematch, but unfortunately we will not be rematching. We got the dub for today. Analysis, and that was a sloppy game of chess, but thank goodness that I won because now I'm one step closer to 1900. If I would have lost that, then that's just one step forward and 2 steps back. And so we're going to start a 5-minute timer and just fly through this analysis because I don't want to waste your guys' time and mine either. So we're going to hop right into this. Out of the opening, after seeing these moves, my plan was to play this setup, okay? Boom, 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 queen up here, then you can castle either way. It is my custom patented opening, and that is what I was going for. Unfortunately, he gave this check, so I have to push this pawn. I'm still going for the setup. We got this pawn pushed, but we're still going for the same setup. Unfortunately, he launches the pawn. I get this bishop out, but then he plays this. This kind of forces my hand. I had to do something about this because right now, boom, boom, rooks see each other, okay? So that's kind of a threat. So if he took, I'd have to push or whatever. So I go here so that after this capture, my rook is defended by the bishop in the corner. If you're a beginner, you always got to be worried about the A pawn or the H pawn capturing the other pawns, okay? If it opens up the file, the rooks see each other if you haven't castled yet. So definitely not the way that an 1800 should be playing, but arguably you can do this because look at the position. It's 0.8, so I'm not even like crushing or anything, but his pieces are definitely awkward. Even this knight move right here is like, that's a terrible move. Never do you want to put your knight over here, like, ever. These knight moves are even not all that great. You pretty much just want to go to the 4 squares. These 4 squares, that's where you put your knights. All right, we're 1 minute in. Let's fly through things a little quicker. I castle. I scoop my bishop up so I can bring my rook to the open file. That's what you want to do with your rooks. Put them on open files, so I love it. Then I wasn't sure what to do, so I stepped over with my king. Not a good move, but not a bad move. I didn't want my queen defending this pawn. I wanted my king a little further away from the center. It's not a great move, but it definitely did whatever. Here, I also just couldn't figure out what to do, so I just jumped my knight forward, and immediately he attacks it. There is this move here, which is really hard to calculate why it's actually so good, because he can block. Never in a million years am I grabbing this pawn. I would probably just maintain the threat, but then he pushes, capture, capture. Then I got to step back. Then he gets the knight. I do get the pawn, and I'm up a pawn. That's the way this would have worked. I'm up a pawn. But that's hard to calculate all of that. I would have spent a massive amount of time calculating all of those things. The far easier move to play is step back with the knight. And so the reason I went here is straight up because if I go here, that's further back. Okay, you want your pieces moving forward. This is further back, so I step back, but not really back. That is literally the idea behind that move. Then we do go ahead and grab the pawn. You got to be very careful when you pawn gobble. Okay, so this pawn is not too difficult to pawn gobble because he can't really like trap me in here. He's got this pawn push, but I just don't believe in it. I could always just capture. I could just capture. My queen can easily get out on the diagonal. Okay, this pawn gobble was a little bit harder to calculate because. So I spent 40 seconds thinking about it. Is my queen going to be okay? And just bailing out is actually the second best move. So you have to be really sure that you're going to be able to escape. I wasn't really sure, but I did it anyway because I knew if I did escape, I'm up 2 pawns and I'm going to win the game. So I took a little bit of a gamble. We step back. Best move. Best move. We lock down the diagonal. I love it. This bishop completely sucks. We step forward. Worst case scenario, I get attacked. I step here, capture, capture, and my pawn will just die later. But I'm up 2 pawns, so I can lose that pawn and get the queens off the board. I like my position. Oh, sorry, I had music playing. He captures my pawn. Yes, his rook is active, but now my rook is active. So he's got to block somehow, and it says the best move is to do it with the queen. Never in a million years is anybody ever playing that move, ever. So he blocked with the bishop, the natural thing. I had a knight sacrifice here where he takes back, and then this guy is not actually defended because this bishop is pinned to the king by the rook and I'm attacking it. Okay, that was fancy. That's a fancy. There's a pin going on and a knight sacrifice. There's two things that I had to notice, and I didn't really notice either of them. So like right now, this knight is undefended. I didn't even notice that, so I would have had to first notice that and then notice that I could sacrifice attacking the queen. You have to take back. Chess is hard, man, and I didn't see it. Didn't see it. I knew that I was already winning, so I just kept with the momentum. The sacrifice was there again. I didn't go for it. We sacrifice here, and I did with the bishop because it maintains this, and it forces his rook to take. So I'm getting rid of the knight and the rook, instead of taking with the pawn where the rook gets to live. Yes, that's technically better for me, but for simplification purposes, I did it like this. Also, he can't actually take this pawn or I grab the bishop, so he blundered the bishop right there. He does have this check, which I did not realize, but even if he played it, I'm going to survive. I'm going to survive. If you play this, I'm getting in, and you have no way of getting to the light diagonal anymore because you can't get there anyway. Okay, so not calculated at all. I kind of just got lucky there, and I grabbed this bishop. I didn't spend a lot of time. 20 seconds, I grabbed the bishop. This check was definitely scary. I would have blocked, and we would have figured it out. We would have figured it out. So, also, I can just grab the knight with the bishop. Didn't see that. I only looked at this, and I said, I'm not taking with the knight, because that knight is the blocker of mate in 1. So, we're not going to be doing that. Step up with the king. Now there's no mate in 1. Even if this check comes in, for 1, the king blocks it. For 2, I got like an escape-ish, and I'm defending stuff, so that's why I played this move. He captures here, grabs my pawn, we trade. And this move right here is savage. Okay, I'm going to show you guys this. Savage. What do you even do here? I was considering stepping back or stepping back. If I do either of those, he can step to the diagonal and defend. Okay? If I step here, dude, you can't step to the diagonal because that doesn't work. I'll take the bishop behind the queen with check. Then you step out. I'm going to take your queen, defending the rook. That is a savage move right there. Like, playing this move would have been so cool. Defending the diagonal from the defense of the queen, pressuring the pinned piece, realizing I'm not going to lose. I didn't even consider a move like this. I considered boom, boom. And I liked this one because it was more defending. This is a savage move, even if he plays the best move. Oh, giving up the queen is the best move? Dude, I might have just hung my queen like that, to be honest. I might have, like, blocked and then you take and I lose. So you got to be careful. Got to be careful, these complicated moves. So either way, long story short, we play this. It's a blunder, whatever. He gives a check. We step up. He can't actually take this knight because there's just mate in 1. So you have to defend the diagonal. It's an illusion. You can't take the knight. Nobody's hanging over here. You have to defend mate in 1. That is way more serious than winning this little pony that hasn't done anything the entire game. So, check. He gets the diagonal, and now a little pony that's done nothing this entire game is going to do something this game. He's going to go in and kill himself, okay? Now, also, you can just capture. You have to capture. I capture. You have to capture. Dude, I got 2 minor pieces, and we got equal pawns, essentially. Yeah, essentially, okay? Active king. I could have done that, and that would have been maybe the correct thing to do with 1 minute on the clock. Just like, let's get rid of literally every single complication in the position, and I'm guaranteed to win this. I just got to make a new queen. I don't know. Whatever. We play this attacking the queen. He steps back. I jump in with the knight. And now this gets her done. That knight that did nothing is ready to die. I saw this move, and it's basically a knight sacrifice. If you take here, I'm taking this. Is that what happened? No, he gave a check first. That's right. Then he took. Then I take. And you have to take with the queen because this is just mate in 1. Cutting off this way and cutting off this way. So he had to take. No other move made sense. There's no other way to defend it, and he can't run away anywhere with the king. Like, he is in a box. Look at this. Boom. He literally can't go anywhere. He's cut. He's cut in the box like that. That's scary. Okay, so either way, he didn't trade the queens. Let's go. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be doing exactly what we're always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2000 on chess.com. If you see, my rating is 1874 right now, and I'm facing a 1941. That is a hefty order. That is a strong opponent. For whatever reason, the chessboard is the wrong size, so we're going to fix that immediately. How are we going to fix that? All right, and we're back. I'm so sorry for that, but we are going to be playing the Open Sicilian is what we're going to go for here, and I got a little bit of a time disadvantage because my string setup is still new to me, but we're going to do the 4 knights variation. He brings the knight, bring the bishop this way. Not even going to think about it. If he wants to play fast, then so be it. I should have brought the bishop first, actually. Okay, he wants to trade off. We still need to bring this bishop. to cut off this diagonal. That's super important here, but we are going to castle this way. Obviously, we're not going to castle to the side with a whole bunch of pawns. We're going to step up and jump forward, potentially. And unfortunately, after capture, he can always jump in with the knight, which I don't love because it attacks my queen and this weak pawn. So we're going to grab the bishop while we have the chance to do so. And potentially we just do something here. His knight's still coming in. This pawn push is coming in. We have the bishop pair, but we're going to just play this and trade this off. So we are just going to trade that off like I had mentioned. My queen is being attacked, so we're going to have to pick. Really, I've got two moves that make sense. So do I want to be on the dark squares to reinforce this, or do I want to be on the light squares to... Light squares. Okay. So this guy just wants to trade off all the pieces and go into an endgame as fast as he possibly can. Maybe he has the technique of saying that he thinks that I suck at endgames. But that's a bummer for him because I'm actually far better at endgames than any other part of the game. So we don't want to capture and let him ruin my pawn structure. So this knight is going to be able to get in, but we're just going to trade off. And potentially what we want to do here is maybe just spend like 10 seconds thinking about what I want to do here. The knight is arriving. I would love for that not to be an option, but that seems like what's going to happen. He's going to jump in, and then I'm just going to trade. His pawn will take, and I have a passed pawn. We go into an endgame where I have a passed pawn and a bishop for the knight. So we're going to trade this off immediately. We can not only that tempo on the queen, but we will have that move later, and we have a passed pawn. So I really am liking my odds in this endgame. He has a weakness. I have a passed pawn, and I have a bishop for a knight. So this guy's playing really fast, but I don't think that it's probably still even. But I'm really liking my odds. Really liking my odds here. This pawn break is coming, and I'm going to have to trade. If I step over and the pawn break comes, so if I step over and you capture, I capture. Arguably, you just want to trade. Or if I take here and that's defending this. We could attack the queen first, but then he's just going to double up here, which I don't love. So let's play this. We're going to fight over this open file. I could have fought over this open file as well, but... Let's think, let's think, let's think. Let's trade. Step over again. This is a little bit of an issue. Still, I'm really liking my odds here. I'm thinking we step forward with the king. If he pushes, I take. He takes here. We can't abandon the back rank is the bummer here. Is his queen is active on the open file. So what we're going to do is we're threatening a queen trade. We're going into a bishop versus knight endgame where I have a passed pawn. However, this is my weakness. So am I going to be able to bring my king in any manner that's useful? The answer is potentially no. Potentially no, because these squares are all blocked off. So it looks like he wants to bring his king. He might even have the idea of just like, let's just say this happens. Bring the king in here. What if the king arrives to this square? I have no real direct way of stopping him from doing so. So I think what we want to do is push, push, where you push past. No. Here to step over here. No, he'll jump in. I'm not convinced what I want to do here, but we do need to play very carefully. This seems like a weak and flimsy move. This pawn is weak, though. We want to get my king in there. Unfortunately, I don't see a way forward. What if I just step up and we just do this? Is there a huge reason not to do that? Can I step in? Like, if you want to bring your king, what if I start bringing mine? All that we have to be very careful about is like him getting in with his knight, but at the very least we can trade off. I'm thinking we play this. I'd attach the pawn and then I can even step in. I don't think this is going so well for our opponent here. We play this. Say he hits me with a check, I just grab a pawn. I'm threatening this pawn. gonna maybe have to waste a move here, but I'm touching your weakness. My king is just about as active as a king can possibly be. If he plays this, I'm stepping in. You can never play that move. So I'm really thinking, like, how scared of this are we, really? Because I don't think I'm too incredibly scared. Like, say the king is here. He takes with the knight. I take the knight. You step in. I push. You step out of the way. I push. You push. I push. You push. I make a queen. Not with check. You make a queen. So I'm thinking it's between one of these moves. My king has no way to get in. So either this or just this. We play it slow. And I'm not sure which one's better. We're going to just do this. Because you have to play a move. Okay. Yikes. Definitely I'm not a big fan of what just happened there, but I only have one legal move, so we're going to play it. Jesus. All of a sudden, my king is no longer active, so we're just going to step all the way back. And potentially we try and get active this way. %, we take here. No. Okay, let's just take. Okay. The position has changed. If the knight comes in and we capture, he has a passed pawn. But I'm thinking that we try and shuffle this way again. So I've got 3 minutes on the clock. Like, we're never getting this way. Just, like, is this idea... Does that make any sense? Like, should I just support my potential passed pawn? He's always going to have this to create his own passed pawn. I think, if anything, I've just thrown this to a draw. Or maybe it's always been a draw. His king and knight need to keep guarding my passed pawn. But he's going to just create one. And let's just say my king arrives here. Like, what did I accomplish? So I think coming this way is arguably going to be better. So we're just going to play a move. You hate to do it, but I think that it's all I've got. And my bishop is just, like, rendered passive. So we're going to shuffle. I'm convinced that we're going to have to take here. If we don't, we lose. So we're just going to take. No other option. His king gets in. Push, check, here. You attack my bishop. My bishop stacks back. You take my pawn. I take your knight. You take in this run. So I think I might have to play this. This check is coming. What's a big bummer is this pawn is now undefended, so he wants to block it. The check is coming. Here, take, run, right? This pawn's too far advanced. I don't think he can bail out on it. So I will shuffle. I have 1 minute on the clock. Okay, was that a good game? I don't think I blundered or anything. I feel like I had an opportunity maybe like 10 moves ago with my passed pawn, and I just didn't do it right. Something about this endgame, or it might have just been a draw the entire time. Whatever, I got a draw against a 1940. How much elo did I get for that? I definitely got some elo, that's for sure. 74. So did I get 2 elo for that draw? Whatever, we're going to call it. I make these videos. You know, I never know what type of game we're going to get, but we get a draw. I'm happy with it. I got really low on the clock. And here we are in the analysis, and unfortunately, I was not able to convert my advantage. So I was winning arguably that entire game. We're going to take a look at this graph right here. Crushing it. You can't see it, but it's all the way over here. I played 87% accurate. Our opponent played 88% accurate, which is actually crazy because I feel like I was on the winning side of that the entire time. We're going to scroll back up. We can adjust this just a little. And there we go. Why is the top blurry? Oh, I got to scroll up more. There we go. Okay, so let's hop right into this. We have the Sicilian, and I missed 2 pretty basic tactics. We get the open Sicilian. We bring the knights. Okay, everything's good. Step back correct. I'm playing basically perfect so far. He brings the bishop. We defend a pawn in the center. Capture, capture. And right here is just a super basic tactic. This rook is undefended in the corner. So if I take with check, he can't take back or I'm getting the rook. Okay? So arguably what would happen here is I take and you have to just block the check somehow. So you're going to block with the knight that's undeveloped. At the very least, I can just step back and I won a pawn for free and I just have a crushing position. This is the moment in the game where I had my largest advantage, and I miss it. This is such a rudimentary tactic. I've literally played the correct move here, but I think what it was is I started the game and had to do a little bit of adjusting in the middle, so I was down a minute on the clock, so I didn't spend any time looking at anything in this position. I just developed a piece and castled. However, in this position right here, I am still winning, because if I jump in the middle, right, obviously you don't want to leave my knight there, so you take. If he comes forward, then we just have capture, 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 and I win a pawn. So he's not going to do that. He's going to step back, defending this pawn, and I have this crazy tactic fork here where I take. If you take, I hit you with this fork. Like, yes, you could block with the rook to get out of it. Yes, you could block with the knight. But long story short, you're going to lose this rook however you do it with something, okay? I miss all of that, and instead I castle, which looks like a natural development move, and I am still up 1.5. Finally, I play the correct move. I grab the bishop, correct move, and I still have a plus 2.5 advantage. This pawn is hanging, dude. What am I doing? Grab the freaking hanging pawn. In what world did I need to freeze your weakness? I literally have a piece looking directly at it. I didn't see that, unfortunately. So, I defend my weakness. The pawn is still hanging. Yes, I see that. Capture, capture, scoop my queen over. The pawn is still hanging. This is also still a thing. Like, just put my bishop on the most active, best square in the position. Why did I not do that? Literally, like, I have 2 amazing moves to play, and I start rushing to trade rooks. The wrong rook. Why, like... This rook is even better, dude. This one has a job. We're looking at least at a weakness. This rook is not doing anything unless this pawn break happens, and... Oh, man, sometimes I watch my games after I play them, and I think, like, dude, what was I thinking here? And what I was doing was trying to, like, rush into some sort of an endgame. And oh boy, you better believe I got myself into an endgame where I'm slightly better, but I gave up all of my winning chances already. And I'm supposed to play this first. Allowing him to double here is actually not that bad. We just say, stuff's defended. Who cares? Like, what if I step over and you come in? Okay, we just start grabbing pawns. Okay, so you've got weaknesses. You've got weaknesses. So definitely we're supposed to attack the queen. Not doing so made it difficult to do that later. So instead I step over with the rooks. We trade, step over, trade, and it's a draw. It's a draw. So I try and get really valiant with my king stepping into the position, but in the manner that he repelled me was quite impressive, I must say. He stepped in, I push a pawn, and then, dude, I just get battered out of the position. Like, I was like, oh, look how active my king is. No, not anymore, bro. I just got hit with a sequence of checks. Look at the run my king did. Look how far advanced I am. Boom. 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 Bro, I'm like worse than where I started. And, okay. I'm fighting for something here. I really want to win this game. But, really, I'm glad that I just didn't blunder anything. This is the only move right here because we've kind of got an issue. He's got a defended passed pawn. This is going to become an issue as well. Like, if I ever get distracted, like, check over, he steps in. All of a sudden, we have an issue here. So, how do you make that not an issue? my passed pawn is now a bigger issue than you winning this pawn. And so he makes a couple more moves. I shuffle around, and ultimately the game ends in a draw. I get 2 elo. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love each and every one of you. I apologize immensely for that game not being that exciting. I wasn't able to win. I got the draw. A strong rated opponent, though, so we know that I have potential. At the very least, that's the highest rated opponent that I've played on chess.com and got a draw and not lost. So I got to be happy. I got to be happy. And I was winning that entire game. It was just because I missed, dude, 2. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. And here we are at game number 17 of my push to 2000. I was lucky enough to get an easy dub the last game, and we're going to be locked and loaded, facing a 1900. Oh, god damn, we pre-move c6. Wish me luck, boys. We have the Caro-Kann on the board. I'm going to be honest here. I'm not 100% sure what I'm supposed to play. You never actually see this. I have the opportunities to, like, dislodge the knight. I also have the opportunity to just pin, and this becomes a threat. We're doing this. I'm not sure if that's what I was supposed to do, but already, like, 5 moves into the opening, I'm out of prep. Wish me luck. We're just going to capture back. That opens up my diagonal towards my king, but we're not going to care about it too much. We're going to step back here. Chase me around, bro. Develop a knight. I think we're going to do this just so these guys are defended. He's castling quick. I got to get my bishop out of here so I can castle as well. We're going to just break this pin. Not going to think about tough stuff in the opening for too long. I'm already down 10 seconds on the clock. Most likely we see this trade. The knight jumps in. I can take, step back, step here, take. This pawn will be weak, so he'll push here. And then he'll just, after castling, this will happen. Watch, all of this is going to happen. Boom. Never mind, we castle. Now this is going to happen. Then capture. He's trying to get fancy on me. Let's tickle this guy. This knight is for sure coming. Okay, the knight is still coming. We got to defend against this, I believe. Still don't want to spend a huge amount of time. We can play this. Uh-huh. We're jumping in. He can get my bishop. He can jump to the middle. He can get my bishop. This pawn push isn't possible. And we're still pretty much equal on the clock, dude. This guy's 1900, so he's a serious chess player. I think that's like 1910 is the highest that I've ever faced. So, and I'm pretty sure I lost. What about this? He's going to just step in. But then I step in here. I'm thinking this, dude. That's a way to move forward. We move forward. This, I mean, he's just going to attack me. And then what am I doing? I don't know what to play here, boys. Oh, he's attacking the bishop. Okay, we are going to play this. Pretty scared to play a move like that. He's just going to jump in. Uh-huh. Do we jump in here? What are we threatening there? Nothing? I mean, this pawn. Here, he's going to step in. We grab. A knight is getting to the middle of the board. Don't love to see it. I also have this attacking the rook. The rook can just scoot over to a lot of places. Anywhere on this diagonal is discovery, so probably boom, boom. We get this. Ooh, can I jump in then jump back? That seems fancy. What do we think about this? Oh my god, the bishop, dude. God damn it. Okay, we jump in here, here. Or we jump in if he takes, then I grab. Okay. I'm losing on goddamn time, dude. I'm spending too long thinking about moves that don't really make all that much of a difference. But my knight will be able to reroute back here. Okay. We grab here. Say he runs away with the knight. That's the only place to run away. Then I also run away. He jumps to the middle. I jump over here. I think... Hear me out. We grab the rook, and I'm up +2. If he captures, I capture, and then I'm winning. So if I go here... If he jumps this way, I jump back. This knight is undefended. I am attacking it. And the only way that he can run away is by going here. But then I save my knight. Yes, he would get his knight to the center. But then I plug the hole with my knight. And we're not scared about the queen. Plus, I would be able to get my queen over here. I think that I'm winning. Slightly, I think that I'm winning. I think that calculation actually was worth it. My losing on time. Because, yeah, if he just captures this, I capture here, and then I'm still up +2. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We have to attack this knight, I think. We attack the knight. If we take... God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Do we attack this knight? He jumps to the middle. We attack this knight. I think we have to play this, no? But then if he captures, I capture. He captures. I'm kind of in trouble. One of these moves makes sense. The reason I don't want to play this is because he just takes with check. So if I push, there's check. So I attack this one first. You go to the middle. Then I attack here. We got to do something. I might lose a pawn here, but if he takes back with whatever, my rook is on this file. So knight to the middle. We attack here. He can sacrifice for the pawn. Because if he goes here, I take this. I attack here and he goes here. Oh my god. Oh my god, I fucked up. Yikes. God damn it. This just doesn't work. He defends with the queen. Oh, yeah. I can move the queen over this way. Does that accomplish anything? Okay, we jump in. He steps back here. I'm in big trouble then. I take the pawn. His knight jumps back in. I mean, I grab another pawn. This is all I got. I like this. Actually, never mind. No, I don't. We take here. If he plays this, I am getting out. Oh my god, he jumps in this way. Dude, I fudged up, boys. We get the queen involved. Then he just takes. Okay, so we have to take like this. He can jump in, also tempo on the rook. Yep. I'm still up 2. I grab a pawn. Probably you just grab back. Or you grab the rook. I step over. Then you grab. I would have time to defend. I also have, like, just push. I think this makes sense. I'm going to lose the knight anyway. So if I take, and he takes the rook, then I save this guy. You save your knight. So that's not going to happen. Okay, okay. God damn it, dude. Now I'm going down material, dude. Why did I try and be fancy, bro? Why was I trying to be fancy? Okay, so I can grab his knight, or I can save my knight. And he's up by 2. God damn it. What's better? My knight here? He steps out. I step up. Does this make any sense? No. Does this make sense? No, he just mates me. God damn it, dude. Alright, we're grabbing this. I don't know what else to do. Pawn is hanging. We defend. I'm in big goddamn trouble, bro. Why? Why? Why did I try and be fancy, bro? Never try and be fancy. I got nothing, dude. I got nothing. He's got 7 minutes on the clock. I'm so sorry, guys. Dude, I guess I just don't have what it takes. Like, I literally just don't have what it takes, dude. I like to think that I'm getting better at chess, but I'm just really not. I wish that I could abandon this pawn. He's going to just play this, and then it's a queen trade. So what about if I step over? He steps over. I push. You have to take with the pawn, yes? We go for this. He doubles up. I push. If you take, I get a check, but you just step up. I think I'm cooked, boys. I've got this, but that shuts down the diagonal, so we're giving this check. Giving this check. He's got this. But then I have this. He could block like this. Maybe we give this check. He'd bring the queen back. Here. Queen steps forward. I'm going to try and repeat, dude. If you block like this, potentially I have checks here. He's got this at some point, dude. I'm so cooked. If I give this check, you block, and I got nothing. This check here. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm just getting mated, dude. Mate. Mate. A lot of different mates going on here, I'm pretty sure. I've got no checks, I've got nothing. This. This. I mean, obviously I was getting mated, dude. God damn it. Alright. Let's see where this went wrong. And here we are in the analysis, and god damn it, bro. Like, it's like 1 step forward, 2 or 3 or 4 steps back. It's like I am not making progress. In the beginning of this series, I won the first like 6 games, and then I've lost like so many more. I think that my wins still do outweigh my losses, but I'm like elo wise right back where we started. And so really the main thing that I can learn here is like against a higher rated opponent, don't try and be fancy. I tried to be fancy and he outcalculated me. I calculated something wrong. I could have very easily just like played a6 on the side of the board or something. So we're into the opening. I don't really know what I'm doing. But all of this is fine. Break the pin. Castle. Trade. Trade. Still equal. Rerouting the knight. Best move. Jumping the knight in. Best move. Okay. And right here, I tried to get fancy, dude. I can play so many moves. If I just push the pawn on the side of the board, I'm fine. Okay? I don't even have to do anything. I can just push. I can make any move, bro, and it's fine. Instead, I try and get fancy by jumping in with the knight, doing all of this fancy stuff, and I failed to calculate it that he can just play whatever it is, g3, and trap my knight. So I calculated everything from back here and said, let's do it. I tried to be fancy, and like, why am I trying to outcalculate someone that's 1900? We trade, and then just straight up my knight is trapped. Straight up. He can trap my knight and defend his knight all in one move, and I just didn't see it. I didn't see it, and it's not like I spent a considerable amount of time, 45 seconds, an entire minute, and then another minute. So it's not like I didn't have enough time or anything. I played the moves confidently, trusting my calculation, and then all of a sudden just boom. H3 or G3. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And I play one of the best moves, the best move, one of the best moves. Should have tried to save the rook, but we just give it up like this. And then really here, it's just like, what you going to do? What you gonna do? I'm down a knight, and his knight is like the strongest piece in the position, dude. Like after we traded everything, dude, this knight is so strong compared to like all of his pieces are better. So really, the main thing that I just need to learn from this is don't try and be too fancy. I tried to be too fancy here, jumping in with the knight. I felt like it was a good idea. Even here, I should have just just take back, bro. Just take back. He attacks us. He attacks us. We step back. You go here. We trade evenly. We step back here with the queen. We're even. We're even. We go into a rook and pawn endgame or a queen and pawn endgame. Or oh, I'm so sorry for everybody that watched me lose. I had one incredibly easy dub, and then that was just like a one-move blunder, miscalculation loss. So trying to stay in good spirits about this whole push to 2000 thing, dude. But I've seen other chess YouTubers that are like, episode 299, I realistically thought that it was going to happen for me like quickly because I'm 2000 on Lichess. I thought that meant something, but apparently not, dude. 2000 on Lichess is ass. So thank you so much. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2000 rated on chess.com. Starting the game right now, I just want you all to know, I never know what type of games these are going to be. Is it going to be a good game, bad game? The idea is to have no cuts, no edits, and just post the video raw chess. Okay, this is not YouTuber highlight chess. This is going to be some dude playing chess, and we're going to see if I got better or not. So we're in the Caro Khan right now. This is the Tartakower / Alien Gambit variation. I'm sure that this specific position has a name. For some reason, I think taking is actually... To take is a mistake. So here, I think what I'm supposed to do is lock my bishop in. I just don't really want to do that. We're gonna take the scenic route. The scenic route of knight development. He can just go ahead and take the center right now, and that's probably... I'm going to take with the knight, okay? Somehow we made the B knight go to the natural development square of the G knight, but I'm thinking it's looking pretty good. Now, we got to be a little bit sketchy about this pin right here, because he might have sacrifices or something, but we're just going to go for the pin. We'll go for the pin. We got the bishop on the outside of the pawn chain. We're going to push the pawn. We're going to move the bishop, and we'll wiggle around with this bishop, probably trade off, and we're going to be happy with it. We're going to be happy with it. Queen's coming out this way. Pawn's going up this way. Bishop stepping back here, and we're going to... Sorry, guys. I'm just yapping. I'm ahead of my opponent right now. I know what's happening next in the position. And by the way, I'm at exactly 5,601 subscribers. So this number right here in the video, I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned this to you guys. The queen's coming out. We're going to attack the pawn that you just stopped defending. You can jump in. But I'm not actually pinned. I never pushed the e-pawn. So I'm stepping out of this to maybe enable being able to step forward. I'm not really liking the prospect of this knight jumping in. I'm gonna have to deal with that. That's gonna be a little bit problematic. I can step up, but he just attacks me. I give a check. You step back, tempo on the queen. Not loving that position for me. I'm only up 30 seconds. I feel like I'm playing really fast. I should be up more. This number right here, 5,601, that is live. So if somebody subscribes right now, that number will go up. And you'll see it in the future whenever you're watching this video. So I'm putting these in each one of my videos, partially for you guys, but also partially for me. So if I ever go back and watch my videos or my shorts or my whatever, I can say, this is exactly how many subscribers I had at that moment. So I can track my growth a little bit better. As well, I know you guys see the dollar sign, and I know you see those pennies moving around up and down. That is my actual all-time YouTube earning portfolio. So I have another video. I posted it. How much money have I made from YouTube? You don't really have to watch the video unless you want to, but that's the answer right there. And so it's going to be displayed live on the screen the entirety of this YouTube channel, unless people start hating it and not liking it. There might be a lot of poor people in the world, and $1,000 is a lot to them. But it ain't nothing to your boy, all right? Okay, so I'm liking the idea of a little gallop to the center of the board, potentially eyeing this. What is the drawback? The knight's coming in. Oh, fork. I do have check. I have step forward. Maybe I should actually calculate some stuff here. Wait a minute. I just have this. But the knight's coming in, correct? No, he's not. That protects the knight from coming in. I think I might just have this pawn over here. And if I'm able to grab a pawn, look at the eyeball on this knight. He is hungry and wants to grab a pawn. I'm just so traumatized from playing terrible moves. All right, I'm doing it. Big gulp, big swallow by me. Move played. I'm officially winning or losing this game. I'm up a pawn. Obviously, I'm winning or losing this game. Come on, what are the chances of a draw? Like 6%? Okay. Now be brave, pony boy. Be brave. We could castle. Now that is risky. Surely he's going to castle this way, so I should just do it ahead of him? No? This seems scary, but I like just everything that's going on this side of the board. I do have step forward. He steps back, and then I gotta run away with the knight. Ooh, this is not good, because then I have to reroute the knight. What about this? Okay, I'm spending too much time. Castle, is it a good move? It's a bad move. Good move, bad move. We're doing it. King to safety. I mean, there's a lot of open diagonals over here. Definitely the knight is not looking like this. There should be a setting, and it said only be able to draw arrows of legal moves or potential legal moves. Okay. This is okay. But I like the idea of rerouting like so. Also, I'm amping up pressure here. We also have this. I'm down a considerable amount of time on the clock. Let's just not blunder this away. This is just hanging the pawn, is it not? I really don't want to be greedy. I don't see a reason not to do this. Do I get trapped? Say he jumped. No, you're not trapping me that way. Say I jump in, you trap me this way. That is a possibility. We step in, you trap me. Say I push, you take the pawn, I get out. Bare minimum, I give back the pawn. Like, he can try and trap me in here. Oh, he could take with the rook. If he does not trap me in here, most likely my next move is to deactivate the rook. This rook is undefended on the other side of the trading the rooks. Not even going to think about it for a millisecond. We can step forward here. No, we got to get the bishop active. But let's do it with the knight first. This is something I don't like his bishop here. And I still haven't activated this bishop. So now I'm up 2 pawns officially. I should be able to win this game if I'm not an idiot. I got 6 minutes on the clock. Please root for me, guys. Drop a subscription so I can watch that little number go up. And did I already explain? So that walks into a fork, does it not? That's what I saw. I play this. I play this. Say he chases me. I attack the queen and threaten this. This is also just a good move. Kind of ignoring this. So this and this are good options. Really what I want is the most simple. And if I play this, what are your options? I mean, to capture, 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 capture. I'm just up a knight in that position with some ruined pawns. I'm up a knight, but ruined pawn structure. This move is strong. Here, say he jumps in. I take the bishop. You take the rook. I step over. I think I can win that endgame. We're doing it. Oh. What about I attack your queen? No, no, no. You take mine with check and then I lose the game. So let's not be doing all of that. Probably here we want to be as active as possible. This takes away a really good square from my knight. That almost traps my knight. I mean, my queen. Okay, I'm spending way too much time. I could just step back. That's the simplest. That's the simplest. I'm up pawns. I'm just stepping back. Like I said, my queen is a little bit under fire right now. I mean, so this is the only move that makes any sense. This is still an option. What about this? This, he steps over. The bishop finally is able to see, which is nice. And I'm going to have some crazy combinations with bishop and knight. But realistically, all I'm trying to do, I just lost my pawn. So I basically just lost my entire advantage right there. I'm trying not to, I don't want to think about it too much. So he wants to play that. You do now, do ya? I don't see what to do. I mean, I can jump all the way in. He probably just pushes forward. What do I do then? Slide all the way back? I don't know what to do with this bishop. Here, you push. I could take. This is defended. Oh, these arrows are bad. We're grabbing, threatening this. Okay. Potentially, I just attack this knight. You go to the side. We have this at some point. We have a pawn break right now, actually. What about this one? This seems better. This one's protecting my king. We step in. Say you push forward. Then I just take with the knight. Okay, so I think this is going to work. What do you do then? Defend. I capture, capture. Oh, he kicks the knight out. Okay, we step up. You attack the knight. I step back. You still can't take. Okay, we're going for this. With the idea of we're attacking the undefended rook on the other side. I'm getting low on the clock as well. I need to just play faster. I'm up a pawn. I want to trade some stuff. I'm getting stressed out now. I was really going to win this game, and now I'm not so sure. Okay, so that's kind of what I saw. We're going to just jump over here because it seems like a better move. He can defend, but I capture, so you capture with the rook. We step over. Gotta step this way, god damn it. You take, you hit me with this freaky stuff. Here. Say I take. Yeah. This is risky, but we could just push forward. You step forward. Take. If you take with the rook, I for some reason just don't think it's as good. Getting crazy active actually with the rook and it becomes defended. What about push? You gotta push forward. I step over attacking. You step. Let's do it. He's shoving this forward. 1 minute and 50 seconds. I'm just... This is my only pawn that's extra. Like, I'm doing it, but is it really smart? So that's a queen trade. That's more or less unavoidable. I'm gonna grab. We can then attack this pawn. You can go for this. But if I grab this pawn, I got a connected pass pawn situation. I'm up 2 pawns again. I don't know really what's going on, but I am winning again. Sorry, I don't know what that noise was. I'm just stressed out. I don't want to lose. Do we just grab it? He grabs. Okay, maybe this isn't the time for doing an immense amount of calculation. Let's just bring the knight. It has to be a decent move. We could throw in this check. You step up. I hit you with this check. Or this check. Hard to say, but we're going to just do this one. And I'm going to push this again. Why did I just hang a fork? Zooks. Perfect Zooks situation. He steps back. Here. I'm going this way and just pushing this pawn first. I got 30 seconds. Here. 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 I don't think this is going to work. I can't actually ever push this pawn. Oh my god, can he just get in? I think I just lost. I'm so dumb. Or did I win? King and pawn endgames are no freaking joke. We are going to pre-move this essentially. Like, this is the big thing I'm scared of. I was able to defend the pawn. That wasn't really skill right there, guys. I'm getting low on the clock. No need to give him any hope. No need to give him any hope. We're not stalemating this. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and I don't think there's really anything to be proud about in that game. I slipped up so many times, and he just did not capitalize on us. So if we were facing a stronger rated opponent, I would have lost 3 times in a row. And so look at this graph. This right here is the sign of someone making a mistake and someone else not seeing it. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to listen, do forests really exist? Do trees really exist? What's Earth? That's what I'm trying to say. I was making mistakes, and he was not seeing them. And I got really lucky for it. And I saw the blunder. I saw the fork. I saw the fork of the knight. Let's fly through this opening. So this is the Caro-Kann whatever variation. We're bringing some stuff. None of this is important until we reach this position here. The tactic exists now, but I am not that good at chess. So first we have to move the queen. He has to move something else. 2 times in a row, a tactic is there. I might spot it. Second time around, I do spot it. We capture, and he simply cannot capture back because I will take the rook for free, and it's even worse than that. You can't block with the knight, or I'll take. Your king has to step up. I'll take the queen. It's really bad. You can't take the knight, period. We castle. It's not the greatest move, but it's decent. I like it. We get the king to safety. We're pressured down the middle of the board. We jump back with the knight, and we just grab another pawn. He castled, he got his king to safety, but we grab another pawn. My rook is a little bit flimsy here, but luckily that flimsy rook is offered a beautiful trade. We trade rooks instantly. I was worried about this rook getting trapped or something. Now it doesn't even exist anymore. So I'm happy with it. We jump to the knight to the middle. He jumps his knight to the middle, but my knight is happy in the middle. Yours gets hit with a fork. And so this is what I saw. I saw something like this, which is great for me. Or there was one other variation. We're not going to go incredibly deep into it, but this is a tempo move. Tempo, fork on you. He jumps back, tempo on my queen. Now, instead of playing the best move, tempo on your pawn, I play a weak scaredy cat move and step back. So now, it's tempo to him again. Tempo attacking my queen. And now I got to move my queen if this knight didn't exist. I didn't see that the knight could just take the bishop. So instead, I move the queen. Note to self, if something important in my position is being attacked, see if something else can just take whatever is attacking my important piece. Spend 2 seconds and just, can we take it? Because too often I get attacked and I move. Like, it's my knee-jerk reaction. You attack my king and I move. When I can just take it, and sometimes for free. And this is for sure so good for me. I'm getting rid of your bishop. Once I step over, your bishop is controlling this whole diagonal. And I just fail to see that my knight is attacking the bishop this entire time. I'm so fixated on that I'm happy with my knight in the middle of the board that I just don't see it. And now we have to go for this crazy trade where we traded the bishops equally. And it's not that great. In this position, I looked at it and intuition told me these pawns are going to protect my king in the endgame. This one, not really. So it's better to push this pawn. However, if you look a little bit more deeply, after this pawn push, the pin idea works where he can't take or I'm just winning the rook. The difference between pushing this pawn and this opened up a retreating square for my knight. This pawn did not. So now after he attacks my knight, with the wrong pawn actually, but either way, he's attacking my knight's got to move somewhere, and neither of these are great squares. If I go here, then he's just taking the pawn, and that's not good for me. And if I go over here, then my knight is just super not active. If I would have pushed forward, my knight could have gone here. Okay. We make some more moves. I throw this forward, and this throws it back to a completely equal position, which really sucks for me because I tried really hard to get this advantage, and I just threw it away. So, he doesn't see it. What on earth is this move? I have no idea. Obviously, you push through. It's defended by the rook. That's what you do. Passed pawn, defended by the rook. I can't take it with the queen. That's what you play. 100%. I don't know how on earth you push this pawn on the side of the board. This is like, I don't even know how he remembered this pawn existed. This is the only pawn that anybody's looking at. These 3 pawns looking at each other. This whole little square. Whatever. Capture, 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 and now all of a sudden I have a passed pawn. And so I trade the queens, activate my rook, activate my knight. I give a check first. I remember my moves. Best move, give a check, jump in with a knight, and then all of a sudden my passed pawn is sneaking on by. We step in. Now hear me out. Could I have just played this? No, he captures. Stepping up with the king. I could have also grabbed the pawn. So there's a lot of good moves here. I can play this. I can step up with the king, over with the king, whatever. All we got to be worried about is this fork exists. The only thing I did not do is I pushed the one piece defending that square, and now he has this fork. So I'm just completely losing if he plays this, and he does not. I got super lucky here. I would have been so upset. Instead, he goes the wrong way. The knight goes both ways. He went back. And we just trade everything off and go into this endgame where I'm completely freaking winning. King forward, king forward, king forward, king in the middle. Lock it down, deep freeze situation where like you can't push your pawn and I can't push my pawn. It seemed good for me. He steps over, I step over. He steps over, I step over. Couldn't figure out what to do. Do I go this way and support this pawn push, or do I go this way and support this pawn push? The answer is I go this way and support this pawn push because it will create a passed pawn, and there's a lot more stuff going on over here. I go here. This creates me a passed pawn. So if he decides to run in here, like after the trade, this guy runs. Bad judgment with 30 seconds on the clock, and I go the wrong way. I go the wrong way. Big blunder. Now it's a draw. Now it's a draw. I go for the pawn break. Now it's completely winning for white. In this position, I said, did I just lose? Did I just lose? Because I saw this, and what am I doing about that? This isn't that fast, because even after this pawn push, he doesn't even have to capture. And once I capture, he takes back, and my king can't even get in. I'm blocked. I'm blocked. I gotta go all the way around to get in. He runs this way. I run up. He grabs my pawn. I step over. And in this position, I started celebrating my victory, and I even pre-moved capture F5. Dude, he can step up and hit me with an Uno reverse. I'm looking at this position like, I'm touching your pawn. I'm touching my pawn. What are you going to do about it? I'm protecting my pawn, and I'm going to capture your pawn. And it's your move. You got to do something. Dude, he can step up. Defending. Attacking. And now he's like, no, boo-boo. Hit you with the Uno reverse. And he didn't see it. How? I didn't see it, but I had 24 seconds. I started celebrating. Do you know how, like, it would have been a bucket of cold water dumped on my head if he would have played this. How did he not see this? You have 3 minutes. At least sit there and think about it for a minute. I guess he did. He spent 20 seconds looking at this move, which is crazy because you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 moves. And you're obviously not playing any of these moves. So these are the only... Don't ask me. Don't ask me. If you would have like pre-moved it, then okay. But either way, yeah, super unfortunately, and we play it like this. He made me chase him all the way around too, which I didn't even do that good. I was going to do the king here, queen here technique, but instead I did the queen chase you to the corner, cutting off these squares. Whatever, thank you so much. I know that was longer than it needed to be. Please subscribe. Please donate $1. I love each and every one of you. Sorry that wasn't the greatest game of chess. I hope I looked at the graph and told you the percents or whatever. 72% accurate, 3 blunders, 7 mistakes. I love you guys. Another video is coming up. Please kick it, click it, click it, kick it. I'll see you in the next one. Love you guys. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be doing exactly what we are always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2000 on chess.com. I'm going to make my effort to explain my moves better than I have in the past. I've realized that sometimes I just make moves and don't explain them, and I'm going to try and change that. I want to do a good job of being educational, but also trying to get better at chess. The problem here is I'm facing people that are the same level as me, so I lose like half the time. And so this is the Carl Con, this is the advanced variation signified by this pawn push all the way. What we generally go for here, this is a transposition to something similar. What you want to go for, this C4 move, is pretty much the most trying line that white has. I think what we try and do here is we throw in this bishop and we're going to trade it off for the knight at some point. And so we're still going to step in. He can trap us a bunch of ways, but as long as the knight resides on this square and is pinned, we can always trade for it. So I think we step up with this pin with the idea of replacing it with this knight. And the only option there is to take, I think. Because if we step back, he just pushes forward and we get completely smoked. So what we're going to be going for here is a pawn break on this side of the board. I think that's going to just be something we have to do. I want to castle, but what I'm worried about is the queen stepping up. Is that something that I actually need to be worried about? What if I step in, then he attacks me? I step back, and then he forks me? We're not going to be having that happen. So let's just step back with the bishop. If he brings the queen, we're going to just trade off. I was supposed to trade this. You trade the light square bishop in a lot of these lines. And like I said, our opponent is just playing far too quickly. So I think we are going to just take here. And we can go for the pawn break, capture, capture, and we're chilling. This pawn is going to be weak now that we push this forward. But it's defended by the knight temporarily. I still have it castled. Let's just tickle this guy. And okay, this pin I think is going to be a little bit too strong. We can jump forward. And again, our opponent is playing really quickly. We can jump forward. He has to step back. I then bring the knight. He probably just castles. If I take, he gets this open line, and my pawn structure is so terrible on this side of the board. We can just capture first. The massive problem with that is it allows his rook to get in. Or I can attack the rook. He can defend, but then I just challenge everything. I think let's do this. If he takes back, then he just has doubled pawns instead of me having doubled pawns. And if he doesn't, then I'm able to capture. If he plays... Is that gambiting a pawn? So I can do two things. I can capture or I can push. Pushing comes with tempo on the queen. Capturing pretty much brings his knight in. So I think what we're going to do here is step forward. We are up a pawn, and now we are attacking the queen. I think what we're going to do next is step up with our queen. Then we're going to be able to bring this knight. I'm too afraid to push the pawn here. I think that it just weakens my king too much. But I really want to be able to castle. Does he have a good way? What's going on here? I'm thinking we jump in and attack this bishop. This bishop's cutting too many strong squares. Can't be having none of that. So when he steps back or doesn't step back, I mean, I can always take him. He brings the knight. Oh, he wants to play this. I mean, we capture first. Say you bring the rook. I take with check. So I think he has to respond to this. What if we just castle? You bring in the rook. I pin you. I'm only up a pawn, which is not terrific. We block it with the knight. Ooh. We block it with the knight. He's going to push. We challenge the queen. And you have to do something. We're blocking with the knight this way. That cuts off the queen from seeing this pawn. That cuts off the rook from seeing this b square. And I think the whole calculation was to step back. We can also slide over here. We step back, challenging the queen. He then steps up, or he trades. Like so. He pushes, step back. Going for this. If he trades, I'm going to have to decide what to do there. If I take with this, he's still going to freaking push. I jump in attacking his pawn. Okay. I could just castle. That's really what I need to do. I'm thinking about trying to get more fancy. We can reposition this. But castling just has to be the correct move here, no? We castle. I mean, his queen gets over here. Do we care? I'm castling. Get the king to safety is definitely going to be priority number one here. Plan number two is going to be bring this, bring the other rook, and we're fighting over this open file is really what's happening. Probably what he could do is just double the rooks. But if I'm able to step up with the queen, I can also step over and attack the knight. It doesn't really do anything good. Okay, so he wants to defend that. Here. Gotta do something with the knight. Say I reroute my knight. Not sure what to do here, guys. I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to step over with this rook. I wasn't really sure what to do. That's not a good move. But I am not 100% sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. This. That's what I'm going for. This attacks the knight and threatens the queen trade. He will have to take where I take. He pushes in, and I step back, also defending the square. I think this is going to untangle. Yes, this pawn is hanging, but his knight is hanging. If he grabs and I grab the knight, yeah, he's got a big attack going on, but I think I'm all right. And like I said, after capture, I'm defending my second rank, which we just can't be having this rook infiltrate. If he gets this rook here, then we're in a lot of trouble. So I'm thinking that this is going to untangle. You want to just hang the knight. I'm grabbing it. I'm grabbing it. That was a queen trade right there. And he's applying pressure, but he might resign right here. He wants to maintain. Now you can really do two things here. Two main things can happen here. He wants to attack this pawn by pushing. What if we just defend? You push. I'm up a whole piece. So we could just slide back. Slide back, defending my second rank. He pushes forward. I step back. He will get the rook in. And I have no way of attacking this weakness. What do I do here, guys? Here. This move might make sense. You push forward. I jump over. You bring in the rook. I come back defending everything. I'm going to try and hang on to my weakness. I could just maybe push it forward at some point. Yes. I jump over. He plays this. I step all the way back, hanging on to everything for dear life. He can trade the rooks here. Gonna do it. He can trade the rooks, but I just don't think it's gonna be a good idea for him. Oh my god, what if he gets the two pawns for it? God darn it, bro. This is getting complicated. I'm up at night, but we're fighting over this essentially soon-to-be passed pawn. Take. Attack the queen. We step back attacking the queen, correct? Step back attacking the queen. Queen's kind of trapped. Say he takes. I take. You take. I take. I think this is the move. Here. I take the freaking queen. What are the options? I got 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Let's trade some freaking pieces. I need this elo. And temporarily after this, both pawns are going to be defended tactically by back rank. So I can really take with the queen or the rook. If I take with this, let's just play this. You can't take my pawn. Now I step forward, defending all of my weaknesses, threatening to grab this open file. This should be not too hard to convert. Also, I do have a luft as well. We are going to force a queen trade here, I believe. Defending the pawns, defending everything. He has to trade. Probably the easiest way to win this is going to be to step forward. If he doesn't take, fine. But if he does take, I'm attacking his weakness. So we're going to just capture. And we start pushing the passed pawn. And we get the dub. He's got a bunch of pawns that can move, so it's not going to be stalemate. And he's going to resign in 3, 2, 1. Sick. That was a good game. I think the main thing here... whatever, we'll go through it with the computer. We'll go through it with the computer together. We'll see how accurate it was, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and I played a 93% accurate game with 4 inaccuracies and 1 mistake. So quite a good game of chess by me, and let's hop into it. I think most of that came from studying the opening, and I just know the general ideas of how to play these positions. So when you end up in this structure, the one that we ended up in, you end up with this open B file, and the fight transitions into fighting over that B file. So knowing that going into the position, I knew how to kind of reroute all of my pieces there, and I was also able to just grab a pawn earlier on. Normally, you're not able to grab a pawn. Okay, so we hop into this. This is the Carl Khan. Best move. And you're supposed to pin the knight, but I just play this structure more, where he brings the bishop and you trade it off immediately. So that's what I was talking about in the video, saying, okay, we were supposed to have traded off this light square bishop earlier. That's what I mean. Normally, they just play this and you trade it off. You see, this is the best move. And so that didn't happen. A bunch of other moves happened, and I realized I still have this light square bishop, and I never got to trade it off. And so that's why when I had this opportunity, I was like, let's just trade that off. So I went for the pin. Now I'm out of opening theory completely, really. But what I do have is opening knowledge. I know how to play this opening. I know this pawn push is going to come in. So we got to move the knight and go for the pawn push. This bishop really just gets in the way. And what you don't want to allow here is back, forward, back. You don't want to allow that, because then it just becomes really difficult to do anything. This bishop completely suffocates your entire position. And okay, trade. He's got a ruined pawn structure to some extent. I bring the knight, and I go back for this trade here, because I still wasn't sure what to do, and it is one of the best moves. Or I can get the queen out, attacking a weakness. Okay, we go for this, and then we trade it off. Now I'm happy, I know the position, and we go for the pawn break. This is exactly what you're supposed to do in this position. He doesn't take, which allowed me to take. So it's just not good for white here. And I tickled this bishop first, then we take. He doesn't take back, so now I'm just up a pawn. So you gotta say, I captured something, you have to capture something. If you don't capture something, I'm just up whatever captured. And so, okay, there we go. And then one thing for you guys, something that helps is like when you're playing the game of chess, I don't do it in my videos, but say they just played a move and you don't understand it, like right here, say I'm white, go back and look at the move again. Like that helps so much. I never do that in my videos, but when I am playing, sometimes I do. Like if I just, it's easier to like see it over and over. I don't know. I do that. I don't know if anyone else does. You definitely can't do that over the board. And so we attack the queen. Now we've just got like a strong pawn structure. I mean, like everything's looking good. The only annoyance that we have in this position is the knight being pinned, but I was comfortable with stepping up, allowing him to capture, and then just bringing my king up. I would have just castled by hand, capture, bring the rook this way, and then my king can hide that way. Okay. We bring the knight. Now he can no longer ruin my ability to castle, and I'm also attacking the piece that is harassing this long diagonal. We capture it, and we bring the knight first. Castling is actually better, but I felt like plugging this made more sense. I was worried about castle and then the rook getting in, where I step back and he doubles. It still says that white is losing in this position, but I didn't want to allow a rook on my second rank. So that's why I block it first. He pushes the pawn. I step back threatening a queen trade. He steps up, which stops, like, he puts his queen on the square that the pawn needed to go to. Then I castle. We step over with not really a great idea, but we're at least defending this square, and the idea was to step up, defend laterally. We step this way, he steps in, and now we just force this queen trade where he has to take. It says that it's a mistake, but I think it's a terrific move, because after he captures, I capture back. My second rank is defended. This pawn push is no longer really scary because I can just step back, and I'm threatening the knight. So he failed to see that. He just looked at the queen seeing each other. I grab the knight, and then this is all just, you know, patty cake from here. We swing all the pieces back, we attack the queen, and he's just cooked here. It's even saying the best move is to give up the queen for a pawn. So he captures, and then unfortunately, both of these pawns are hanging, but they're defended tactically because we have back rank checkmate, where he has not pushed any of these pawns. That's why it is advisable to push one of these pawns early on, like I have, so in the end game, you don't have to worry about back rank stuff. We step in, force the queen trade, and then right here, all we got to do, make a pass pawn and push it to promotion. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in another one. There's going to be a new video right down here if you want to watch one of my other ones. So please subscribe, and goodbye. I love you. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be doing what we always are doing, pushing towards the illustrious 2000 rating on chess.com. Now, what this is a raw, uncut episode of real chess. This is not YouTube highlight chess. This is not grandmasters playing in a tournament. This is some dude that is 1800 trying to become 2000, and we are going to watch the process. So there are going to be inaccuracies, mistakes, and blunders, but I hope that that makes it more relatable to you, because most likely your rating is somewhere around mine, hopefully slightly worse if you're watching this video. So without further ado, let's hop into the rigmarole. I have the black pieces facing a 1763. My current rating is 1847. Deep breath to steady the nerves, and we start off with c6, the Caro-Kann, my favorite opening with the black pieces because it is easy to play, okay? I'm not a genius, and we're just going to go for basic development here. We've put a lot of pawns on light squares, so the goal is to put basically all of our pawns on light squares with our bishop on the outside. So essentially, this is a bad bishop. So if we're given the opportunity to trade our bishop, that is a bad bishop, for their bishop, which is a regular bishop, we trade. Bada boom, bada bing. The queen comes out, and we go for this pawn push. We are cracking at the center right now. But the main reason we're going for this pawn push right here is not because the bishop is defending it. The main reason is to vacate the c6 square for the knight, because we need to get the knight into the game. This is the natural development square for this knight, this knight, this knight, this knight. Okay, maybe I'll just draw the arrows. I don't know how good or bad you are at chess, but that's a bad arrow. Bad arrow. There we go. That's where the knights belong. And so now we are actually in a game of chess, and this dude is taking a moment. So sometimes what you want to do is go ahead and just click in the pre-move. Obviously, I'm recapturing with the bishop. The reason for that is not necessarily to not waste any time, although that's good too, but it hits him with the shock factor. If he's sitting here thinking about stuff, and whatever move he plays, I play a pre-moved move, he's going to be like, what's going on, dog? How do you pre-move all, you know what I mean? One other thing to note is I am at 2,659 subscribers. It is absolutely insane. Look at this. Boom. I can't stick it over here, but you get the idea. Boom. Slide it over here again. Absolutely crazy, dude. I remember just like a year ago, I was struggling to get 1,000. Okay. You can click on any one of my videos like a while back, and you'll hear me talk about it. Be like, oh man, I can't. Is my internet bad? Refresh. Always reload the page. If it's suspicious how long your opponent is taking to play a move, refresh the page. He's still thinking about it. We are locked in, good to go. This is a good sign. I need this free elo. And maybe I'll just take a moment to let you guys know there were 2 additional games that did not make it into this series. I lost, and then I won. So technically, this is actually game number 21. It says game number 19 because it... You know what we do here? Let me think. I'm almost guaranteed that this is the move. This is the move. He captures. Our knight will be stepping in, uber defending that pawn. He spent a while thinking about that, but I still was able to play back quite quickly. This is a tiny bit of an issue right now. So let's tickle the queen. It's a good queen against mine is arguably a bad queen. And so what's going on here? What is going on here? Do we push forward? You know what? I kind of like the idea of just capturing. When he captures back, I get the bishop involved with a check. If the knight comes, cool. If the bishop comes, maybe we trade. And the reason that I'm going to take here, like I had mentioned, this is the natural development square for the knight. So if he captures with this knight, it didn't go to the natural development square for the knight. But now we're just in a game of chess where it's 2 knights versus 2 bishops. I'm going to just hop here so we're applying pressure to this guy. Maybe even stepping up with the king is what I need to do. However, that takes away a retreating square for my knight, which I do not love. One other thing. If you move a piece and you click the right, if you click the right mouse thing, like so say you're playing a move, click the right mouse. It puts the piece back down. What should I be playing here? This knight is almost certainly coming in. We cannot be allowing this. So if I step over, he's probably going to play something like this. If I castle, he's coming in, which is just a pretty basic fork of this. So I actually do need to handle this correctly. What about jumping in? He gets in. We allow it? No, I lose a pawn doing that. I don't actually know what to do here. I think maybe I step over. He steps forward. I step over. He'll probably double up, in which case I can take. If he takes with the rook, we jump over here. It's a defensive move, but I'm not able to castle, and this is the open file in the position. I want a rook on it. I don't want to castle away from it and allow his rook to my 7th rank. So those are all of the reasons that I'm stepping over with the king. I'm not certain that that is an accurate move. That may or may not be an inaccuracy. Okay, so he attacks my knight immediately. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I have this, but he just steps forward, and that's defended. So without too much thinking, I'm just going to go here. That also defends this square. He's stepping in, stepping in, stepping in. What if we attack the knight? Then he takes with check. Okay, so that doesn't work. God damn. If I step over, I step over. He steps in. I'm kind of overloaded at that point, so if I play this, if he captures... I'm kind of falling apart a little bit here. Okay, I think this is the only move. I need to play this. He gets in with the rook. I challenge him. He's also just going for my pawn. Terrific. And there's kind of like an overload tactic right here. It's a little bit unfortunate. Does this work? He steps in. What if I step over? I walk into the check. This is risky. I step over. I walk into the check. So what if I step over and he comes over? Then I play this. Then if he hits me with check, I'm really cooked. So that's not going to work. So if I step over and he plays this. God damn it, dude. I need to think about this for a second. This isn't good. What about this? He grabs. I grab. He doubles. This is still the same nonsense. If I jump over, he just sacrifices. Say I step over to the rook. Then you grab here. I attack the knight. He's got this. Oh my god, dude. This is one of these situations where I'm going to have to make a move that sucks for me. But which one sucks the most? What's going to give me the most winning chances? Oh, this is what I'm talking about, bro. This is not good. If I play this, I think he just takes. I step over. What do I do? Here, sacrifice, take. Okay, what about boom, boom, here. The other rook comes in. I defend this. Like, you can take here, but I attack here. He comes back out. I attack this pawn. He steps forward like this. Maybe I go for a little pawn break. This is so unfortunate. I'm officially losing, by the way. I can almost guarantee you I am losing by a little bit. At the very least, he can grab this pawn. I think that was a blunder by him. I think he had something else that was much better. Well, I have no way to defend these guys in a useful manner. So let's just go here. Again, he can slide in. I think at that point I attack this knight. I attack the knight. He takes here. I take here. He's going to take this knight. Don't love it. What if I just step up? What if I defend here? He takes here, I attack here, he steps back. Here, 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 here. Go for this guy. Defending like that probably just shuts everything down. Sacrifice still exists. We might just play this, attack. If he goes back, I just slide back. But then there's this pawn hanging. Dude, I'm falling apart. Oh my god. No matter what I do, this position is just terrible. We attack here. I'm so cooked. Now I'm just losing this pawn for no reason. He just goes back. He just grabs here, no? I hate chess so much. I think winning this is going to be really difficult now. I'm down 2 pawns. Sorry if I'm getting a little bit just depressed, but this is going to be 10 wins and 10 losses. This is looking like a loss. It's looking like I messed this up. What did that move do? Who cares? We're grabbing this pawn. Who cares? I might step up and play this, dude. Capture, capture. My knight has a scarce amount of squares. I do have this check, where if he steps up, I have another check. What does that accomplish? I don't know. This knight is not terrible. He can just go for this, dude. He's got a 2-on-1. At the end of the day, he's got a 2-on-1, and he's up a pawn. Trading the rooks makes this much more complicated for him. This pawn is also weak. I think he's screwing up. Wait a minute. I think that transformation right there, it might be giving me hope. How are you going to defend this pawn? I step back, attacking this. How do you defend that? This is your defending square. You don't have it anymore. I'm grabbing this pawn. Then we're equal. Let's go, dude. Let's go. He's still got the 2-on-1. This knight, the knight that is further back. This knight is more advanced. We're kind of just staring at each other. So I have the chance to bring my king. This capture is always going to be an option, but holy crap, I have a passed pawn. Bring in the king. This is a passed pawn. It's equal, but I actually have the passed pawn. And what on earth are you going to do? If capture, capture, here, if you take, I take, you just step over. You're blocking the passed pawn. That's actually kind of a problem for me. Is there any way to attack anything better? Let's go for it. Here, if you capture, I step in with the king. Then it just turns into this. So I don't actually want to do that. Let me think for a second. We have check. I'm stepping in. I got 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Now it's a draw, but I have the passed pawn. My king is more active. He has the potential to maybe make a passed pawn over here. There's tactics where, like, if he gets his, if he pushes. Okay. Let's just play quicker. I can attack this. I'm gonna get this check. I can play here, but he's hitting me with a check. I step up. Going for this. You hit me with a check, I step up, and I touch a little bit of everything. You would step over here, correct? But I grab here. Oh yeah, that was a terrific move. That was a terrific move. He can get in. That is not fun. You can play something like this. For sure, we're going for this and trying to apply pressure to this pawn. This is still a passed pawn, 1 minute and 43 seconds. My king is on the side of the board, but just about as active as I can. We hit him with the check. He steps back. Here, take, pass pawn is scary. We're going for it. You take. If he steps, he has to go for the pawn, and then I win both of these, and then I have an outside pass pawn. Ooh, understanding king pawn endgames I think is important. If he doesn't do that, I'm going for this. If he doesn't trade, I'm going for that. Where you're losing something over there, and you don't want to lose none of those pawns. It's already a 4-on-3 on that side of the board. You're not doing too well with your 2-on-1 on this side of the board because the kings are on this side of the board, so it's harder for him to push these pieces. Oh my god, this is a big moment. Big moment. Don't let me screw this up. Get the pre-move. We need that shock factor, baby. Let's go. I don't want to celebrate too soon. You got to go for it. Here, here, here. I'm just making a pass pawn over here. He can't shield me out, can he? We step back. No, dude, did I... Oh my god. I'm teary-eyed, boys. I'm teary-eyed. I know that I was winning. I know that I was winning. And we resign. And we resign. And we didn't lose. We are going to learn. So we're going to bring this over to the analysis board and just like, ugh. I'm going to pause the recording and scream for a second. And here we are in the analysis, and oh boy, was that game incredibly difficult and not super fun to play. Even the moments where I made all those faces and was like, it was just a draw, bro. I was never winning. There was never a moment in this entire game that I was even doing somewhat okay, other than right here, a 1.3, okay? A 1.3. Now, our opponent made 2 blunders that threw it back to a draw. Personally, I need to just vent to you guys here. Every game that I play against somebody on chess.com, if they beat me in a game like this, like any game, pretty much any game, unless it feels superhuman, unless it feels super like a human is actually playing, not superhuman. Sometimes it feels like some of the moves are superhuman, and I'm going to keep this analysis under 5 minutes, okay? So basically, I always think my opponents are cheating, and I don't know what to do about it. It's like, are these people cheating or are they not? All of these moves are fine. Cool. Stuff is traded. We're getting things developed, and this is about the moment where I start making blunders, okay? I'm supposed to retreat with the knight. That is the only move that really makes sense, or stepping forward with the king. Both of those moves break opening chess principles of you don't want to just put your king in the center. You want to get your king out of the center. I know there's not a lot of pieces on the board, but this isn't a move that you really think of. Plus, it blocks the knight. So I did consider this, but I was like, no, it blocks the knight. Don't want to do that. Then going back with the knight also is hard to play because you're making a retreating, stepping back move. So you don't want to do that either. However, I guess I thought, okay, I don't want to step here because I might need to step back here with the knight. I don't know. I thought this was more of like a retreating square if I got attacked rather than a rerouting to a good square maneuver. Okay, so let's get further into this. That was quite long. Quite long. I'm not doing good here. Not doing good here. No matter what I do, it's not good. So we play some stuff and it's not good. I step over here and he goes for grabbing a pawn. I bring a knight. So grab another pawn, and he goes for this. Now, I'm super suspicious of people that I knew immediately that that was not a good move. And if this dude beat me in the game of chess, he is better at chess than me. So he knows that this is not what you want to do. Like, in the game, I knew that you didn't want to trade the rooks. I felt good when he did that. So I know that he felt that too because he's better at chess than me. So the only reason that you would ever want to play a move like this is if you're cheating, play a bad move, throw it back to a draw, you're still fine. You're using the computer. Even if it goes back to a draw, all you did was just lower your gameplay by like 5 or 6 or 7% or something. So that is good to play in terms of if you're cheating. So we play all this stuff, okay? Bringing the kings, inaccuracies, but it's still a draw. Every move back and forth, they were all still just a draw. I get active with my king, about as active as you can possibly get. He attacks my knight. I step back. I guess this is better. The reason I stepped here was to be able to step in like this. So he steps over. I jump in with a check. Now I am applying pressure to just a little bit of everything. I'm coming over here, and now I play my first real blunder of the game. And now being able to calculate this from an opponent's standpoint, I think is nearly impossible. You capture and give me a pass pawn and sacrifice both of these ones because you're confident that you're going to be able to push, and make a pass pawn over here fast. Dude, I think that's impossible to calculate. So he plays this. Spent 40 seconds, which means he really thought about it. He plays this move. And you're supposed to tell me, from a human standpoint, that you go into this position. No. Dude, I have a passed pawn that's 3 squares away from promoting. Your pawns are weak, and if these weak pawns, like, you just had to fully invest in this and be confident that you can make the pass pawn over here. And it starts by playing this move on the side of the board, A4 or H4. Dude, I don't believe it. White is completely winning. We play some more moves. Throws it back to a draw one more time. He threw it to a draw twice in one game. I don't know. And the reason for that is the move that I need to find is abandon this pawn and realize that this is so much stronger than I think. I need to abandon this pawn, screw that pawn. That pawn is a decoy for him to grab. I need to get my king all the way over like this to be able to save this draw, okay? I'll show you how it goes. So say he pushes. I really got to bring this king. He's going to start pushing. I really got to bring this king. He comes over here. Cool. Now we go for something. If he goes for this, we have time. Actually, we're winning now because we can step over. We're going to stop this passed pawn. So, I don't know, all the way back here, dude, in this position, to capture this, I don't believe it. Don't believe it. 2 things happened. He cheated or he just got lucky with just making a random capture. But trading the rooks, that's suspicious, and then trading these knights, also suspicious. We go all the way back here, and he throws it back to a draw. Again. And I need to just completely bail on this pawn and realize that his 3-on-3 is actually way better than mine because this is my potential pass pawn and this is his potential pass pawn, and we're on like closer to my side of the board. So sorry, that was 5 minutes and 33 seconds of your time, me yapping and complaining. This push to 2,000, it's rough, man. When I play on Lichess and I play casual games, I feel just so much better. I know that nobody's cheating. In these games, I feel like even if they didn't, it's not fun for me because I feel like they did. You know what I mean? And so when I lose, I don't take full ownership of the loss. I'm like, what are you going to do? Dude cheated. Which isn't a good way to approach chess. So, I don't know, bro. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. Do you guys feel the same? Do you feel like your opponents are always cheating? I do. I hate chess. I love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry for yapping, but I got to get it off my chest. Merry Christmas, and I'll see you in the next one. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. What's up, my fellow chess enthusiast? We are back at it again for another exciting and educational day of chess. We're going to go ahead and start the game. I know you guys don't want any sort of an intro. We're playing e4. Let's absolutely destroy this 18. Oh, no, where is he from? Iran. I thought for a second it was India. If you ever are trying to gain ELO, if you see somebody from India or Russia, abort the game. Do not play them because they are going to beat you. And so, I'm not even kidding you. I literally do that. So this is a Sicilian, open Sicilian. I don't know what this variation right here is called, so we're just going to go with the little 4 knights. He's going to bring his knight. We're going to have a bunch of knights. I can't remember. Do I go here or here? I think we're flexible when we bring the bishop first. Studying chess openings is definitely overrated. I'm going to be completely honest. As long as you can like get out of the opening with a more or less equal-ish position, you're good to go. Now, something we need to be a little bit worried about is this queen move that is an uncomfortable fork. So what we're going to do is just step back with the bishop so it's defended by something. On this square, it's not defended, and we're going to same side castle. Our opponent is playing quickly, so I'm going to try and play quickly as well. So far, we have played however many moves out of the opening. Bringing the rook over is going to be my next idea. His knight can get in. But like I said, we're going to bring the rook. And we're going to trade this off, actually. Is going to be what we're going to do next. This knight is kind of just a liability, and I don't want to deal with it. And he could always somehow reroute to getting on this square. So what is the game plan now? He's for sure going to launch this pawn. Scooting my bishop back seems a little bit flimsy. Actually, let's step up because there's going to be tactics here where you can take the pawn dislodging the defender. So let's add one more defender to this knight. He's going to be bringing the rook. Okay. Arguably, we don't care too much about this bishop. I got a lot of pawns on light squares. He does have the only light square bishop. After this, stepping back just seems exceedingly weak. Pinning doesn't actually work because he just takes, and then moves the queen somewhere. Here with a check where I'd have to step over. So I don't think that's going to be great. I guess I could always step back and then pin. I'm not seeing a huge reason not to play this. You can always go for the pawn break. Now it's defended by the knight and the bishop. I play this. Hear me out. This is the part where we're going to have to do a little bit of calculation. He's spent 40 seconds so far. God damn it, dude. This move seems promising. Say you move the knight anywhere. I mean, well, then I can just take. So that doesn't work. We pin you. Say... We pin you. Say you defend. You know what? I've got really important pieces along this diagonal. It might just make the most amount of sense to play this. However, he plays the pawn. I take. Say you take with the pawn. I'll have to kick you out this way. You can always hit me with a check. I'm playing this. He has to defend, but then that gets rid of the queen seeing this diagonal, which seems decent. He plays this, and then that weakens this pawn push. 4 minutes in. It's a good start. Pushing forward is an interesting idea. Gambiting the pawn. What about just applying pressure here? What about here, check, attack the knight. He'll take here, I'll take here, and he'll go back to this square. Don't like it. I don't want to spend a lot of time here either. Also, this bishop is so stupid. Step in like this. I mean, maybe it untangles a little bit. He'll probably just take, 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 take. Then he'll launch, capture, capture. This, 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 this. Knight comes back. My knight comes over. Or really, I gotta do something with my bishop. Okay, I'm spending way too much time here. This isn't a super critical position. This one just trades the pieces. I feel like I'm getting more attacked than I'm doing attacking. So trading off the pieces seems like a fair plan to me. You get rid of this bishop and that knight. You got no more attack. I'm not getting checkmated. I'm not losing anything. Now we're just going to go into an endgame that seems somewhat decent for me. This bishop is not doing nada. So I think what we're going to do is reposition over here or here. The pawn break, I don't think works incredibly well. Is my thing flickering? Did you see that? I don't know what's going on with that. Don't ask me. I could just step up. You capture, I capture. I'm not really fighting for any sort of an advantage. This beckons this move, where I step back on the diagonal. He's going to go for this. Right now, this pawn break does work. Okay, let's just go for trading pieces. I have way less time than him. And he's playing incredibly well. Okay. That attacks my rook. I guess let's go for this. It is flickering. Do you see that? I hope that only I can see that and you guys can't. Okay, so I've really got two options here. Step here or here. I'm trying to keep an eye on this thing to see why it's flickering. How about you leave me alone, my bro? Sorry, guys. I'm getting psyched out by this. It's the camera. The camera is flickering. Please forgive me for that. I don't know what's going on. It's like every time that a move gets played, it flickers a little bit. It might be because I have too many different things plugged in. I wish you guys could see. I could turn the camera around and show you. Okay, so he's stepping back. I feel kind of like I'm getting attacked, but playing this seems strong. Let's do it. Defended by the rook. Cutting off crucial squares. My bishop actually seems quite strong here. As long as these 3 pawns are there. Okay, we're going to just play the only move that really makes any sense. We got to keep these rooks defending each other. I mean, he plays this. He steps over. We attack the queen. The queen steps up here. We could force a queen trade. I do have 4 minutes against 8. That doesn't seem like a terrible idea. I guess this. We play this, and we're really just threatening this queen. Here. I don't know. Here. Oh, that's my pawn. Oh, what on earth am I doing? I'm trying to figure out how to trap the queen and he can just take my pawn. Now I'm going to freaking lose another game of chess because I suck. How did I not see that, dude? Queen is on my 7th rank. Obviously, that's like the most important thing. Bishop's hanging. Pawn is hanging. Don't see a great way to fix my issue here. Other than reroute the bishop. He takes. I push. Ugh. This. God darn it, dude. Game number 43, and I'm getting cooked. Okay, I don't even know what to play here, guys. I literally don't know what to play. Seems like everything sucks. This is the only move that defends everything. But then we're trading the queens. I'm going down into... That undefended this pawn. I'm literally so bad at chess, guys. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. Try and do something. I got nothing. He's got passed pawn. He's pushing forward. We play this. He captures. I capture. You capture. I capture. You step up. Hit you with this check. You block. I double. Here. Gotta go for something. Gotta go for something. I get 2 rooks. Go for some sort of an imbalance. Check here. Check here. Take this. Say you take my pawn. I push. I'm doing it. This is the only way to make it complicated. I'm down a pawn, so let's just trade the pieces. I take here. You take. I push. Probably you go here. I make a queen. Let's just do it. Okay, so he just took back. I think this is going to get quite spicy. I mean, I got to grab this pawn, no? My rooks are not defending each other very well. But let's do it. You get this pawn, but I get a check. My rook is hanging. There's no way of stopping this. I'm so sorry, guys. I did my best. He's up 2 pawns. And these are the 2 pawns. Okay, so he attacks my dude. There's this. That defended. Oh my god, I think that was the move. He would have played this, though. Check. We get the queen like this. He steps here. He just pushes, but I take with check. You step over. I block. I don't think I can even win this. I got 30 seconds. How am I going to stop all of this? Cooked. No. No. He's going to touch the pawn. Oh my god, he let it. I'm getting flagged, but I drew it. I drew it. But unfortunately, he can just flag me. That's so tragic, dude. I'll send him a draw request. Please. 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 I'm actually kind of proud of that. I'm actually kind of proud of that. But that's why I never play chess without increment. Oh my god. I'm only playing this with no increment for you guys. When I'm by myself, I only play with increment. That was a good game. I'm so sorry that I lost. We're going to go into the analysis. If you don't want to see that, you can go ahead and click another one of my other videos. I'd recommend watching game number 24. That's probably my favorite game so far. We're going to go over to Lichess. We're going to do an incredibly quick analysis. And here we are in the analysis, and I'm so sorry about my camera flickering. I sure hope you guys can't see that. There is a lot to unpack in this game, so let's just go through it a little bit quickly. Normally I set a timer, but this time we're just going to do it fast. This is the Sicilian. If you want to learn more about this, there's a million videos. This is the variation that I somewhat know. So we're getting out of the opening. I got a 0.8 advantage, but then I blunder a pawn later. So really we got to get to that point in the game. All of this stuff is not super important. We're kind of just figuring out how we want to develop our pieces. And so now we have reached move number 14, and we have an equal-ish position. I've actually more or less lost my advantage after this move, but who cares? Okay, we go for this. And basically this was my way of saying, okay, you've got a lot of stuff just around the vicinity of my king. You've got checks, all sorts of stuff. So stepping over here with the knight was my way of untangling all of this. So after this position right here, I find the best move and push the pawn forward. It kind of discourages this pawn break. And we have an equal position. So we are on move 20. Definitely this is a new game. Stepping forward with the queen, best move. Decent move. Decent move. Decent move. Okay, I felt like that was also a decent move. But okay, so here we get hit with a check. We step over, and he steps in. I was way too concerned about trying to trap the queen. That's how you know you solve too many puzzles. I'm trying to figure out, this queen is in here. I'm trying to, how can I trap him? And I was like, okay, if I go here, and you go here, and I go here, you go up here. Or what about, like, over here? Forced with this, I can play this, you're forced with this. This pawn was never defended, so everything that I calculated was based off the fact that he couldn't take this pawn, and he could. So I wasted an entire minute on this move, which was based off the idea of, that's not even the correct one. Shouldn't I have gone with this rook? I just couldn't figure out what to do. I hang a pawn, I step back with the queen, I hang another pawn, and now I'm just completely losing. So I made it 26 moves without blundering anything. Now I'm in a completely losing position, and I'm just fighting for my life. One thing I know about this type of game is I'm losing. The only way I'm going to win is by doing something crazy and trying to find some cool tactics. So I figured I push this, he takes, I'm trading the queen for the 2 rooks. Yes, I'm losing, but it creates an imbalance. And there's a chance that I can figure out how, like, if we just trade everything equal, he's just up 2 pawns in the endgame, and I lose. He's up 3 pawns as of right now. And so we go for this, making some sort of an imbalance in the position. Cool. I'm still losing, but there's imbalance. He grabs the pawn. I go here. The rook was being attacked. He steps up, and now I just have this awesome tactic where I give the check. If he steps up, I'm getting the queen. If he steps back, then we're just like I can do repetitive until he steps up. So I'm going to get a draw here at the very least, because if he ever steps up, he's losing. So really, it's going to go like this. That's what would happen. Or I hit you with the check, you step up, and you just are losing the queen. And for some reason, this rook is better. I guess that makes sense, because I want one rook behind the pawn. So if I play this and he pushes, then I can capture, he captures, and I can start bringing the king to stop this guy. And then I'm behind the pawns instead of on this side in front of the pawns. Okay, so that makes sense. Whatever. I don't see it immediately. But once he gets this, I step back, which is a blunder. Oh, but then I see the tactic. And this is the exact reason that I tried to go for some sort of a crazy imbalanced position with like 2 rooks versus a queen. I'm losing this game unless I find a crazy tactic, and I find the crazy tactic. All of a sudden, I'm freaking winning because he doesn't go for the draw, and I can take the queen. Take the queen with check. He steps over, block the pawn. He steps over here, and what on earth am I doing? The pawn is hanging. This is like the biggest threat, biggest worry. This is the thing that I should be it is screaming at me to capture this pawn. And I step over with the king. I was worried about pushing this pawn and how am I going to get my king into the game. Dude, the pawn is undefended. I just assumed that the bishop like somehow was defending, or I take this pawn, I'm winning this game. I got 30 seconds, but I'm capable of winning this endgame. Not having to worry about this as a passed pawn, I can win this endgame. All we got to do is wait for him to push a pawn like this. I get something in front of it, and I bring the king slowly. Like once you get this pawn, the position becomes so much easier to play. I don't see it. He then defends it. I step up with my king, and now I'm still winning, but it's getting a lot harder to play with 27 seconds on the clock. I step in, step over, push. What am I even doing here? I push a pawn. Okay, now I can't even remember the moves I made. I got 13 seconds on the clock. I know at this point I'm not winning anymore. He's got so many passed pawns. We go here, capture, capture, step over with the king to stop this and stop this because I could take. The real issue here is he can just step in with his king, attacking both of these guys and defending promotion all at once. So this is the real threat. He didn't see it. I step in. I lose my rook for the bishop, but I get this passed pawn. I can see that it's hanging like this, but not when my rook is literally touching it. He steps forward with the pawn, but I'm able to step in with the king, defending the promotion square. He attacks my bishop. I slide over, which is also a blunder. This is better because I can attack and defend. I'm not really sure. Whatever. And then right here, all he needs to do to for sure win this game, step over and attack the pawn. He stepped over to a square where the pawn runs away, and then I can defend it. But it doesn't even matter. Maybe he was just flexing on me because he knew he was going to be able to shuffle. So right here, we've got like 7 blunders back to back. He's got 6 minutes on the clock, so he's really got no excuse. You step over. I got no way of defending this pawn. No matter what I do, I got no way. It's on a dark square. I have no way of defending it. So he captures it. Stepping here, the pawn runs, and then I'm able to defend it once you attack it again. But I had no time on the clock, and I completely just lost on time. Thank you guys so much for watching my video. I love each and every one of you. Sorry that I was not able to win. Sorry that I wasn't able to draw. Sorry for everything. I'll do better in the next one, I hope. I think I might just play with 0 + 1 increment. I mean 10 + 1 increment. Because this game right here, I could draw this 100%. I can draw this. I'm out of here. I love you guys. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, facing a random opponent on chess.com in game number 36 of my push to 2000. That's all there is to it. That's the intro. I have the black pieces against the 1862 from India. Maybe I should have cleared my throat before hopping into this game. Please forgive me. We have e4, c6, d4, d5. Caro-Kann on the board. Exchange variation, advance variation. This is the fantasy variation. This is the I don't know variation. It transposes into the Tartakower variation. If he captures here, this is a line that I do know quite well. This is the Alien Gambit. And he plays it. What a fine young chap. We push this pawn, and playing the Alien Gambit, this is going to hopefully be a video showing why not to play the Alien Gambit in a 10-minute game of chess. All I really need to do is not get checkmated. I need to get my H-Rook active into the game, and we need to figure out how to develop some of our pieces. So I've actually played this a fair bit, and what we go for now is c5. And the reason that we're going for c5, yes, this check with the knight is coming, but we just step back to the corner. You know what? This line I don't love. I don't love it because there is a way for his knight to jump in, and if I step up, if he brings the bishop, then all of a sudden it's equal again for me. But I keep my advantage after he plays this. I really do hope that this doesn't actually transpire, because it's winning for black, but it's harder to play because we give back the sacrifice. But this knight is really just a menace. The knights in this position suck. You do not want to be dealing with the knights. And so if his knight jumps in and takes my rook, this knight is so much more important than this rook that hasn't even moved, and you essentially just traded 2 knights for my rook and a pawn. So it's like, you can call it equal. We go here. If you capture, this is hanging, but my queen is hanging. Probably we just bring the knight. He never actually wants to castle here. I mean, he never wants to do the pawn capture, because then we just trade the queens. And if we trade the queens, he's going to have a really hard time checkmating me. But basically, what this is, it's just like, it's trying to do some origami with the black pieces of figuring out how to get your stuff developed in the best way. I mean, okay, for sure we just take that back. We traded off his deadly knight for my B knight that was not super deadly. I'm feeling quite good about this game, boys. I'm feeling quite good about the game. Once you get rid of that knight, you are on the path. So for one, I can just jump in like so. Or we can capture. Where you capture. I mean, if I play this and you play this, I play this. I guess what we really got to think about here is, do I want to bring this knight? Do I want to step up with the bishop? Do I want to defend the pawn? Do I want to capture first? Say I capture, you capture, I capture your bishop, you capture my rook, I capture with check. Surely your king will take at that point. Or potentially I give a check, or I jump this way. I'm up 2 points of material. I don't really see a great reason to go down points of material here. And I can defend a few different ways. I can also jump in. I maybe like this the best. We're attacking a bishop. The sacrifice doesn't work because the rook is still here. So I don't like get rid of this pawn that is defending my king. This file is open, but I am potentially you castle. Surely I just trade, right? For when I step in. Say he captures then. I capture, he desperados. I take, then you take my queen back. We could just be more like civilized and just capture here. Or do we launch a pawn? This might be a terrific move. Threatening a queen trade. And like I had explained, he has this, but I just capture. You capture with a desperado. I grab the pawn. You grab back. And I think that I'm just doing quite well there. We might lose this pawn, but I don't know if I care about a pawn. I'm up a knight. So all we really got to do is trade some stuff. We trade the queens. I'm happy. And essentially, what are his options? Not trade, and you got to slide somewhere. This capture, it looks like it's coming. And if you capture like this, I might even step up with the pawn, giving my king some more breathing room. With no queen attacking this file, then this becomes less scary, the whole bishop here. And quite soon, I can jump forward and bring this bishop this way. Where if you step back, I'm trapping you. Okay, so this is still defended. Probably this just gives him an open file. But then do I step forward like this? We can challenge. Never be afraid to challenge. There's probably a lot of different ways to win this. What do you guys think about capture, capture, capture? Surely the rook is coming. I'm doing this. Because if you take with the pawn, I'm going to take. If I capture and you take with the pawn, we trade the queens. Let's do this. I feel like it has to be done. I'm lower on the clock, but I'm still doing decent. The reason that I'm playing this move is if he captures, I take back with the pawn, and this rook, this H-rook that has still not moved. It's always the struggle getting this rook into the action. And not only that, this rook needs to get in the action. I'm going to have to launch this pawn. But look how ugly my pawn structure is. Like, after this capture, these pawns are split. This guy is alone. Potentially, if you capture, these guys are alone. I'm going to have the ugliest pawn structure ever. And this bishop has just a terrible job of needing to defend these pawns from this stupid bishop. We hate this bishop. But if he doesn't trade here, I'm going to take with check. That is something very important to note here. We take with check. Or do I take this, threatening a fork? That threatens this. God damn it. I take with check. This is really incredibly scary. considering just sliding back. You take here. I attack the queen hanging this. God damn it, dude. This has to be a decent move, no? Maybe not. Do we block like this? Allow the capture. We step up. If you give a check, I step here. This move seems sketchy. Bringing the queen back is probably safer. It defends the pawn. But this seems more versatile. I can step up. The check comes. I can always throw this in. And he steps over. I push the pawn. I'm going way too low on the clock, boys. I'm struggling. I am struggling bad. This is still a good move. This is a very scary move. No, I just capture and we're still all right. Sacrifice. We need to get this rook. If I can figure out how to get this rook into the game, we're chilling. And right now, I don't feel like I'm chilling. I'm winning, but it's still hard to play. Capturing here is great because it just threatens so much different stuff. However, one thing, if I take, he has this check where I take. Still defended by the queen, we're chilling. This is defended, we're chilling. This isn't even mate yet. I would step up, then it is mate. So this bishop is stopping me from losing the game. So maybe I'm going to jump up next. Let you hit me with the check. Step up like this. All of a sudden my rook gets in. Like I said, dude, I still got 3 pieces that have not moved. Okay, he goes for the pawn. If he takes, I step up. You hit me with this, I step up. If you hit me with this, I'm mated. Check, steps over. We step up, you attack my queen this way most likely. I slide back. You hit me with this check. Step up. This is coming in. We don't want that. What about taking the time to push this pawn and bring my rook up? What do we think about this move? My rook is hanging in the corner of the board, and how do I defend that? Oh my god. Well, I'm not going to hang my rook, so I think we're going to just step over. But then is there just check? For one, I could step up. You hit me with this check, and I block this way. Playing this. Check, check, check. Only move. Only move. Also, this attacks the queen. Got mated, dude. You playing games with me right now, bro? Why did he take 30 minutes to play mate? Obviously, there's 2 different mates on the board. Either one works. What other move were you considering? Feels sus. All right, we're going to do an incredibly quick analysis. Yet again, dude, I don't have what it takes. All right, guys, here we are in the analysis, and I'm so sorry for losing that game. The Alien Gambit does it again. And so hopefully the aspect ratio is set up and everything. Okay, this is the Alien Gambit, sacrificing the knight here. Unfortunately, our opponent just played so many strong moves after that, and I'm not that good at chess. So I accept the Alien Gambit, we push the pawn. Maybe I'll start with the bishop, because if they trade, I just step forward, and we're ready to, like, run back. I think I'm going to start going with that, because this bishop is always such a problem, and if you're unable to trade it... So, historically, what I have played, they bring the knight, Still we bring the bishop. No, we go for the pawn push. Duh. If he hits me with the bishop check, I'm bringing the bishop next. No more pushing this pawn. That is what I'm going to learn from this. And he hits me with a check. I step back. Bring the knight. He captures. Best move for the opponent. Okay. Okay, don't really understand that one. We jump the knight to the middle. We bring the queen. He steps over. We capture, which is a blunder, and it throws it back to a draw. I have a +2 advantage. We capture the bishop. We're not doing so good anymore. This knight is awesome here, and this capture just opens up the file. I even mentioned all of that in the video. And this knight is blocking the bishop. So this knight sitting in the middle of the board is way better. Probably what I should do here is, like, what about this move? Capture. We just get this bishop out here. It's not terrific, but we're surviving. Not terrific, but we will survive. If anything, I can step back and slide all the way over. Okay, should have gone for that. This bishop is so annoying. Okay, we trade. He takes back. He brings the rook. Best move for the opponent. Worst move for me. There's a rook sacrifice here, but he didn't play it because he didn't want to get flagged for cheating, because nobody sees the win after this rook sacrifice. So we're not even going to look at it. I block with the bishop. Wrong move. White is now winning. Captures the pawn. Obviously the best move. I calculated this, but I just figured he steps over and then he has tempo with either one of these rooks, and it's not good. We step over with the rook, and then he finds mate in 4. Check, up, check, mate in 3. It's not even mate in 4. So yeah, basically I just hang mate. It's either mate or look, I lose my queen. Mate or lose the queen. So essentially I walked into mate. Thank you guys so much for watching. Sorry I keep losing all these games, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Chess is hard. Chess is hard. I'm doing my best. I should have been keeping track of how many wins and how many losses have been in this series. But before you leave, where's my rating at? Where is the rating at? I lost 10. 1858. So I started at 34. So after 34 games, I've gained 24 elo. I'm going to call that a dub. We're doing all right. I love each and every one of you. Another video is coming up. You can click on it if you want. I love you. Please subscribe. Bye. I'm sad. Hey guys, Kip314 here, and as you can see from the timestamp of this video, this is going to be one of my shortest videos to date. I made a promise to my community and my fan base that this push to 2000 is going to be the real, honest, uncut version of my push to 2000. I'm not going to be able to cherry pick my best games and delete the bad games, because you better believe every chess YouTuber films 5 games, deletes 4 of them, and posts the best one. With this series, I'm not going to be able to do that because I made the promise to post them no matter what happens. And so with that being said, things like this are going to happen. And for that, I'm very sorry. Hopefully I can take this as a learning experience. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. We'll get right into the video. But I just wanted to say, I didn't want to post this. I feel like I'm supposed to post this, to be honest. I know people watch me and think, oh, you're really good at chess. And that's not entirely true. You sometimes just see my highlights. And so this is the real deal of what it's like in the day of life of Kip. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiasts. In today's episode, we're going to be doing exactly what we're always doing, facing a random opponent on chess.com. This is a 2000 rated opponent, so this is going to be a real game of chess right here. And we are playing, this is called the draw variation of the Caro-Kann. I'm fairly certain that we're supposed to just capture here, but I'm not really booked up in any of this studying. I know the knight comes back. Oh boy, sorry, let me get this Spotify thing out of here. It's playing some rock and roll music. I can't be doing that right now. Okay. I think actually if I capture, he just gets massive development. And I don't specifically remember what I'm supposed to do here. I think actually bringing the knight is what needs to happen, because it defends these squares. So if he captures, we trade the queen. And now at this point, I think we accept the pawn gambit. It's not what you want to do, but it's what we're going to do. And now we got to be really scared of what's going to happen and where the checks come for my queen. I know there's things here. Let's just question this knight now. If he captures, he's going for it. Oh God. So this is just the alien gambit, is it not? Without the pawn in the middle. Wait, what? I can take, I lost the queen. I knew this, dude. I've literally played this before. I've literally played this before. I just lose the queen. And we resign. Dude, I have literally faced this. Sorry, I clicked back. Resign. Yes. Oh my god, dude. There goes my elo. What is the move here? That's all I want to know. What is the move here? I think we bring the knight and we're fine. We capture and we're also fine. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing exactly what we are always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2000 on chess.com. Today, I am playing the black pieces against the 1782 from the United States. It looks like he's also got bad internet, and he's taking a while to make the first move. Will the game of chess actually happen? Yes, he plays d4. I will be playing c6, hoping he plays. Yes, we transition into the Caro-Kann. I'm not a d4 player, and I don't play against d4 that often. So one thing you can immediately learn from the video, if you see d4 and you don't like that, you don't normally play against d4, if you play c6, that can just as easily transition into the Caro-Kann, which this is now the advanced variation of the Caro-Kann, which there is a chance I know this opening better than our opponent here. We'll really know that he knows this opening if he tries to play the Tal variation. That's just an immediate sign that he really knows what he's doing. But seeing as that he took a little bit of time right there to think, I think that we've maybe taken him out of his opening prep. He might not see this nearly as often as I do. So going into the game, I think I have a slight edge on the opening theory. Now, definitely seeing this f4 move, you don't see that all the time. And so here, not 100% sure what I'm supposed to do. For some reason, I feel like going for this pawn break is not correct, but we're going to do it. If he captures, we just get to develop the bishop, and the whole reason isn't this tension in the middle necessarily. What we're really trying to do is make the natural development square for my knight. The knight generally belongs here on c6, so we're going to go ahead and do that, plop it there. Probably what we'll see now is either a bishop move or a knight move. Probably he wants to get the bishop out before he brings the knight. He doesn't really want to bring the knight blocking the bishop. And what we're going to end up doing here shortly is most likely, yeah, bringing the bishop is probably the best move. We're going to bring the queen here. That's also defending this what is it, b5? This b5 square from the pin. We don't really want the bishop landing on that square. And then so here, I think what we're going to have to do is capture. What this is going to do is if he captures with, let me think about this for just a second. Say he captures with the bishop. Boom. We just grab that. He'll grab that. And we go somewhere. Probably he just takes with the pawn and we bring the bishop. And we hit him with the check. He brings the knight this way. But what if he brings the knight? We take. He brings the bishop with tempo on my queen. I'll probably bring the bishop. He'll take. I'll take. For all of those reasons, I am going to be capturing here. If he takes with the bishop, we get to grab with the knight. Good for us. If he takes with the knight, then we take. He takes with the bishop. This is actually the line that I did calculate. Not convinced that it's great for me. Not convinced that it's great for me, but we're going to be going for it. And if this capture takes place, then we have the tempo winning move. Oh, don't love to see that. So we're going to have to capture here. He's got the check. He's going to have this check incoming. I might have to... So he's going to have this check really regardless of what I do. So even if I capture the queen, he still hits me with the check. Even if I take, bring the knight, you hit me with the check, I block. He's just going to bring the knight. I'm not convinced that's great for me. This is just walking into this where I'm afraid of the pin. So if I step over, he pushes, I push, he can push, I push. And then I lose my queen. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to lose on time either. So we're just going to throw this in. The check, sure. You hit me with a check. I mean, stepping up is probably towards the center is going to be the better move. It's blocking my knight. but we're going to go ahead and do it. And I'm thinking we just can't allow this bishop here. Also, I'm not going to fall below on the clock. That's one other important thing to note in this position. Now, what is more important? Taking the open file looks good. Time is everything, and this makes an immediate threat where he would have to do something. So he has to castle. Terrific. And now what we're a little bit scared of is this. But again, he's playing quickly, so I'm going to play quickly as well. Probably putting my bishop here and bringing the knight this way. It's going to make a lot of sense. God damn, he's just trying to really ruin my day here. Tempo is everything, bro. That's what I'm saying. I think that move is strong. This is not an immediate threat. We just step in. This is an immediate threat. Where we can then get behind a pawn or something. Okay, this move just feels strong. I go here. You step in. Say, okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. Rook along the 7th rank. Opponent's 2nd rank. This threat is definitely scary, but I think we're going to be all right. We really want to bring my bishop and then bring my knight behind it. Terrific. We might have to play this. Or do we play here? Threat on the pawn, threat on the knight? How do we feel about this, boys? This is just an immediate threat. We're trying to win this pawn, and we're trying to win this. Also, we're threatening this in the future. You have to play a check. We're playing this move. It seems strong. Now I'm just very afraid of my rook getting trapped and me making like a silly one-move blunder. Terrific. Terrific. I mean, I can win the pawn, right? That's what I should be doing here, correct? We have the opportunity to win the pawn. Win the pawn. Doing it. I'm down 2 minutes on the clock. I'm up a pawn. This will be coming in shortly. Now, what is more important? I could, for one, force the rook trade. I can get the open file. I can also play this. Where do I have a real threat? Is this a real threat? This move has to be strong. This is not comfortable, but it's okay. Because I have a threat on the rook. He'll have to do something, and at the very bare minimum, I can slide all the way back. I think it's our time to shine with this move right here. Or just slide back to where we were in the position. If I play this, he's probably sliding over. I can just take. Four minutes. I don't know what to play. All right, I'm definitely going to have to just like step it up and play faster here. We're attacking the rook. I could have slid in here. Okay, I get to bring my knight, attacking the rook again. I don't see why I wouldn't do that. We're kind of forcing his hand to play something. This would have been a great move to play. So now this just trades some pieces, correct? Three minutes, go into an endgame where I'm surely up a pawn. I'm up a pawn. Am I winning? We can take. If he takes with the bishop, I can never play this move. We can play here. Probably he'll try. What do you think about this move? He captures, I capture. You try and slide over. I step here to block. Is there a drawback of this move that I don't see? Bring the knight. Then I trade. Then you trade. Then I take. Here, here, here. We're just doing this. We're just doing this. Two minutes and 50 seconds. Sorry, guys. I'm not explaining everything very well. I just really want to win, guys. I do not want to screw this up. I'm trying to infiltrate with the rook. At least my rook has this open file, and I intend to keep it that way. If we ever do trade the rooks, okay? For one, I can grab this. Here. Say he attacks. I skedaddle out. You take, take. You bring the rook. Oh, yikes. Okay, but that gives me this pawn. Grabbing it. 2 minutes. Time to start playing a lot faster. I'm up massively with the pawns. I'm going to lose that pawn there on e5. I mean, e4. Okay, so he wants to attack this. I mean, let's just be as greedy as you can possibly ever be. Let's grab this. He plays here. I'm coming in. Huge threats. He's going to try and get in, but there's going to be this check. Only move. Check. Blocks. Yikes. Don't love to see that one. Check. I'm just going to do it. If he takes with the bishop, this pawn is hanging. Just throw in a check first. I could have done this and it would have been fancier, but whatever. Let's go. He steps this way. He steps here. Yarp. That's no fun. Let's go here. One minute. I'm just doing it. I might lose all my pawns, but I'm going to do it. I got 42 seconds. I think I can clutch this up, guys. Where are you going with that king, bro? Where are you going? That's it right there. That's the dub. Just a simple 2-on-1. There's no way he can stop them both. So just to be careful, we're going to keep boxing off this king. And we're just going to go all the way in. Like, if he is going to try and keep playing, I'm going to play safe. I got 35 seconds. I would prefer to, okay. That secures the dub. He steps up. We're just going to keep boxing him out. Like, I'm so sick and tired of losing games. Actually, this gets the red carpet. We get the dub no matter what. We could essentially pre-move this. Am I capable of doing this in 33 seconds? Yes. Oh, dear Lord, that was exhilarating. All right, well, let's see how accurate that was. That was a scary game to play. But thank goodness now I'm 1879. Let's go, dude. And here we are in the analysis. And I cut the video off, but now I am 1987 on chess.com. So we are getting very close to 1900. I played that game 96% accurate with 1 inaccuracy, which I don't think is that bad. Let's go ahead and make this thing the correct size. And we'll go ahead and fly through this game incredibly quickly. That was a good game by me, and I should be able to explain everything perfectly because I played so accurately. I really just understood the position. And so what we're doing here against d4, this is important to play. I do not play d4 openings very often, and I hate to see them because I really don't know them. If you play c6, there's like a 50-50 chance they play the best move and go into the Carl Khan, which is a transposition. So like, look, if they would have played e4, c6, d4, it goes into the Carl Khan. You get to this same position, it's a transposition. So d4, c6, now e4, we get to the same position, but I kind of coaxed him into doing so. Also, with the background knowledge of knowing if he played d4, he's a d4 player. He doesn't play the Carl Khan very often. How often does he see c6 against d4? Probably not that often. So let's just fly into this. This is basically mainline theory stuff. Look, one of the best moves, best move, best move, best move, best move. And I'm supposed to bring the knight this way, but whatever. We throw in a little pawn capture, 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 bring the bishop. All of these are the best moves. And okay, I'm supposed to just accept a ruined pawn structure, but bring the knight. Allow the check and block. Oof. Okay. Okay, whatever. I didn't want my pawn structure to get ruined, so that's why we played it like this. Stepping up with the king. I know that my knight is going to reroute to f5 anyway, so whatever. I like this position. We kick the bishop out. We take the open file. We develop the knight this way. And the game plan is to basically move the bishop and get the knight occupying this square. Because once the knight's occupying this square, we're attacking his weakness. And he doesn't have a dark square bishop anymore, and it's kind of uncomfortable to defend with the knight. So, okay, getting active. One of the best moves. Going for the pin was stronger. I liked this because it had a concrete victory. Like, I play this, and I'm pretty much going to win something here, because I'm really close to bringing the knight and having this as a threat as well. So I felt like this. I'm coming in with too many threats. It's minus 2.3 for white. So we grab the pawn. I chose this line because I go up in material. Material is forever. More moves are played. Attack the rook. Simply trade off the rooks. It is the best move. I was trying to figure out a way to like conjure up a better attack, but whatever. We just trade. We got a rook off the board. Here we have the opportunity of just grabbing this pawn. We grab another pawn. Yes, our pawn structure gets ruined, but we can even grab another pawn. So it's just like, I'm too many pawns up, buddy. I'm going to lose this one, but I'm still two connected pass pawns on this side of the board. And so we give a check, defend the knight, get active with the rook. And trading, not the greatest move. And I was kind of fumbling what to do here, to be honest with you guys. We push this pawn because there's kind of the tactic of like take, and then he gets my weakness. So right now only the knight is defending this. Also, I know I want to start pushing these pawns, so that's why I push it. It is the best move, actually. Then we slide over here. What was my idea with this? I guess I was trying to give some checks. Like, if we play this correctly, we have like check, win the bishop. Like, say he goes here, we have this. So that was pretty much my idea there. Push the pawn. It was getting attacked. Check, defend. Another check. And okay, I'm stepping back. I'm getting scared. This guy's not the easiest to defend. But we attack the bishop first. We give a check. He steps in. Let the computer think for a second. What move here secures the victory? Trading the frickin' rooks and going into a guaranteed winning endgame. We keep the rooks on the board, and I can screw this up with 38 seconds on the clock. We get rid of the rooks. I can win this endgame. We got a 2-on-1. This pawn is weak on a dark square. There's really no good way of defending it. So, like, say I just jump around. I'm going to get this pawn. Yeah, I'm going to lose this, but I can win in the endgame. So, if we let this think long enough, it will show this is the best move. I know right now it's saying to push the pawn, but I already looked at this by myself. Best move. Boom, 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 boom. And we're just banking on this 2-on-1 over here. And then allowing the capture. Once he allows, like, yes, you get this pawn, but at the cost of your king being completely inactive. I'm blocking these 3 squares. I already have opposition. There's nothing you can do. You're just going to walk into more opposition. And I'm closer to the pawn than you ever are. So if we have a pawn race here, I can legitimately just run in, step up, and push this guy. So whatever, we grab, and then it's just a simple 2-on-1. And just to be edgy, I'm bringing the king. I don't want to lose this by any chance. So essentially what's going to happen here is I'm going to make a queen. I'm going to bring the queen. I'm going to put the king in a box. I'm going to checkmate him. You're going to subscribe. Thank you so much. I love each and every one of you. That was a pleasure playing chess for you. Another video is going to come up, so if you want to watch it, go ahead and click on it. Goodbye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing precisely what we are always doing, pushing to becoming rated 2000 on chess.com. I sit down and face a random opponent every once in a while. It used to be every day, but now it's every once in a while. Today I have the black pieces. I don't know anything about this guy, 1851, so let's just stick with general chess principles and get our pieces developed. It seems like he's going to launch some pawns, so I want a place for my bishop to go. And whenever you see this queen b3 nonsense, bro, I face it with my queen. If I have to, we will trade off. And we're going to develop my knight this way. We're guarding all these squares of his knights advancing. We're going to step forward with this pawn. And he's playing fast, so we're going to play fast as well. Trying to cover these squares a little bit more because my pawns aren't doing it. So the minor pieces are going to do the job of defending that. We're going to castle. He castles. Push another pawn. And this is probably about the time that we need to start thinking. I want to go for maybe a pawn break at some point. Maybe a little capture here. His rook would open up. Terrific. So I'm not going to go below on the clock. That's all I know. Certainly, I will not be going below on the clock. That's like one of the most important things during chess. I'm going to push this forward so I can defend this pawn and kick this knight out of here. I don't want this knight grabbing my pawn. I want the knight going back exactly where it was, but then this pawn is also hanging. All right, so we probably got to do something about this knight. This bishop is super strong. We do have this move, which seems quite strong. It forces your rook over this way, where I get in. Okay, we're going to attack the rook. Just attack high-value pieces. We're going to attack this rook. He has to go to the light squares. Because he has pushed all of these pawns on light squares, I believe we can slide all the way up into the position, attacking the rook like so. He has all these pawns just hanging out on dark squares, so the light squares are weak. We do go up the exchange. Now, we have the time to attack this knight because the bishop is no longer attacking this pawn. Then I can push this pawn forward or skedaddle out of here with my bishop. I'm not sure what the bishop is really accomplishing here. I can just go in. Does that accomplish anything? Probably the way forward is to crack in the center. I'm up material, so it'd be foolish of me to not try and trade off some pawns. We both still have all of our pawns. We're going to step back. I got my dark square bishop nice and defended. But so essentially what we got to do here, we could push, but then we just have such a closed position. You hate to play a move like this. I mean, we can step forward. Where's the knight going? You have to step back. Then do I just go for a different pawn break? Or play this at some point? Let's do this. It completely makes his light square bishop suck. And we put all of my pawns on light squares when I have a dark square bishop. It seems to make sense to me. We have all the time in the world to play moves like this, so I think we're going to try and crack out at the center over on this side of the board. Still, our opponent is playing really quickly. Now I'm winning, but it's a tentative situation. I'm not winning by that much. I'm just up 2 points of material with a little bishop attack, dude. I got that rook trapped up in there. This is going to be the fate of him. All you got to do sometimes is just look at, like, all right, what are the available moves if I attack this high-value piece? But we're going into an endgame with no queens. I mean, I have to like my odds. I'm winning, certainly. I think we got to trade, right? This is going to, one way or another, it's going to do something where we have an open file. And so I think that I'm going to be able to capture this open file, oh my goodness, with tempo. You have to do something about that. And I can slide all the way in here. I could also just trade off this knight. Wait. We slide in here. What do we got? Check, take, then I get in. This is a big moment, boys. Where's that knight going? That knight's going absolutely freaking nowhere. You have no legal moves. So I'm thinking I slide up in here. We get a little bit spicy with the rook. The rook has infiltrated. Certainly we're going to just trade that off. Cool. So we trade that off. We can do a little simplification here with the check and play all of that. Oh no, what am I talking about? This dude is a little bit of a problem. So certainly applying pressure to this pinned piece because we're applying pressure here. But he can always step out, but we defend. Okay, so this has to be the move. Has to be the move. We're applying pressure to a pinned piece. He can attack with his king, but I defend. No? I'm pretty sure, yes. I can also take. Temporarily defending the rook. We might be able to do just like massive simplification here. I'm still up 2 points of material. So I'm down 2 minutes on the clock for 2 points of material. I take here. You have to take. And then I take your rook. Take. That just wins on the spot, does it not? Am I seeing? I think we do it. I'm scared to play this move. If you don't take, I'm taking. Okay. When I play a move like this, I want to make sure that I'm not blundering. Yeah, dude, we got this in the bag, dude. 1851, he didn't stand a chance. Bro, playing all this bullet, got your boy fresh and ripe. Yeah, that's it. That's a wrap. He can resign in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, boys. I played a 95% accurate game of chess. This is one of the best games I have played on this series so far. One inaccuracy that does not matter at all. So I more or less played a perfect game of chess. Quite happy to see that. Look at the graph. It's going downhill for black from the start. And so let's roll back up. We'll make sure this thing, I know you guys want to see the evaluation bar. Boom, looks good to me. All right, let's hop right into it. We got to flip it. To flip the board, you just press F if you're ever wondering. That's a cheat code. Okay, we're getting pieces developed. This is the part where I was talking and yapping a little bit, and we're going to go through this quick, guys. This move right here, Queen B6 is not the best move. There's better ways to fend against it, but I'm going to let you know from an experienced chess player, I do not like dealing with Queen B3. I just don't like anything about it, okay? Because there's just so many threats. There's so many threats. And so I come out, and if he doesn't take, I will take. His knight is going to come here, or my pawn is going to go there. Either or, I'm cool with it. So, like I said, they even sometimes will play this move, where this pawn push becomes scary because there's sacrifices because the rook is undefended. There's like pawn pushes and knights can sack. And either way, we trade the queens. Cool. We push a pawn, get a piece developed, time to castle, same side castling. This is my only inaccuracy of the game. Oh my goodness, I was supposed to long castle. Or push a pawn. You like that? The best move is highlighted in green. So if you let the thing think a little bit, it's going to decide, okay, this is actually the best move. All the secondary moves are going to be highlighted in gray. So that's a little plug-in add-in that I did. And so you got to look at this position and say, look at these white squares over here. And look at these dark squares over here. The way in which he has pushed his pawns, that is irreversible damage to the light squares and the dark squares, specifically the dark squares around your king. And so, okay, I'm playing some passive moves here, but they're actually all some of the best moves, which is legendary, because I want to kick this knight out, but I want this pawn to be defended from the knight. And we got to do something here because this pawn is also hanging. So I got kind of a passive position, but this is the moment to seize my advantage, and I saw it. Solving puzzles every once in a while really can help you out. Attack the rook. Where's he going? To the light squares. He goes to this light square. Oh my goodness, we're smoking him. If he goes to this light square, oh my goodness, same problem. We're smoking him. And so he chooses the ladder. He steps in, and we trade. We're up the exchange. We got time to kick the knight out because this bishop is no longer attacking this pawn, which would have then been attacking my rook. So it was a little bit of a problem, and the knight has to step back. And finally, once he steps back, it's my turn to take a step forward. Boom. Now we get to step forward. We push a pawn. He attacks my bishop. I could have gotten fancy. This is a decent move, but where's my bishop really going? After that, bro, like he can just push this pawn. I'm kind of trapped, so let's play the best move and bring it back. Let's play the second best move and push a pawn. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking. And now I'm realizing, okay, cool. I got a lot of pawns on light squares. I got 2 rooks, and he's got 1. How do I make the rook stronger? A couple open files, baby. So all we got to start doing is cracking some pawn breaks. So we play the best move. In this position, my advantage is one of these rooks. I got an extra rook, and he's only got 1. So the more open the position becomes, the better the rooks become. That's all we got to do. So we push the pawn. Trade. Now we have the open file that I had just talked about, but it's worse than that. I'm really just cooking here. Okay, maybe this isn't the best move, but it definitely is a strong move. It looks like I'm supposed to defend first. Okay, whatever. We get in with the rook. Trade that off. Whatever. We're up material. And then here, simple tactics, dude. I can take the knight, attacking the pinned piece, temporarily defending because the only thing attacking is the king. So I spent longer than I needed to on this move, but if you're going to play a move like this, you have to be certain that there's not some sort of like crazy resource. And so take, and he resigns because basically this is going to happen. And then you're done. You're done. In this position, like you can fight back, but realistically, I can even just trade a rook. So like say he makes a move, I can even do this and I'm still completely winning. And then this knight is just going to the middle. Thank you guys so much for watching my video. I love each and every one of you. If you could please subscribe or watch game number 42. I forget what game number was my favorite game, but this was a good one. I love you guys. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Another video is coming up. Please kick it, click it. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be doing what we always do, making the push to 2,000. Like it or not, that is what every single chess player is doing. Actually, like 99.5% of us are under 2,000, and we're trying to get there. So, you guys are going to watch me along the way. I'm going to start the game so that I don't sit here and yap too long. And this is going to be game number 22. I'm at 2,700 subscribers, and I am at 1832. We play e4. And so the goal of this entire series is to give you the raw, uncut progression of my chess. That's what we're trying to do. That is a passive move. So what we're going to do is a passive move in return. And if he's going to play quick out of the opening, then god damn it, we're going to play quick as well. That's one thing you got to do with these guys. You don't let them give you a time advantage. And we're going to get zigzagged around the board, and I'm going to lose my bishop for this knight, almost indubitably. But we're going to get a little bit of an open A file. A principled chess player pushes the pawn. Okay, so he's playing really well, but we're going to just keep up the tempo. Keep up the tempo. Don't be afraid. For sure, we're going to be castling this way, and we're going to have to push forward at some point. We're pushing forward because he's going to launch this pawn, and we don't want his bishop getting stationed along this diagonal where, like, I have so many things pinned. That's a good move. That's a good move. Yet again, we're going to try not to think about this for too long, and we will be going... What are we going to be going? That gives him the whole ass center, or he takes with the knight. Okay, so we're going to slide over here. There's no discoveries that attack my queen. Dude's still beating me on time. Dude, the push to 2,000 is so difficult. This guy is not giving me a goddamn second to breathe. He's just slowly positioning, getting better. I moved my rook over because I don't know what else to do. I'm going to level with you guys. I'm not that good at chess. I'm just making a push for it. And so this series has literally been like 10 wins and 10 losses. Or 11 wins and 11 losses. Nobody likes that move, bro. Nobody likes that move. How do I improve my position? Rule of the least active piece. This knight is doing nothing. So we're going to do something with him. Rule of the least active piece. That's what that was. I decided that this knight sucked, and we're going to do something with him. This guy's sort of doing something. We got infiltration ideas. We have capture, capture, capture. Doesn't look terrible. We also have capture. I can't really take back. We can jump in like this. God damn it. Am I going to have to calculate some stuff? I for sure don't want to be doing that. I can't take, so that's no fun. I can't push. I got to move the knight, so let's go. Let's go here. This bishop is going to open up and be a monster. And unfortunately, that is the only light squared bishop on the board. I unfortunately let mine get zigzagged and captured earlier and ruined my pawn structure. So this dude is playing incredibly well, just right out of the gate. He's still beating me on time. And he plays a slow, calm, cool, and collected move. What about a nice little forky poo? What about this knight? Rule of the witch knight sucks. This one's at least defended, but I'm going to trade it off no matter what. But if I go boom, boom, check here, then this knight is still undefended. But it's blockading this pawn. Both knights can access this square. I don't know which one is better to take with. This one, because I can take and it's defended, so we're doing this one. Then I can potentially take here, where I'll have discoveries on my rook against his queen, and I'll have a knight in the way of his rook attacking my queen. That's the low level analysis right there. What else do we got? What else do we got? Capture. Queen comes over. Capture. Capture. Attack the queen, but that's not defended. God damn it. All right, we're grabbing the bishop. I don't know what else to do. We're grabbing the bishop. We're doing a little bit of a bailout. Definitely a little bit of a bailout maneuver is going on right now. But at least we're tied with the bishops. I can jump in yet again attacking the queen. Unfortunately, he can just step forward and I'm undefended. But fortunately, he can't actually take back anymore. We could do this, where he takes the rook. I attack here. For sure. Then I go here, here, here. But then he still got the bishop, so that calculation sucks. What about capture? Queen comes in. Then we capture. Then you capture. I don't really know what to do with this guy. It's getting tense. I can apply pressure this way. Is that rook lift good? Is that a good rook lift? Rook's not doing anything over there. What if I just step forward and attack a pawn? It's defended, so let's not do that. I want to get rid of this bishop. I should not have spent 2 minutes thinking about that. Now we're getting into the meat and potatoes of this game, and I am losing on time significantly. And also, I know that I'm not that good at chess, so thank you so much. But I'm trying to explain my thought process. Really, all that we got going for us is we got this saucy pin, we got this saucy pin, we got a knight defending against this at some point. So this, like, if this guy jumps in, the knight is at least there. We got a little rook lift ideas. Oh, okay, you want to do that? That's such a good move, unfortunately. That is just a terrific move. That's a terrific move. How do I combat that? I mean, I can attack the queen, but he just takes. So that's not going to be fun. I can take here, where he probably would take with the queen. So boom, boom. Boom. Queen takes. I take. He takes. The knight is pinned. What if I just step back? But then he captures and I step up. Defend. Oh my god. Okay, we're stepping back. God damn it, dude. This is not what you want. I'm going to have to make this pawn push so that this guy's doing something. Because right now, this is weak. Or I get crazy and I bring a rook in. Add just like a layer of complication to this whole mess. Attack the queen again. I don't know what else to do. I can also push forward. Unfortunately, he's going to just attack my knight. This is kind of like a boxing match where like I'm punching at his queen, but he's going to punch me back. And then I'm going to have to go back again. So that's not fun. The only way this works is if he doesn't play that exact move. Okay. We jump back this way. We're jumping back, dude. This is sloppy. This is getting sloppy. I should have pushed forward, dude. Almost guaranteed that is a move that needs to be played. What if we capture? He captures back. What if I just go for this? Screw it. We're going for a pawn. That's what we're doing. In the middle of all this nonsense, I'm going for this pawn. That made me jump. I jumped. I mean, I take, correct? That covers really crucial squares from the knight at some point. And we're just applying pressure to this guy. And what are you going to really do about that, buddy? Your knight can't jump in. I took with a pawn. This guy is still blockaded, so temporarily that bishop sucks. Once this pawn moves one square forward, then, oh god, the bishop's quite scary. But as it stands right now, I'm blocking this little configuration of 3 pieces in a row is doing quite decent, and I might be inclined to take with the queen. I'm taking with the queen. I got a pawn. What's up, boy? Got something. I got something. Tempo on the bishop. Rook is active. Rook has been activated heavily. Three minutes. Almost certainly these are the 2 moves that I'm thinking about right now. I guess I could potentially have this. Does that work for anything? This seems powerful, but this is kind of more powerful. I don't know which move is better. I'm just going to play this one. Just going to play that one. This bishop move that he played sucked. That was a bad bishop move. It disconnected his rooks. I mean, I guess what else was he going to do? Okay, so that covers basically everything that I didn't want it to cover. I can jump in. Where's this guy trying to go? We go here, here, here. This seems strong. We jump over here. He jumps over here. This guy's a little bit undefended. What if I launch this pawn, dude? Two minutes and 35 seconds against 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, dear Lord. What is going on? All right, we're going to just step over to king. Not sure what else to do. Not sure what else to do. Can he infiltrate? I don't think so. We are then going to be just getting active with the rook. Potentially I could have gone for a rook trade there and that would have been better. But I'm thinking like, dude, my pieces are... They're on his side of the board. That is for sure. His bishop is kind of sucks. I don't see any like tactics to get in. That's just attacking the pawn. I can step forward. I also can just take and just say we're in an endgame. What if I step up? Probably he jumps back with check and I lose the game. So let's just get rid of the knight. I didn't see what else to do there. So that is going to be the strategy. We can then jump in attacking this rook. Rook's got to go somewhere. Then we hit you with this check. Rook's got to go all the way back. We're attacking the rook. We're going for this check. Once we get the check, we get rid of the bishop. My rook is still on the 7th rank. I'm ready to play something like this. I'm ready to play something like this. I'm ready to play something like this. I think my position is doing quite amazing right now. I'm only up a pawn, but we've got the same weaknesses, and I'm up the pawn. So as long as I don't play something completely stupid. That just hung a rook. Let's go. That just hung a rook. I think he needed to play what I was talking about. He needed to kind of defend against that, and he just didn't feel like doing it. So I think we will... We're going to jump in like this. Now I mop up. We get rid of the stupid bishop. I got 1 minute and 34 seconds. We can actually defend it like this, which is a sloppy move. I got my 3 pieces on dark squares. He's got a light square bishop. So I think we're doing all right. I can always just push this forward too. Defend it, bro. Defend it. I'm coming in with a fork if you defend with this rook. And I'll do it, bro. I will do it. Something's going to give. Okay, so he goes for this. I think we step over going for this. 1 minute and 16 seconds. I need to just play quickly and not blunder. Also, this is hanging, so I can grab this. He can attack the knight, but I think we just grab here. We're attacking this. He can play some sort of nonsense like this, but I can take. We give a check. Oh, you're losing the bishop. You can't even step up and defend. You got to step back. I'm grabbing this. This is held. Grab this one. I'm grabbing this one. You hit me with a check. I'm going to zigzag run away. We play this. Grab something, bro. I could have taken. I could have taken with check, but then I guess he runs forward. This guy's undefended. We give a check. Scared. I can always defend as well. 58 seconds. Okay. We're going to grab this one. It's just a bullet game. I got 55 seconds. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, bro. I got this. I'm ready to grab this guy next. He can defend it a lot of different ways. He grabs. Ready to play this. We got to get rid of this rook, essentially. It would just make my day. He resigns. We don't got to get rid of any rooks. Not today. Let's go, dude. 2 dubs back to back. I know the commentary of that game was not as good as it could have been, but let's hop into the analysis, see what we missed. I think that was a pretty good game. And here we are in the analysis, and hell yes, dude, I suffered so many losses in a row, so to have 2 back-to-back dubs feels good. Real good. And this game I played 91% accurate, so a fairly decent game on my behalf. There was only a moment right here that I was down a pawn positionally. I didn't actually lose the pawn, it was just my position kind of sucked a little bit. That's kind of what this is saying. It's saying you didn't lose a pawn, but you suck at chess, and then this is where I'm crushing it. So out of the opening, didn't play that well, and there's definitely a move later on, rook a4, I'm quite proud of, and so let's just hop right on into it. I'm going to start a timer, and I'm going to take up like 2 or 3 minutes of your guys' time. We're going to fly through this. Stuff's going on, and he just immediately goes for the bishop. Now, I got tunnel vision and said, my bishop, but this pawn is hanging. I could have just straight up grabbed the pawn. Now, it's still equal, so I guess I could have rerouted and tried to replace my knight over here, but whatever, this pawn is definitely hanging. So I jump around with this bishop doing the zigzag technique, jump over with the knight, capture, capture, and now the pawn is like actually really seriously hanging, and I castled. Which, I mean, you got a castle. You got a castle, so I don't hate it, but that is for sure a free pawn. Now that pawn is defended, and we have a completely equal position. So some more moves are played. I capture and just give him the entire center, which I didn't need to do. We do something with the bishop. He does something with his bishop, and like I said, this bishop is going to be scary later on in the game, because if I ever move this knight just over here, and then I move the queen, he can take and ruin my pawn structure, which is not good. And if I ever move the knight, then he's just applying huge pressure to this g2 pawn that's not so easy to defend. So this bishop is a monster. It's the only light square bishop on the board. By far, this is like the best of all the pieces that aren't like queens, okay? If you see what I'm trying to say. So I scoot a rook over. It is one of the best moves. Let's go. We're just slowly improving. Then, rule of the least active piece. Every single one of my pieces is sort of doing something. We're undecided what we want to do with the queen. This guy has a job. This guy has a job. This guy has a job. This guy's on the semi-open file. So moving the knight is the best move. And literally the way that I found that move was not calculating anything. This is just how you can make small improving moves that are going to help your chess. Like, he's got a job, he's got a job, he's got a job, he's got a job. Pushing a lot of pawns doesn't really make any sense. These are the pawns in front of my king. I can't push, don't want to push, can't push, and don't want to push. And so that's how I found this move. Not because I'm like calculating anything. It's just Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky said, when you have every piece needs a job, look at them, which one is unemployed, give them a job. Okay? I don't know if he actually said that, but it was something along those lines, and I remember it. Rest in peace. And so we get this little fork here, and I was deliberating on which knight is better. They're both good. Who really cares? But this one is slightly better for reasons I'm not going to be able to explain. So we cash out on the bishop. We step up with the queen, because you got to connect the rooks, and I'm having sort of ideas of like applying pressure to this pawn, maybe sneaking out this way, hopefully getting out of this nonsense, okay? So we step back with the bishop, best move. We jump over with the knight attacking the queen. He comes back. We go back. He steps back. And we could repeat the position. But in this position, I said, you know what? Rule of the least active piece. He's got a job. He's got a job. He's got a job. What is this guy doing? Well, he's never taken this. That's for sure. It's defended twice. So what about just like sliding up and applying pressure here? How are you going to defend that? Well, I got a good answer for you. You're not. You're not going to defend that. That's what we're doing. So we're straight up just attacking it twice. It's only defended once, and he has no way to defend it again. So he throws in this capture. I throw back a capture with the pawn. I'm taking with the pawn because, yes, it ruins my pawn structure, but more importantly, we can't let his knight arrive here. That's why. And if I did it with the queen, the knight can arrive here, and then I think I'm probably losing. So let's see. I'm still winning, but it's not as good as what I did. So we take with the pawn, and we cash out. We applied pressure here, and this is the move that I was proud of. Scooting up with the rook for 2 reasons. We got a lot of stuff going on in the middle of the board, and I just decide, what are you doing about that pawn, bro? And I'm proud of that. Least active piece, and just making like a threat while all of this nonsense is going on, and realizing it's going to be okay. And it was okay. We got the pawn. All these moves later, tempo on the bishop, only move is to step back and disconnect the rooks. My position is just slowly but surely getting better. Now, again, got a job, got a job, got a job. Let's scoot this guy over. I guess this is better because we're trying to like, whatever. But this is like the second best move. So we're sliding around. Again, sliding in is the more preferred move, but I like stepping over with the king. Everybody has a job but the king. All this game was for me was just like slowly improving stuff. We step over with the king. Now this rook is free to leave, and this guy, his rook, is not going to get into my position. So now my king even has a job. And we're getting off of this light diagonal if that ever becomes an issue in the future. So we slide in, it's not great. We trade off, it's not great. We jump in with the knight, and now I just have an immediate threat. Okay? Like, if he steps back, I'm still potentially just going to hit him with this check. He goes somewhere, I grab the bishop, you go here, I trade a rook, we go like this, I can slide in like this, and it's a draw. It's a draw, so if I did all of that, maybe that wouldn't have been great, but that is kind of what I had in my mind. Get rid of his light square bishop. So I'm grateful that that didn't happen, and he just hung his rook. And here on out, it's pretty simple. I'm up an extra piece, so all I got to do is hippity hop around with the knight. We're sliding around, we grab stuff. This right here is also very important. My rook is the only guy defending this knight. My rook cannot stay here, go here, here, here. I can slide all the way back, but then he just pushes another pawn. So literally every single square that is defending this knight is not going to work. And I can't play something like this because he'll just take my rook. So you always have to look for checks. 4 seconds and I found this move. Saves the game. If I didn't have this check, if the king was here, I'm probably just equal or losing or slightly better because I do have 2 rooks. But whatever. We step in, we grab, and then the rest is history. This is not super important. It's just clean up, and then it's mate in 2. I didn't see this move, I'm going to be honest, so he has to play this, and then there's nothing he can do to just not get mated on the side of the board. I didn't see that. To be honest with you, I probably should have been looking for that, but in this position, depends what he played. I kind of thought he was going to grab this. I don't think I was going to see this checkmate, dude. I might have, but I was probably going to give this. And I guess that's checkmate. Okay, so I was going to win one way or another. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you made it to the end, you are an absolute legend. Sorry for the analysis being longer than it needed to be. Please subscribe. Please watch my other videos. Please do anything to engage because it helps me out a lot. So if you made it this far, you might as well just like comment a thumbs up or something to help me out. So I love each and every one of you. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm feeling quite good about that one. So road to 2000. We are back on the wagon. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing exactly what we are always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2000 on chess.com. Today, I am playing the black pieces against the 1782 from the United States. It looks like he's also got bad internet, and he's taking a while to make the first move. Will the game of chess actually happen? Yes, he plays d4. I will be playing c6, hoping he plays. Yes, we transition into the Caro-Kann. I'm not a d4 player, and I don't play against d4 that often. So one thing you can immediately learn from the video, if you see d4 and you don't like that, you don't normally play against d4, if you play c6, that can just as easily transition into the Caro-Kann, which this is now the advanced variation of the Caro-Kann, which there is a chance I know this opening better than our opponent here. We'll really know that he knows this opening if he tries to play the Tal variation. That's just an immediate sign that he really knows what he's doing. But seeing as that he took a little bit of time right there to think, I think that we've maybe taken him out of his opening prep. He might not see this nearly as often as I do. So going into the game, I think I have a slight edge on the opening theory. Now, definitely seeing this f4 move, you don't see that all the time. And so here, not 100% sure what I'm supposed to do. For some reason, I feel like going for this pawn break is not correct. But we're going to do it. If he captures, we just get to develop the bishop. And the whole reason isn't this tension in the middle necessarily. What we're really trying to do is make the natural development square for my knight. The knight generally belongs here on c6. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Plop it there. Probably what we'll see now is either a bishop move or a knight move. Probably he wants to get the bishop out before he brings the knight. He doesn't really want to bring the knight blocking the bishop. And what we're going to end up doing here shortly is most likely, yeah, bringing the bishop is probably the best move. We're going to bring the queen here. That's also defending this what is it, b5? This b5 square from the pin. We don't really want the bishop landing on that square. And then so here, I think what we're going to have to do is capture. What this is going to do is if he captures with, let me think about this for just a second. Say he captures with the bishop. Boom. We just grab that. He'll grab that. And we go somewhere. Probably he just takes with the pawn and we bring the bishop. And we hit him with a check. He brings the knight this way. But what if he brings the knight? We take. He brings the bishop with tempo on my queen. I'll probably bring the bishop. He'll take. I'll take. For all of those reasons, I am going to be capturing here. If he takes with the bishop, we get to grab with the knight. Good for us. If he takes with the knight, then we take He takes the bishop. This is actually the line that I did calculate. Not convinced that it's great for me. Not convinced that it's great for me, but we're going to be going for it. And if this capture takes place, then we have the tempo winning move. Oh, don't love to see that. So we're going to have to capture here. He's got the check. He's going to have this check incoming. I might have to... So he's going to have this check really regardless of what I do. So even if I capture the queen, he still hits me with the check. Even if I take, bring the knight, you hit me with the check, I block. He's just going to bring the knight. I'm not convinced that's great for me. This is just walking into this where I'm afraid of the pin. So if I step over, he pushes, I push, he can push, I push, and then I lose my queen. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to lose on time either, so we're just going to throw this in. The check, sure, you hit me with a check. I mean, stepping up is probably towards the center is going to be the better move. It's blocking my knight. But we're going to go ahead and do it. And I'm thinking we just can't allow this bishop here. Also, I'm not going to fall below on the clock. That's one other important thing to note in this position. Now, what is more important? Taking the open file looks good. Time is everything, and this makes an immediate threat where he would have to do something. So he has to castle. Terrific. And now what we're a little bit scared of is this. But again, he's playing quickly, so I'm going to play quickly as well. Probably putting my bishop here and bringing the knight this way. It's going to make a lot of sense. God damn, he's just trying to really ruin my day here. Tempo is everything, bro. That's what I'm saying. I think that move is strong. This is not an immediate threat. We just step in. This is an immediate threat. Where we can then get behind a pawn or something. Okay, this move just feels strong. I go here. You step in. Say, okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. Rook along the 7th rank. Opponent's 2nd rank. This threat is definitely scary, but I think we're going to be all right. We really want to bring my bishop and then bring my knight behind it. Terrific. We might have to play this. Or do we play here? Threat on the pawn, threat on the knight? How do we feel about this, boys? This is just an immediate threat. We're trying to win this pawn, and we're trying to win this. Also, we're threatening this in the future. You have to play a check. We're playing this move. It seems strong. Now I'm just very afraid of my rook getting trapped and me making like a silly one-move blunder. Terrific. Terrific. I mean, I can win the pawn, right? That's what I should be doing here, correct? We have the opportunity to win the pawn. Win the pawn. Doing it. I'm down 2 minutes on the clock. I'm up a pawn. This will be coming in shortly. Now, what is more important? I could, for one, force the rook trade. I can get the open file. I can also play this. Where do I have a real threat? Is this a real threat? This move has to be strong. This is not comfortable, but it's okay. Because I have a threat on the rook. He'll have to do something, and at the very bare minimum, I can slide all the way back. our time to shine with this move right here. Or just slide back to where we were in the position. If I play this, he's probably sliding over. I can just take. Four minutes. I don't know what to play. All right, I'm definitely going to have to just like step it up and play faster here. We're attacking the rook. I could have slid in here. Okay, I get to bring my knight, attacking the rook again. I don't see why I wouldn't do that. We're kind of forcing his hand to play something. This would have been a great move to play. So now this just trades some pieces, correct? Three minutes, go into an endgame where I'm surely up a pawn. I'm up a pawn. Am I winning? We can take. If he takes with the bishop, I can never play this move. We can play here. Probably he'll try. What do you think about this move? He captures, I capture. You try and slide over. I step here to block. Is there a drawback of this move that I don't see? Bring the knight. Then I trade. Then you trade. Then I take. Here. We're just doing this. We're just doing this. Two minutes and 50 seconds. Sorry, guys. I'm not explaining everything very well. I just really want to win, guys. I do not want to screw this up. I'm trying to infiltrate with the rook. At least my rook has this open file, and I intend to keep it that way. If we ever do trade the rooks, okay? For one, I can grab this. Here. Say he attacks. I skedaddle out. You take. You bring the rook. Oh, yikes. Okay, but that gives me this pawn. Grabbing it. 2 minutes. Time to start playing a lot faster. I'm up massively with the pawns. I'm going to lose that pawn there on e5. I mean, e4. Okay, so he wants to attack this. I mean, let's just be as greedy as you can possibly ever be. Let's grab this. He plays here. I'm coming in. Huge threats. He's going to try and get in, but there's going to be this check. Only move. Check. Blocks. Yikes. Don't love to see that one. Check. I'm just going to do it. takes with the bishop. This pawn is hanging. Just throw in a check first. I could have done this and it would have been fancier, but whatever. Let's go. He steps this way. He steps here. Yarp. That's no fun. Let's go here. In 1 minute. I'm just doing it. I might lose all my pawns, but I'm going to do it. I got 42 seconds. I think I can clutch this up, guys. Where are you going with that king, bro? Where are you going? That's it right there. That's the dub. Just a simple 2-on-1. There's no way he can stop them both. So just to be careful, we're going to keep boxing off this king. And we're just going to go all the way in. Like, if he is going to try and keep playing, I'm going to play safe. I got 35 seconds. I would prefer to, okay. That secures the dub. He steps up. We're just going to keep boxing him out. Like, I'm so sick and tired of losing games. Actually, this gets the red carpet. We get the dub no matter what. We could essentially pre-move this. Am I capable of doing this in 33 seconds? Yes. Oh, dear Lord, that was exhilarating. All right, well, let's see how accurate that was. That was a scary game to play. But thank goodness now I'm 1879. Let's go, dude. Here we are in the analysis. And I cut the video off, but now I am 1987 on chess.com. So we are getting very close to 1900. I played that game 96% accurate with 1 inaccuracy, which I don't think is that bad. Let's go ahead and make this thing the correct size. And we'll go ahead and fly through this game incredibly quickly. That was a good game by me, and I should be able to explain everything perfectly because I played so accurately. I really just understood the position. And so what we're doing here against d4, this is important to play. I do not play d4 openings very often, and I hate to see them because I really don't know them. If you play c6, there's like a 50-50 chance they play the best move and go into the Caro-Kann, which is a transposition. So like, look, if they would have played e4, c6, d4, it goes into the Caro-Kann. You get to this same position, it's a transposition. So d4, c6, now e4, we get to the same position, but I kind of coaxed him into doing so. Also, with the background knowledge of knowing if he played d4, he's a d4 player. He doesn't play the Caro-Kann very often. How often does he see c6 against d4? Probably not that often. So let's just fly into this. This is basically mainline theory stuff. Look, one of the best moves, best move, best move, best move, best move. And I'm supposed to bring the knight this way, but whatever. We throw in a little pawn capture, 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 bring the bishop. All of these are the best moves. And okay, I'm supposed to just accept a ruined pawn structure, but bring the knight. Allow the check and block. Oof. Okay. Okay, whatever. I didn't want my pawn structure to get ruined, so that's why we played it like this. Stepping up with the king. I know that my knight is going to reroute to f5 anyway, so whatever. I like this position. We kick the bishop out. We take the open file. We develop the knight this way, and the game plan is to basically move the bishop and get the knight occupying this square, because once the knight's occupying this square, we're attacking his weakness. And he doesn't have a dark square bishop anymore, and it's kind of uncomfortable to defend with the knight. So, okay, getting active. One of the best moves. Going for the pin was stronger. I liked this because it had a concrete victory. Like, I play this, and I'm pretty much going to win something here, because I'm really close to bringing the knight and having this as a threat as well. So I felt like this, this, this. I'm coming in with too many threats. It's minus 2.3 for white. So we grab the pawn. I chose this line because I go up in material. Material is forever. More moves are played. Attack the rook. Simply trade off the rooks. It is the best move. I was trying to figure out a way to like conjure up a better attack, but whatever. We just trade. We got a rook off the board. Here we have the opportunity of just grabbing this pawn. We grab another pawn. Yes, our pawn structure gets ruined, but we can even grab another pawn. So it's just like, I'm too many pawns up, buddy. I'm going to lose this one, but I'm still two connected pass pawns on this side of the board. And so we give a check, defend the knight, get active with the rook. And trading, not the greatest move. And I was kind of fumbling what to do here, to be honest with you guys. We push this pawn because there's kind of the tactic of like take, take, and then he gets my weakness. So right now only the knight is defending this. Also, I know I want to start pushing these pawns, so that's why I push it. It is the best move, actually. Then we slide over here. What was my idea with this? I guess I was trying to give some checks. Like, if we play this correctly, we have like check, check, win the bishop. Like, say he goes here, we have this. So that was pretty much my idea there. Push the pawn. It was getting attacked. Check, defend, another check. And okay, I'm stepping back. I'm getting scared. This guy's not the easiest to defend. But we attack the bishop first. We give a check. He steps in. Let the computer think for a second. What move here secures the victory? Trading the frickin' rooks and going into a guaranteed winning endgame. We keep the rooks on the board, and I can screw this up with 38 seconds on the clock. We get rid of the rooks. I can win this endgame. We got a 2-on-1. This pawn is weak on a dark square. There's really no good way of defending it. So, like, say I just jump around. I'm going to get this pawn. Yeah, I'm going to lose this, but I can win in the endgame. So, if we let this think long enough, it will show this is the best move. I know right now it's saying to push the pawn, but I already looked at this by myself. Best move. Boom, 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 boom. And we're just banking on this 2-on-1 over here. And then allowing the capture. Once he allows, like, yes, you get this pawn, but at the cost of your king being completely inactive. I'm blocking these 3 squares. I already have opposition. There's nothing you can do. You're just going to walk into more opposition. And I'm closer to the pawn than you ever are. So if we have a pawn race here, I can legitimately just run in, step up, and push this guy. So whatever, we grab, and then it's just a simple 2-on-1. And just to be edgy, I'm bringing the king. I don't want to lose this by any chance. So essentially what's going to happen here is I'm going to make a queen. I'm going to bring the queen. I'm going to put the king in a box. I'm going to checkmate him. You're going to subscribe. Thank you so much. I love each and every one of you. That was a pleasure playing chess for you. Another video is going to come up, so if you want to watch it, go ahead and click on it. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is pursuing the prestigious 2000 ELO rating on chess.com. I am already 2000 rated, on Lichess, but does that really mean anything? The ELO system that has been adopted by the masses is that of chess.com. And so we are going to be making the push, and I'm going to be posting these videos, win or lose, to see, do I really have what it takes to hang, to tango with the big dogs? This is a pawn gambit line, so now I am simply up a pawn where the opponent has a huge lead in development. And I know I was doing a little bit of an intro while the game started. I think we're going to just calm, cool, and collected pin that. We have to take it. He hits me with his check, and I'm just losing. It's completely equal right now, but I'm in trouble. I'm gonna take a deep breath. Maybe I should be thinking about what I'm doing instead of just blitzing out moves where the opponent has spent 13 seconds and I think is doing quite well. Now, all that I'm really noticing is this pawn is a little bit frail. Only defended by the queen, but if I capture here, he's still defending. So we might just do something like develop a knight. I'm going to need to push some pawns. So he wants to castle this way. The best course of action may be that of queen somewhere and castle this way. Now that is a risque maneuver, but we came here to have fun. And so we're going to try and get better at chess and have fun. I can also just push this, greatly weakening the pawn. This pawn is already a weak pawn, but oof. I'm really not having a whole heckin' lot of fun. What about getting freaky with the queen? Does that do anything useful? I think I'm probably going to just have to push something here. But if I push and he just brings the rook, then like really what am I doing? I mean, this seems like an active type move. Let's do it. It's going to enable me to castle. But then he's just got tempo winning moves like this. Sort of. I mean, that's defended by the knight. So if you play something like this, I could capture, queen comes out. Then I jump over, reaffirming the attack. And I guess we really do got to be scared of this. Got to get the king out of the center, long story short. I'm already not so confident. Ooh, he's stepping out of it. That is probably a great idea. But I can get my king out of the center now, and I think... Oh, wait, I can't castle. Yikes. Stepping up, stepping here. I could just capture, queen comes out, and then attack the queen like this. Probably he'll just come forward, or like plant this guy in the middle of the board. This... You know what? Capture here, attack the queen. You gotta stay defending this pawn to some extent. This is not such a good position for me. What if I push forward and just go for this? Boom. I think we gotta go for something. That does beg this a little attack. I guess we're really just fighting to get my pieces developed here. I'm struggling out of the opening a little bit, falling for that. The weakest square, the sacrifice on f7 is always so common. I don't know how I let that slide, but fortunately, we're not completely losing. If anything, it's like a -1 for me. So we're fighting back. This dude is rated 1700. He has played exceedingly fast thus far in the game, which is definitely a cause for a minute amount of concern, but I think we're going to be all right. Like, my pieces aren't terrible, and his pieces aren't incredibly active either. And at least temporarily, this pawn is just, it is a little bit weak. He could just go ahead, I mean, he could just go ahead and push. Where if I capture, he captures, I capture. He jumps in. Really cutting off a lot of crucial squares there. So this pawn push might, in fact, be quite decent for our opponent. But what about boom, boom? You bring the queen. I then attack the queen. Queen goes anywhere and everywhere. Then we recapture. Then you capture, then I capture, then the queen would get in. I don't think... This pawn push is actually what we're a little bit afraid about right here. This knight on the side of the board, I kind of don't believe in it. I think we can step forward. Like, if he plays something like this, we can just capture. I don't believe that that's going to work incredibly well. Of course, the queen is being attacked. This seems like it keeps an eye on this rook. We're going to go for this. You could launch forward. But really what we're doing here is we're threatening this by like this. The only thing defending this knight, the only thing defending the knight is the queen. So I think we can just capture the knight. Where if you capture back, that's just mate. Is my queen going to get trapped somewhere along the way? What about like this? Sacrifice with check. I step over. No more calculation. I think we just take this. Unless I'm missing something. There's definitely this. But then I Am I crazy, or is that just mate in one? Did he just fall for that? We make the push towards 2,000 on a strong start. Now, was the beginning or any part of that game, how long even was that? 6 minutes? What I'm trying to do here is make a new, like a new series, Road to 2000. And that was a sloppy performance by both of us, but mine was just like a positional fudge up. His was a hanging mate in one due to tactics. Now, what I'm curious about here, I think this is going to be the best move because I would have to play something like this, where you could just completely abandon. Oh, no, you have to reckon with this. Oof. And so, okay. Boom, boom. Okay, let's not dive into... What am I talking about? I won the game of chess. Almost certainly I will be playing another. Should we analyze that? I suppose we...
Ladies and gentlemen,
And here we are in the analysis, and there is not too much to analyze. And as you can see, we are doing this in the Lichess database, and so the aspect ratio of this is going to be absolutely horrendous. But you can see the chessboard, and you can see right here the computer analysis. So let's just hop right into this. I don't know how I fell for that little F7 sacrifice. I've literally fallen for that in bullet so many times. So during this part of the game, I was literally just yapping. But this is a pawn gambit. That is not good for white, but you get a huge lead in development. So now he's got 3 pieces developed, and I have 1. And so he's literally just throwing a pawn at me, saying, I have a lead in development, I'm ready to castle, and your pieces have arguably hardly even moved. So immediately I fall for this stupid tactic, which I spent 10 seconds looking at this. So I guess 9 seconds of that I was yapping, and the other 1 second I was blundering. And so, I mean, this is pretty rudimentary. The saving grace is I at least do get the bishop. I'm not just completely losing a piece here. So we get the bishop, big check comes in, and then he just recaptures. Now, if I wanted to completely condemn myself to losing this game, I would recapture immediately and allow the queen to get active. I'm not going to be doing that because now I am in a losing position, so we don't want to trade stuff. We want to keep it as complicated as possible and develop some pieces. And so, by the way, I'll show you the accuracy. 75% accurate. 1 blunder, and then our opponent 53. Look at that grass. That is about as ugly as it gets. So we're not going to analyze an incredible amount here. We get here active with the queen. We're setting up ideas of, like, you know, we're on the diagonal with the queen. We're looking at a weak pawn. We've got some options here, and we're also getting ready to access this rank. Okay, we then slide up a little tickle touch on the knight here, and then what? He walks directly into this tactic where the queen is overloaded. This is just a basic and simple overloading. You don't want to be doing the job of defending a lot of pieces with the queen because it's so powerful. And so this is just plain and simple here. I capture the knight, and if you capture back, you hang mate in 1. So you really just can't capture back. What I thought was like capture and then you block with something, either the knight or attack me. So I guess this would have worked. Or just attacking me. I was kind of considering this, but then I slide all the way over. You have to play something. Okay, that walks into losing the queen. Oh my god, because it would pull the rook off the back rank. And if you move the king, I'm taking you this way and you take the knight back. But if you take here, oh my god, same back rank problems. He never developed his bishop, so the rooks don't see each other. So the queen is doing the job of, like, defending stuff along the back rank. Okay, so we don't really need to analyze this incredibly in depth. He hung mate in 1. And we checkmated him. So I think that 1800 on chess.com is a little bit weaker than 2000 on Lichess, going by that game. And as you get better at chess, you'll realize you can kind of screw up in the opening, and if you're decent at middle and end games, you're gonna make it back and win. And so, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed any of that, please subscribe. I know that was a sloppy game, but what I'm gonna be doing is like recording my entire progression to 2000, and we're off to a good start. That was a sloppy game, but we got it done. We got the elo. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. I love each and every one of you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be doing what we always do, making a push to 2000, and the road to 2000 has been rough. So today we are playing game number 27 against a random opponent on chess.com. I have the black pieces. Deep breath to steady the nerves. He plays e4, we will be playing c6. The Caro-Kann, the simplest opening to play with the black pieces. So if you're a beginner trying to learn how to get better at chess, simply play c6 with the black pieces. I'm going to just level with you right now. It's the easiest to learn. Now, I think there's an old chess proverb that says, bring the knights before the bishops. So we are going to be bringing the bishops. Now, we need to do something with this bishop, and I'm thinking pinning this knight is going to make the most amount of sense because we want to push this pawn to close the pawn chain. If we get booted around like so, I'm bad at drawing these arrows. We're going to push this pawn. That was the whole idea. We have activated this dark square bishop. I think we're going to just go ahead and put it there. Then we'll put the queen on this diagonal. The knights are defending each other quite beautifully. But I like the idea of stepping back here and kind of forcing this trade. Yes, it will ruin my pawn structure slightly, but I don't like his bishop looking... Oh man, I'm way too used to Lichess. Drawing the arrows on here is just an impossible task for your boy. And so, if I win, I know you guys can't see this. If I win, I get 11 elo. Draw, I get 0. And if I lose 10. And right now, I'm at 1849. I started this whole series at 1834. So, we're doing all right. But if I lose this game, we're basically right back where we started. So, chess can sometimes just be like that. And so right now, our opponent's taking a while to decide what he wants to do. He steps back. A sign of somebody who doesn't know what they want to do with their life. So we're just going to pre-move this. He took a while to play that move, so potentially he'll take a while to play this move as well. Arguably, the position is still equal after any move, just about any move. So we're going to trade this off. I feel like he had a good bishop and I had a bad bishop. His bishop was looking where I potentially want a castle. That's not defended in the most constructive way. Now, something that I have learned is he's already castled over here. This is a weird rerouting of the knight. I could just castle opposite and just go for it. Because something that really sucks is castling this way. The knight coming in, you got to kick him out because the mate is defended. But there's sacrifices, there's this. I could just say YOLO and castle opposite and say... I know that it's an inaccuracy. But would it be spicy? What if I... What if I prep the move like this? Sometimes the way to the opponent's side of the board is by putting a defended piece, whereas they trade and you get to bring your piece. Sorry, I'm still not used to these arrows. So it's generally a pretty good strategy to just like throw a piece on the enemy's side of the board. Now I've got my queen like active. My queen has improved its position, I would say. There's no immediate way to attack me, I don't think, other than trading the queens. But something else that I'm just going to share with you guys, studying these openings, studying these middle games, that's not what you need to be doing to get better at chess. You need to study end games, and that is it. Solve tactics and watch videos about end games. Or if you're really bad, then watching any chess content, period, is going to just help you a lot. But my strong suit is playing quickly and getting into an endgame. So my queen still has a pretty nice little escaping square. I think we're going to just push this pawn. I don't love the idea of his knight arriving here once I castle. Like, I just don't want to castle and have a knight here. The sacrifice with the bishop is no longer an idea. But now that my queen is my most advanced piece, you always need to be careful that you have a retreating square. Like, can I easily escape to my side of the board? The answer is almost no. But we're not going to let his knight sit in the middle of the board. So we will just be taking that. You take with the rook. This pawn is now hanging, is just something to note. This check is still lurking where I can only block like this. Don't love all of that. This knight can't come forward immediately. We can trade. Probably this is about the time that I castle. So we're going to castle. I'm maintaining my 20-second time advantage. I have no more escaping square with my queen. And this doesn't always work either. I think we need to do something about this rook. That probably wasn't the greatest move, but it's going to attack the rook. The rook's going to have to go somewhere. We're going to just improve the position of this rook. Now I'm looking at your queen through this pawn. He didn't like that, so he's scooting around. Scooting and booting. Not sure what I want to be doing here. But let's just play this move. I still don't think... Sorry, I'm leaning way too close to this camera. Okay, so we're really just going to do eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We have these two moves. Or I can retreat. Retreating seems scary. This seems more active, but I feel like I might just be walking into all sorts of issues there. Let's get out of there. Let's get out of there. We can play something like this. Forking these guys, he'd have to push the pawn. I could trade the queens. This is going to be my next idea. Where if he takes, I bring the rook. And what's my rook doing over there? What's his knight doing over there? And what is his rook doing there? This guy's playing really aggressive in a weird way. Still, neither of us have been successful on putting any of our pieces on the opponent's side of the board. But like I was explaining, study your... I mean, I have to capture, so like let's just not even... Let's not even think about that. That's really scary. But I push, no? If you hit me with check, I step up. This is blocked by the queen. This is blocked by the pawn. If you push, I think I make a run for it. And just allow this and step up. Like if I push this pawn, yeah, I'm hanging sort of... It's not the greatest move ever. What about wiggling the king? This just definitely got spicy. I'm either winning or losing. That's it. Somebody's winning and somebody's losing this game of chess. Also, is this thing updating? This live YouTube subscriber counter, you see that whole thing flash? Dang. Where's the number? That's real. That's like live, real time. So if somebody subscribes right now while I'm recording this video, it will go up. And the same is with the live stream. And so if anybody is watching this on YouTube live in the future, I just want to give you a disclaimer. This is not live. And I'm not trying to lie to anybody and pretend about anything. This pawn push is the move, surely. But I think I just push. We allow the capture. And we continue to just not care. Just defend. You trade the queens. I'll trade the queens. You bring the rook. And then it's just a rook. And I'm down a bunch of pawns for your knight. Like I got the rook instead of the knight. I'm going to shut up and just hopefully not lose this game. He's got this. We step up. If we step up. Wait a minute. This is covered. If he plays this, I think I have time to step up. Or is this the move? If we play this, if you give the check, I step up. This pawn is hanging, which I just don't love. Like if the rook gets in, so pushing this pawn really is just not a fun idea. So I like stepping up. What else am I supposed to do here? He launches the pawn, I just step over. You take, I take. You take with check, I block with the rook. You give a check, I step over. You give this check, I step back. What about this one? Oh, God damn it, I didn't even think about this. If there's this check, but launching this pawn What if I just step over? That allows this, where the check gets really spicy really quick. Trying to stay the same on the clock, but this is a tentative situation. A very tentative situation. Please play this and just not realize. That's like, what if he plays this? I don't think that was correct. There's this. God damn. Do we slide over? You push. I just capture. I like this. If you launch in, I just take. If you take here... What about this first? Then I just go into a fork. And just try to go into an endgame. Am I better there? This walks straight into the fork. I just step over, you take, I can take however. This one is playing for more of a real game of chess. I take here, 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 I take, you take with check. Only move. You could get a draw at the very least. This to allow the rook in? That can't be right. This. Sorry, I keep leaning into the camera, boys. I'm so sorry. What if we just play this? You capture, I capture. Okay, we're gonna play this. We're guarding this check. We're tentatively defending-ish against stuff here. I didn't like that move anymore, but at least this becomes an idea. Oh my god, I can pin. And then the capture no longer becomes an idea. He would have to step somewhere with the king. Potentially this way, because if it's this way, I can hit him with the check. Okay, okay. You launch, I block. And then I'm threatening to take. Do I push? What do I do here? If he goes here, I can always step forward. Where if he takes with the knight, I take, right? I think we go for this. This is covered. He can't jump in with the knight yet. I'll bring the rook. And if I bring one rook, I'm close to bringing another somehow. I'm down a minute on the clock. Damn it, I need to be playing faster. This is what we want. Then I could bring the queen to grab this pawn. If I grab this pawn, I could shove that rook here, force a very solid trade, essentially, or he steps off this file of terror. So if he plays this, I think we just go for a pawn push. I think we just go for the pawn push. What about check, sacrifice, god damn it, mouse, sacrifice, take, check. If he runs back, I mean, I take. If I push here, he can just take with the knight. What am I talking about? Covering these spooky, spooky squares. He can always start launching pawns, but he's going to have to do something with the king. And if I play this, he has to. He has to play this. And all of a sudden, this move is starting to make more sense. Okay, so he's stepping back. I could have grabbed this pawn. I went for a queen trade. That was stupid. This is tense, boys. This is tense game. 2 minutes and 26 seconds. I need to play quick. If he goes here with the queen, we hit him with the fork. Correct? Queen goes somewhere. I mean, I can grab this and leave my queen here. I like my queen here guarding all of this. If he just trades, then, like I said, we're going into an endgame where he has a knight versus my rook. And my rook here is not all that great. I don't like the pre-moves on chess.com. Like, it shouldn't show me my pre-moved move. I'm only doing this if this happens, and that's just one variation. It should just, like, highlight it like Lichess. I wish there was a setting or something that I could do to fix that. 2 minutes and 20 seconds against mine. Can I just grab this? Attack the queen. Attack the queen. He goes here. Don't see a great way to defend that. Hail Mary. We just line up. Pin that knight. Pin that knight. I'm worried. I was sort of worried about losing my pawns over here. That's why I played this move. Like, I'm trying to defend with an attack. My king is more or less safe now. He can always just play something like this. But then I just grab. I'm really ready for a sacrifice at that point, I think. No, I'm not. Queen still defends. I kind of want to grab this pawn and then, like, scoot out of here. Like, what do I do if he just starts attacking my pawns? I grab your pawn. You grab my pawn. I launch. You get behind it. I have no good way of defending that. I push. Oh, my God. One minute and 30 against 1 minute and 30. This is getting tense. But we're getting into somebody might just flag. When you get into the endgame like this, take some deep breaths. Okay, so I think I can just take with check, and that's huge. I can also take the queen. You take my queen with a fork. Don't love it. Think we play this check first. Defending all these spooky squares. Yes, yes, yes. I'm attacking the knight. The knight has to go somewhere. Oh my God, my rook is trapped. We bail out for a pawn. We go into an endgame, going for a pawn. Grabbing this. Steps up. I'm threatening this pawn. We're just going to step back, keep threatening the pawn. Step up. We're trying to get to the middle with the king. Threatening this pawn with check. 50 seconds against 50 seconds. Give this check. Force this trade. He doesn't have to take, but it's more or less forced. I have two passed pawns. It looks like he wants to run into my position, but he needs to be careful about this. This guy's hanging, but I almost don't care about that. I want to go for this move. His king is active, but he's got 18 seconds. I don't think that he has what it takes. Just pushing. That was a stupid move, but whatever. He can get in. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry to my opponent there. I think there's actually something I can do here. And now that it's hitting me, I realize I know how to win this endgame. I push this pawn. So say he goes here, then I'm in a little bit of trouble. But if he takes, this guy runs. So these two passed pawns, I didn't think about it till just now, but they are a standalone structure once it's like this. Correct? I think. Okay, we're going to check it with the computer incredibly quickly. I'm so grateful that I was able to win that game. We're going to grab this and go through the analysis so fast. So And here we are in the analysis, and we're going to go ahead and start a timer right here so I don't take too long talking about a bunch of nonsense. To avoid doing that, we're going to fly through this opening incredibly quickly. I know I said I spoke highly of the Caro-Kann. You should learn how to play it and play it. But look, we got an equal position after 13 moves. That means the opening as the black pieces was a success. Completely equal position with the black pieces. The Caro-Kann is unrivaled by any opening. We trade. It was actually a decent idea. We trade this off, and literally my strategy is to trade everything equal, try not to blunder, and I'm going to be able to figure out how to win in the end game. Like, the opening in the middle game is just to get to the end game, to get to an interesting end game. That is like all chess is. The opening, I don't enjoy it. The middle game, I enjoy it, but it's really just trying to get to the end game. And so we go ahead and we do that. We're shuffling around. All these moves are okay. But right here, I'm in a little bit of a precarious situation. There are 3 moves that really make sense. Boom, boom, and boom. These two keep an eye on my fragile and soft knight. I never even considered this sacrifice. Maybe I should have. I chose to slide all the way back, which is a blunder because he can sacrifice the rook. Once I capture back, he hits me with this check. And it's not game over, but he's for sure getting compensation for that rook sacrifice. He's down a piece, but he ruined my pawn structures. And one thing about the Caro-Kann, in this position, sometimes what happens is like my queen gets attacked and we slide back. He puts a piece here. Maybe like this knight has to slide back. And then before you know it, my pieces are all like hidden on this like area over here. And his pieces get all in this area right here, which is attacking the king. And so sometimes what will happen is you like box yourself out. And so you have to be very careful of this. And that's why I chose to like have my piece over here. So either way, we slide around. He goes for the sacrifice. Instead of the correct move, he brings the knight. More or less, when you're attacking like this, time is everything. So give the move that's a check. Like you want to play this move anyway. So if you play with a check, you get the queen closer. You bring the pieces closer with check. Like that's the way to do it. Bringing the knight allows, like, it threatens the pawn. So obviously I'm going to push the pawn, and that stops the queen check, which gives me time to breathe. It's still a completely equal position, but someone's going to lose. We step up, we slide over with the queen. Basic and simple tactic here. I just have to take back and allow this. It's still completely equal. I hung the pawn, and we're basically saying, like, I've got split, stupid pawns, but I have a rook instead of your knight. And your pawn structure is pretty awesome, and your king is a lot safer. So it's still equal, but white is slightly better. Instead of that, I bring the rook. He gets the queen in, and I'm supposed to just be brave and grab this pawn, but I really liked stepping up with the rook. Yeah, I could have gone up with a material advantage, but I liked just grabbing hold of these squares with my rook. Like throwing my rook here, just it does all sorts of wonders, except for it hangs this pawn because this rook. So he can just take here, and if I take back, he just gets my queen like this. Same type of position, but slightly different. Either way, we step in, doubling the rooks. Now the knight is more or less pinned. If he goes anywhere, I'm hitting you with this check. And so he steps in, attack, and I go for the check first. It's actually better. Here is attacking this, and I'm attacking this, and I'm attacking this. Duh. Obviously, that's the correct move, but I guess I was just worried about the queen getting in here. But yeah, I even talked about this in the video a bunch of times, so I didn't play it. Decided to give a check. It felt stronger. He steps over. I step over. He traps me. And then in this position, we straight up bail into an endgame where I'm just up a pawn. I'm up 2 pawns, and this pawn is weak. So he steps in, I step back, and he wasn't even thinking about how can he protect this pawn. There's no way for him to protect this pawn, but I literally bring the king. I activate my king and double up on this guy. Now, this move was the worst move that he could have possibly played because I take and then force a rook trade. Now, there was a small sliver of hope because he more or less has like a 3-on-2, you could call it, but not really. I start pushing my pieces. I start bringing the king. I realize this is kind of a problem, but I have a passed pawn and a passed pawn, so his king is never going to go anywhere. Like, he can never, like, sneak in here to take this, or this guy runs. So if he ever plays, like, all these moves, this guy runs. So I just wanted my king over here to stop all of these pawns. We made a little beautiful pawn diamond in the middle of the board. You don't see that every day. And I was shuffling around here. I was careful not to shuffle around too much and get a draw. I play the best move. And, like, say he steps in. I literally have 3 passed pawns. I have 3 passed pawns. I didn't even realize this. So if he ever gets distracted and, like, okay, wiggles this way, I just push this pawn. And then these pawns are connected, and they just step forward together. So we're going to do, like, 2 more seconds. But here's just a sample line. I think actually here, say he does play this. I think these two pawns, as long as you get them in the situation of, it's called bucked tooth, or it's a Russian word. I forget what it is. Trousers? Is this called trousers? I watched Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky's, and I'm remembering it right now. There's two pawns separated by two squares. It's the same structure as this. All you have to do is have one pawn ahead of the other, and you can never take this one. So if he runs for this guy, let's just waste a move. Say he runs for this guy. He gets here, we push. Trousers. Because if he takes here, I promote. And so it works all the way back here. Like, say the pawns were all the way back here. They can march all the way up together, and you're going to be just fine. You might not be able to promote, but it definitely stops the king. I forget 100%. Thank you guys so much for watching my video. That was 5 minutes of analysis. I love each and every one of you. If you guys could please subscribe, you'll make my day. I know that wasn't the most exciting game of chess. What am I talking about? That was an exciting game of chess. I was fighting for my life, and then I just traded everything equally into an endgame, and I won in an endgame pretty much the way that I win all of my games. Every time that I win a game of chess, the board looks like this, okay? So thank you so much. I'm going to stop yapping. I'll see you in the next one. If you're watching this live, another video is coming up. If you're not watching this live, there's another video also coming up, but you have to click it. So I love you guys. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, pushing to get a 2,000 rating on chess.com. Today, I'm rated 1822, which is actually lower than the 1834 that I started at 21 games ago. And so I have not been practicing. I have not been studying. This is going to be my first game of 2026. We'll hop right into it because I know you guys don't want to see an incredibly long intro. But what this is going to be, if this is your first time here, is a raw, uncut, real chess game. This is not going to be YouTube highlights. This is not going to be Grandmaster at a tournament. This is going to be some dude in his room that is 1822 pushing to 2000. And so what I was doing before was playing like 5 games, taking the best game, editing it, and then posting it. And that's a little bit, it's not telling the full story. That is simply showing you my highlights. And so what this is showing the raw, uncut progression in my chess. Like, am I actually getting better? Am I not getting better? And the real question is, does 2000 elo on Lichess equate to anything substantial? I think we're going to develop the bishop. We don't have really any other good squares to develop the bishop, so this is just an active square. Kind of ruins my pawn structure, but we're going to same side castle, and we've got a lot of pawns in the center. Step all the way back with the bishop here. Turn the music down just a little bit. And I know that I didn't explain anything out of the opening, but long story short, all we're trying to do is just move some pieces. So if he's playing fast, I'm playing fast right back at you, buddy. And so I think my next game plan, this square is pretty weak. There's going to be all sorts of discovery ideas where I like unveil this attack over here. That hung this pawn, so that's what I see immediately. I hung the pawn and it has an attack on this. So even if he moves the knight, I'm still going to be able to hit him with this check to win the rook. So potentially the best move here is to just step over. I mean, we take, right? Say that you take, I take. I think this guy is undefended. So if I take like this and he takes back here, this guy is undefended. What if I jump in with the knight? Probably I just lose a pawn there because this guy is going to be attacked at the end of the day. So take, take, take. Say he takes my knight. I take his knight. He takes back. And I'm down a piece. So boom. Let me think about this for a second. Boom. Boom. Say he just grabs my knight. We can't be doing all of that. Can't be doing all of that. What if we ignore it and apply more pressure here? We can allow the capture, and then just step back. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. We're going to try and keep things simple. Oh my goodness, his bishop is strong along this diagonal. We're up a pawn, but it's actually not so great. If he takes with this knight, then we're just going to straight up take back. If he takes like this. Also, this guy is undefended. This guy is also undefended. Okay, so what that did, I'm still up the pawn. But if I capture back like this, he's just going to grab my knight. And god damn it, what if I... push forward? We don't necessarily want this knight to move because he's also attacking this pawn, which is not only just a pawn, it's also a fork of everything important in my position. I'm down 1 minute on the clock, but now this guy is defended. So these guys are staring at each other. If nothing happens, I might just capture. And this is a happy, happy knight. I think my position is actually quite decent here, now that I'm looking at this. I think we capture. Not going to think about it. I am up a pawn. I think we just capture. This knight can jump in. Uh-huh. Do I have anything cool? I could slide over like this. Then he captures and we take like this. This knight coming in is definitely not going to be super fun. So what if I step forward? Capture, we take back like this. He's definitely applying pressure. We just got to figure... his knight is coming forward almost definitely. So what if I step forward? Then if his knight comes in, I might just take with the rook. Let's play this. If he pushes forward, I'm actually quite happy. That takes away... that gives me a passed pawn for the endgame. So we're kind of hoping he pushes forward. It gives me a passed pawn. Takes away this tension. I kind of just scoot somewhere with the queen. I'm not really sure where would be the best. I could even go for this crazy diagonal move where he's kind of... okay, I like this move. What about this? We're just getting as active as possible. That's my immediate thought. We just go for it. Probably his knight tries to jump in. But I take here with the knight. There's 6 minutes. No need to panic. This feels active. Defended queen. Actively defending. I'm ready to push this pawn and have a defended pass pawn. This guy is weak, but we are really lining up pressure on this square. We have been eyeing down this square for the entirety of the game. And potentially, even if the king tries to really run essentially anywhere, I'm going to be able to have sacrificing ideas. Because I can jump to these two squares. And from those two squares, I basically attack. I guess you can go here. And I can't hit him with the knight. But we might have discoveries. We might have discoveries. And this guy is pinned. And I might just play calm, cool, and collected, solid chess. If I win this game, I get 10 elo. If I lose 8. The dude is 1864. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. I don't know if this is necessary. I don't necessarily see anything better. What about stepping back? No, that's a happy knight. Let's just play a slow move. This guy is pinned. So I think the next idea might be try and like bring this rook. Might not be a terrible idea. And I'm up a pawn. So really what I want to do here is probably try and trade these queens. He's going to have to waste some sort of move to defend this pawn. This pawn is a huge issue for him. And he can't kick me out. So he's got... I'm applying pressure. This game turned around real quick. I think that I'm doing all right here. My knight is also kind of pinned due to this pawn. This move is still not really possible. I just play this. What if you pin me? I get out of it with a check, right? You take here. I take the queen. You step up here. We just trade here. I think I'd be all right there. I'm thinking just bring the rook and double. We could be more chill and play this. What's better? I guess we can play this. Boom. We're doing this. Trying to double the rooks and just put everything in my position attacking this pawn. Unfortunately, my queen is kind of at the head of this attack, so a defense with the rook is going to kind of stop all of my ideas. Like I'll take with the knight, but then I'm walking directly into this pin, which might not be incredibly easy to get out of. Also, the queens are going to see each other. And his queen is... It's not doing nothing. Let's just put it like that. The queen is not doing nothing, but I'm putting my rook here just so I'm eyeing down this square. Okay, so he does play this. Got no good squares to get in with the knight. What if I just step back? We step back. This is hanging in the endgame. Don't see what else to do, so I'm just going to defend my weakness. I'm scared, guys. 4 minutes and 29 seconds. I'm hanging on for dear life. I'm doing my best. Doing my best, okay? And I have not been practicing. I just got back from I went to 2 parties yesterday. I've been working so much. I had family in town for the holidays. I've been going, hanging out with people and doing stuff and going to the gym. I haven't studied a single puzzle. I haven't watched any chess videos. I haven't done anything. All I've done is like play bullet and do this. Like record one video every once in a while. Say that we take. You take here. I take here. You're gonna have to take back. So this might just be an offer of a big trade. We trade. If I take here, I've got 3 things, but he's also... Okay, let's just trade. Is there a huge reason not to do this? We're going for it. Queens see each other, that's for sure. Still up a pawn. Let's do this. I'm thinking push, push. Tempo on the rook. This guy is undefended. So at some point, this little pawn push could make sense. So if I push forward and he plays here, I don't really know what that accomplished. Let's get active with the king. That defends this, and I'm off of this file. Unfortunately, I don't have these doubling up ideas. But now if any pawn push comes through in any sort of way, in the end of the day, my rook is defended. However, my king is also just defending this guy. I might push forward here. And this is a passed pawn, actually. I didn't even really think about this. I said that earlier, but Let's just play cool chess. Just push this forward. This guy has a scarce amount of squares, actually, when we look at this. There's the possibility of, like, stepping forward, and he has to step back. Ooh. I think we go for this. We'll then be able to go for a pawn push, where there's a pin here. We can go for this pawn push. We can also attack here. You would have to defend like this, and that's just like an uncomfortable move. I could still then go for this pawn break, where you can't push. All you can do is attack here, but then you're giving up this up with check. I think we go for this. We go for this. We're attacking this pawn. If he steps over, which he will because he wants to defend the pawn, we go for this pawn break. Didn't see that coming. I could just push. Is that kind of the same thing that I was thinking about before? If he takes the... Now he has... Oh, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I still have this with check. If he ever pushes forward, I hit him with the check. And if I get another pawn, and then I have two passed pawns, by getting rid of this one, that turns this into a passed pawn. 2 minutes and 17 seconds, I actually think I'm just crushing this game. As long as I'm not stupid and don't blunder anything, I'm also threatening this. And you can't defend it. And if we take here, I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. If I play this, if I capture, he can capture here. Where if I take... You hate to do it. You absolutely hate to do it. I'm still up a pawn though. I'm blunder. I didn't think the king was going to come attack. Okay. We just trade like this. The king can get in, but I'm stepping forward. Going this way. Two connected pass pawns. You can give a check, but I just step over. We're going to... And the infiltration squares are defended from the rook. So that's good. 1 minute and 24 seconds. I'm up a pawn, but it is a freaky pawn. His king is doing great. His king is doing terrific. Giving a check. I mean, he can just step here. Then I take. He steps over. I give a check here. Then he takes over here. Okay, we go for this. He should have stepped over, I think. He can get in, but I'll just let it fall. Like, he can play this. I can just step up. If he can get behind it, I'll take. He takes. That was stupid, but we're going for this, I guess. We are getting active in this endgame. What if this happens? My rook is solid. This guy is hanging, or like defended by the king. That's not good. As long as I don't blunder my rook, I am going to win this. I think we step forward. We're threatening this and this. Here. I think we play this. Threatening check, take here. Where I'm just winning, making the passed pawn. We go here. Damn it. Okay, you want to be fucking stupid, bro? I'll take all your pawns with 30 seconds left. I'm wearing my Apple Watch. I'm going to tell you boys what my heart rate is. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. When I'm running full sprint on a treadmill, it goes to 177. You guys can't feel it right now. 128. Oh my god, chess is intense. I don't know. I don't have time to do the analysis right now, so you guys will see me later tonight, probably with some different clothes. I'm going to a basketball game, and let's flippin' go. Finally, we get a dub, dude. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2000 on chess.com. Today is game number 50, actually. It says 49, but it's really 50, and I'm too lazy to edit any of that. We're going to pre-move c6 no matter what this opponent is playing. We got a 1860 from Indonesia. We have e4, c6, the Karo Khan. We hop right on into it. The advanced variation, exchange variation, what we'll be having today. I'm hoping that all my settings are good. I'm actually streaming and recording at the same time. I've got 3 monitors, a brand new $1,500 PC. I am locked in and ready to play, and dude, my pieces move crisp. We're going to just make the impenetrable pawn structure right here, and we're going to have to decide what to do with this bishop. So we're going to go ahead and pin a knight. What can happen here is he can tickle me, tickle me, tickle me, tickle me, tickle me, tickle me, and then I have a space disadvantage. I'm going to just push this pawn so I have a place to go with my bishop. One thing that I've learned through my years of playing chess is to not waste time in the opening, because pretty much any move that you make is going to be all right. So definitely we've got this square where either one of his pieces can arrive there at some point, which is it's a cause for concern. Also, my bishop does not have that many great retreating squares, but we're going to we've already pushed the h pawn. Let's push the a pawn, bring the knight this way. This knight goes this way, and we castle, and then we just go into an even game of chess. So things are looking pretty good. I'm quite happy with what we got going on here. And like I mentioned, the bishop has scarce retreating options. So maybe trading for the knight was actually the best idea, but we're going to pretend like we're going to hang on to this bishop, even though once this happens, you got to capture it. You got to capture it. I don't think there's really a lot else we can do here. He castled. It's my turn to castle. He saw me pushing pawns on the side of the board. He wants to push pawns on the side of the board. It's a pushing pawns on the side of the board type of day. So oh, you want to play fast, buddy? You want to play fast? I'll teach you about playing fast. You have no idea how much bullet I play. Trade that off. Look how many pawns I have on light squares. I never even wanted that thing. Okay. Immediately we're going to hop the knight here. That was kind of the reason we went this way. And he just has decided to defend this pawn with literally every single piece in his position. So I need to develop my queen. I don't know how to do so in a good manner, but I'm thinking, what if I jump this way? He could just reroute and then my knight looks dumb. If he trades, I get to bring my queen. But you got to think, what happens if he doesn't do what I want him to do? What if this happens and he steps back with the knight? Am I really rerouting this way? Whose knight is better there? Yes, this is actually live. I'm recording, so I'm trying not to read the chat too much, guys. We're just playing a move because I don't want to go below on the clock. Don't want to go below on the clock. All of my pieces seem to be over here, and all of his pieces seem like they want to be coming this way. And so I'm going to have to figure out how to make that not happen. We're going to have to go for this pawn break. Without even thinking, from playing enough chess, I know that this is what you do. This is what it gives a little bit of breathing room to my position. Where if he doesn't take, I'm able to take. And this is going to destabilize his position slightly. Pushing forward doesn't make sense. This diagonal is scary. We're going to just go ahead and capture. No calculation needs to be done by me. If he takes with the knight, we're going to take back. Then the rooks see each other. I'm cool with that. Okie dokie. So he's got some gentlemen that are kind of trying to invite themselves to my party. But like I said, I think bringing the queen this way is going to be my best course of action here. This bishop is blunted temporarily. This seems flimsy, but it gives a good square for my knight. But that seems really, really committal. Okay, we're going to try and just step back. Stepping back's not normally what you want to do in a game of chess, but that is what we're going to be doing today. And I like my rook better than his rook. And we're staying even on the clock. I'm locked in, boys. We're taking this buddy down. All right, I'm sensing a little bit of hostility here, so just trading off everything seems decent to me. Like I was getting a little bit spooked. All right, we just played a bunch of moves very quickly. I have the opportunity to enter the enemy's position. That seems strong. But what does not seem strong is letting his queen in. What about that? That? Ooh. How does that endgame look for me? Now we've got 7 minutes to finish an endgame. We're also going to have this, so I could just step up and then go for this. You have to block, but then I can get in with check at some point. So what about this? Take, take. Surely he attacks, and then I just block. He's going to start rerouting with that knight. I'll come here. He'll block. This move actually seems like it might be it. What if he ignores it? No, that's a thought. This. What I'm worried about is what if he just comes into my position? I don't have check. The knight covers. I don't have any sacrifice. My knight has really no forward momentum. Yeah, that's kind of what I saw coming, and that's a little bit of a bummer, so we're going to just step back because we need to defend this pawn and this pawn, and unfortunately that's just the way this is going to go. He can just like repeat the position. Yeah, he can do that if he wants. He wants this next. We don't want to allow that. Does the knight want to come over here? We can't. Oh my god, that's what he's trying to do. Okay, we're challenging this open file. He wants to bring the rook over, defended by the queen, with tempo gaining the open file. That's not happening. That's not happening to me. We're threatening. This is what we're doing, where you're going to have to enter. I take, you take. I have a passed pawn. Like, we step in, you step in, I block. There's this problem again. Gosh darn it. Do we lock down his weakness over here? I'm not convinced that move was good. My knight sucks. His knight also kind of sucks. But now if we play this, say he slides in. If I capture, you capture. Too many threats going on there. We step in. You step back. Let's do this just because we could block with the rook, potentially. Here, block with the rook. Say he slides in like so. Do I step up, dear lord, with the king and defend everything? Chess is so ridiculously tricky. No, you can't do that. I'm attacking yours. Or you can just ignore it, dude. This guy sucks. You are no fun to play chess with. I will have you know, buddy. I can trade. I am lower on the clock. And what if I take? If he takes with the rook, I step in like so. Only move. We step back, trying to challenge something here. Let's do this because I think it makes it simpler. We get into the enemy position. With tempo on this guy. Yeah, so that was forced. And now what I'm thinking is we want to go here. Got to do something with your pawn, don't you? You have to push us. We hit you with check. He steps up. Here, here, check. Say he steps up. What if I just come over here? I do have to remember, I'm like fighting for a draw here. I'm not like winning or anything. So I have to make moves that are very like reasonable, or I throw it away to a loss. This just seems strong. I'm coming into your position with check. Like, it has to be good, right? I just don't see a follow-up after this. This is not good. It just discoveries all over. All I'm seeing is this. What about push? Push. I don't see it, bro. Here, here. What is he trying to accomplish? My mouse is glitching. It's one of these moves, dude, and I'm not sure which one. I'm just going to just make a move. Both are probably a draw, but one of them was better. I spent way too long thinking about a move that arguably didn't matter. Like, this is what I want, but does it accomplish anything? My rook can never leave this open file, by the way. Like, if he plays this move, I'm in a lot of trouble. I mean, that lets me in with check, no? I don't see... We have this, where you step up. here. You step up. I hit you with check. Wait. Let's just do this, 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 and grab a pawn. Then we hit you with this check. And then if I grab this pawn, then it gets dicey. If he plays this, we force the trade. Take, take. He starts bringing the king. He would catch me. But at the cost of me grabbing this pawn, then I'm in an endgame of a pawn. 1 minute and 51 seconds on the clock. You want to trade like so. I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy. I could, like I said, I could just trade. He steps. This guy's a good chess player. He would reroute the knight attacking my weakness. But I could always check and step back. Okay, so boom, boom, check. He steps in. I step back. The knight comes in. I take. His king is active. So I give this check. Probably he steps here. I grab this pawn. You come over here. I freaking hate chess, dude. Here. Here. I just block. What am I talking about? He comes here. I block. This is covered. My heart's beating fast, boys. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. I'm totally winning. I'm going to just try and slip that buddy to the promised land. I'm not even going to care about what's going on over here. He's got this, this, and a check, but I just step up. I don't see a reason to be afraid. And we always just have take. Don't forget that. Take, take, check. If you take here, this one runs. So here, here, check. You'd have to take. I push. I think this wins. This might be this. He has this. No, he doesn't. 36 seconds. I might even trade. If I get a queen, dude, I might even just trade it for this knight. Get mated, buddy. Get mated. Let's go, dude. Let's go. And here we are in the analysis, and oh boy, did I need that freaking win, dude. I've been fighting to get to 1900. I'm 1874 now, so I feel pretty good about that one, and I don't think there was really a lot of moments that I was in trouble that game. I kind of just grabbed a pawn, grabbed another pawn, and we were good to go. And so let's fly right into this. We're going to spend not very much time on this analysis because I got to go to bed and go to work. So this is the Caro Khan, the C4 variation. I'm not really sure what the name of this is, but they play C4 at some point. Bishops come out, we trade off equally, and then, yeah, this is what I was worried about. I mean, not worried about it, but this is what I saw coming. Like, this square is kind of yours. Yes, the knight is pinned right now, but he's going to castle out of that, and then the knight will see this square. Right now, the knight doesn't because he's pinned, so he can't move. Okay. And now I push the pawn, taking away this square, so this is always important to do. Push the pawns on the side of the board. If you're not that good at chess, but you're decent at chess, you want to make moves like this. for two reasons. It gives the bishop a place. My mouse is glitching out. You see that? It gives your bishop a place to hide and keeps pieces from coming forward. Okay, either way. Let's go a little bit faster to the part of the game that actually mattered. We castled, knight's moving around, rook's moving around. Obviously, we trade off my light square bishop because I have like 90% of my pawns on light squares. We start shuffling around, and it was this moment here that I got nervous. And you know to play a move right here, f6, only by years of experience. I'm sorry, but you're only going to be able to find this in the right moment. And if you weren't thinking about making this move, you're just not there. You're just not there with your chess. And so I remember back in the day when I didn't know about this f3 move, and I lost a lot of games because of it. The general theme here is too many pieces on this side of the board. Let's draw this box. Too many pieces in this box over here. And where are his pieces? Very easy access to this side of the board over here. Okay? So you play f3. Get a little bit of breathing room. And this is a blunder because I can just grab the pawn attacking the queen. Is that what it is? This position here is a plus 2.5 or minus 2.5 for black. Why is this so good? That's a draw? That's not what I would have played. That's mate. Okay. Okay, whatever. Man, that's crazy. This position right here, I'm completely winning by so much. Look at this evaluation right here. Absolutely insane. Doesn't happen. Gives me the chance to do it again. The pawn break did make sense. I thought about it for a second, but I was like, once I push this guy forward, yes, it gets a good square for my knight, but then I just have an undefended pawn in the middle of the board, and I was like, he'll have a way of just like stacking every single piece he has against it. So this was the best move. You'll only find a move like this when you're better than I am at chess. So I go for the draw. He's still slightly losing, but my pieces are getting more active than his, and they get active with tempo here. So we're bringing the knight, and finally, oh, I find the clutch winning move. Yes, we attack, give the check, and we grab the pawn, unafraid, because now if he grabs the open file, we're defended. You're not getting in, baby. Not getting in, and everything's getting attacked and defended. All right, so at this point, I am just kind of crushing. Okay. -5 position. I guess there's probably a lot of different ways that I could win this, but the easiest is to start pushing my outside pass pawn, or almost all the way outside pass pawn. At this point, you know what I mean? Like, how is he really going to stop this pawn? That's what I thought. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love each and every one of you. I will, another video is going to come up if you want to watch it. Please don't be shy. I'm going to look at this chat for a second and say goodbye to everybody, but I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now...
Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are in game number 16 of the push to 2000. Recently, the past 4 videos have been me absolutely suffering, and so in this video, we have 2 goals. I'm either going to lose, and we're going to review it well and learn, or I'm going to win, and we don't need to review the wins that much, because who's got time for all of that? So wish me luck. We're starting here. I know the camera just lagged. Please forgive me. Our opponent is 1768. Can't even begin to pronounce our opponent's name. We have e4, e5, bishop c4, the bishop's opening. This is my favorite opening. And what we're going to go for right here is potentially the knight sacrifice. Okay, so he doesn't want to do it. He wants to ruin my pawn structure by giving up the bishop. We are gladly going to accept that. We have a ruined pawn structure, but we have the bishop pair. So I'm immediately going to lose my bishop by way of this. So let's just step forward so I have a place to go with the bishop. Probably we still got to do something with the knight. The pin is not a thing. And I'm going to just not lose on time as well because I've really been suffering to play quickly. We play this, just walking into a nice little pin. Bishop tucked back in the corner. This pawn is now undefended, but defended by way of a discovery. So if anything ever takes this, I can sacrifice the bishop for it. Okay, probably about time that I castle, but we're going to just break this pin. I don't want to have to deal with that. And we're gonna wiggle back this way. You really don't want to push all these pawns in front of your king. It just greatly weakens your structure. And right here, okay, so we are going to step back. He's going to chase us. We step back. He jumps in. We could take. He takes back with either one of the pawns, and it's not super good or bad for either one of us. So something that as you get better at chess, you're going to realize throughout the opening, you can kind of just play fast and make moves. It's pretty rare in the opening at this level that you make just like a huge blunder. So we're going to just slightly improve. Slightly improve. I don't know how scared of this I am. I think that I can just take. The knight can't come in because it's defended by the queen. So boom. This rook is undefended, so I'm thinking just like take. I mean, and it also gets rid of my weakness. I could just take once. He'll take back, and then I push forward, but that blocks in my bishop. So let's calculate this one more time. Boom, boom, boom. Looks all right to me. We're clearing off some pawns to the side of the board. He could push. We push. Also with the immediate threat of winning the rook with check. So I really hope that happens, dude. I need an easy dub. I need an easy dub. He could just develop his bishop. That is a move. My rook is also undefended. So there's a few things that I can do here. My immediate idea is push forward. That's going to... Yes, we're going to go for it. This doesn't work. This is still defended. I'm ready to push forward. Don't love to play a move like that, but he can come forward a couple different ways. I still need to castle. Potentially even stepping forward makes sense. Am I crazy, or did that just hang a knight? He either just hung a knight or he sees something that I just don't see. We grab the knight. Okay. I still haven't got the opportunity to castle. Okay. That locks it down and gives me a passed pawn. I think just to be like principled, we step all the way back, defending this guy. We could also step here, so we're defending it like this. Let me think about this for a second. I'm losing on time as well. We're going to do this first. This square is covered, and we're defending like so. I'm ready to castle. This I'm not really afraid of anymore. I mean, we push forward, attacking the bishop. I think he's just playing some pretty terrible moves. So I should be able to convert this quite easily. Okay, so he sacrifices again. Like, are you kidding me? What on earth did that do? I can, for one, jump in attacking the queen. I'm already up a piece, so I take here. He takes back. Then I attack the queen. Queen probably slides over here. Then I castle. This is a pretty critical moment in the game. I also have this knight sacrifice at some point. I also have attack the queen immediately. I like that. It attacks the queen and defends the rook. So we could go... Boom. Queen probably goes here. Then I capture. If you capture, I capture. The queens are looking at each other. If you take here with the queen, I take back. I think... I don't see a reason not to play this move. We go for it. And at this point, I could just castle. I could just castle, and like whatever's going on over here, just like forget about it. Like, yes, the knight is hanging. It gives you activity. My rook is now defended, so I could even just step forward. Like, this move makes sense now, actually. Because this... I grab. The rook is still defended. I think this was the key move right here. Okay, so we grab. Is there anything better? We grab the knight. Your bishop steps in. I capture. Say you capture with the queen. I mean, I'm going to take this first. Okay, I think we're okay to play this. The key thing to note is the rook is defended by the bishop. So we go here. Okay. We lose this, that's for sure. And I think we just castle. Like, yes, this pawn is weak. Yes, this pawn push makes sense. But I think I'm just going to have so many threats here. Like, my king is safe. This pawn push, I don't see it ever actually working. I mean, I can just capture. He's going to have to prep it. So he goes for this immediately. I think what we do here is we just threaten mate in 1. How do you stop that? You have to trade... I mean, this just seems like the move, right? The pawn is still defended. I'm threatening mate in 1. If you try and run, I'm threatening win the rook at the end of all of that. I'm up 2 minor pieces, so as long as I'm not a complete idiot, I should be able to get this elo back. And I really did need a dub. I really did. I lost like 4 games in a row, so it's about time that I gave you guys an actual dub. And yeah, what do you do here? I think he's cooked. I don't think there's anything he can do. Because he can't defend with the queen to any square along the diagonal. Specifically this one covered by the knight. If he runs, I'm just getting in with check. He steps up here. I could even hit him with another check. He runs all the way over here. I grab this guy. It's over. So it's really just a matter of like him playing whatever move he plays now, and then I win. At least I think. This doesn't work. That temporarily fixes the problem, but I'm fairly certain that I just capture, and then it's the same issue. Like, what are you doing? So I don't see a reason not to play this. Big time connecting each other. Like, we're defended all the way across the board. Mate in 1 is incoming. I think this, but then I can just give another check and trade the queens. If he ever ventures the king along to this file anywhere, my rook is incoming. So that gets his rook out of it, yes. But I have check. I mean, this has to be the right move, no? Check. Let's just play it. He steps here. I'm thinking we get this check. Like I said, if he ever steps along to this file. So I think we give this check. We're attacking the rook. The rook is attacking the queen when the king moves. We're going to get the rook involved. I got 4 minutes. Let's just figure out how to mate this guy. For sure, this is the correct move, so let's just go ahead and play it. If you run, does this check do anything? I mean, it looks like he just runs further. I don't know if this check does anything. He just runs away. If I hit you with this, you're going to step up. At that point, I hit you with this check. You run this way.